Title pages, preliminary information, and contents of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Adam Cable. The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. Title pages, preliminary information, and contents. Strategic Studies Institute and U.S. Army War College Press. The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, Invasion, Insurgency, Civil War, 2003 to 2006. Colonel Joel D. Rayburn, Colonel Frank K. Sobchak, editors, with Lieutenant Colonel Gene F. Godfroy, Colonel Matthew D. Morton, Colonel James S. Powell, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew M. Zayas. January 2019. The views expressed in this report are those of the authors and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of the Department of the Army, the Department of Defense, or the U.S. government. Authors of Strategic Studies Institute, or SSI, and U.S. Army War College Press, or USAWC, publications enjoy full academic freedom, provided they do not disclose classified information, jeopardize operations security, or misrepresent official U.S. policy. Such academic freedom empowers them to offer new and sometimes controversial perspectives in the interest of furthering debate on key issues. This report is cleared for public release. Distribution is unlimited. This publication is subject to Title 17 United States Code Sections 101 and 105. It is in the public domain and may not be copyrighted. Comments pertaining to this report are invited and should be forwarded to Director, Strategic Studies Institute and U.S. Army War College Press, U.S. Army War College, 47 Ashburn Drive, Carlisle, Pennsylvania, 17013-5238. All Strategic Studies Institute, or SSI, and U.S. Army War College Press, or USAWC, publications may be downloaded free of charge from the SSI website. Hard copies of certain reports may also be obtained free of charge while supplies last by placing an order on the SSI website. Check the website for availability. SSI publications may be quoted or reprinted in part or in full with permission and appropriate credit given to the U.S. Army Strategic Studies Institute and U.S. Army War College Press, U.S. Army War College, Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Contact SSI by visiting our website at the following address: http://ssi.armywarcollegE.edu/. The Strategic Studies Institute and U.S. Army War College Press publishes a quarterly email newsletter to update the national security community on the research of our analysts, recent and forthcoming publications, and upcoming conferences sponsored by the Institute. Each newsletter also provides a strategic commentary by one of our research analysts. If you are interested in receiving this newsletter, please subscribe on the SSI website at the following address: http://ssi.armywarcollegE.edu/newer/. The Chief of Staff of the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group, 2013 to 2018. Director and General Editor, 2013 to 2016, Colonel Joel Rayburn. 2017 to 2018, Colonel Frank Sobchak. Executive Officers / Directors of Research: Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Hardman, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Zayas. Senior Fellows: Lieutenant Colonel Gene Godfroy, Colonel Matthew Morton, Colonel James Powell, Colonel Frank Sobchak, 2013 to 2016. Research Fellows: Colonel Jason Awadi, Major Wilson Blythe, Major Stephen Gribshaw. Adjunct Fellows and Contributors: Michael Bell, Ph.D., College of International Security Affairs, National Defense University. Derek Harvey, University of South Florida. Major Kelly Howard, U.S. Army Reserve. Major General Retired Najim Jabouri, Iraqi Ministry of Interior. Michael Pregant, College of International Security Affairs, National Defense University. Lieutenant Colonel James Sindel, U.S. Army Reserve. Major General Retired Aziz Zwaidi, Iraqi Army. Research Assistants/Interns. 2014. Cadet Andrew Moore, Jalil Riahi, Lindsay Schmidt, Dylan Shoemaker, and Andrew Wickland. 2015. Maura Geiler, Christopher Hartnett, Richard Hulver, Ph.D., Alexis Knutson, Kelsey Marin, Ashley Rhodes, Alexander Teague, Kate Tietzen, and Cameron Zinsu. 2017. Catherine Etherton, Jason Glatz. Contents. Foreword by the 39th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army, Roman numeral 27. Foreword by the 38th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army, Roman numeral 29. Preface, Roman numeral 31. Acknowledgments, Roman numeral 35. Chapter 1. Prologue, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Page 1. Beyond the Truce Tent, page 1. The U.S. Army after Operation Desert Storm, page 3. The Iraqi regime in the 1990s, page 11. The continuing U.S.-Iraq confrontation, 1991 to 2000, page 15. The post-9/11 environment, page 20. Endnotes, chapter 1, page 22. Part 1. From Invasion to Insurgency, 2002 to 2003, page 29. Chapter 2. Regime Change, page 31. In the Shadow of September 11, 2001, page 31. Planning for Regime Change, page 31. The Strategic Situation in Iraq, page 43. Endnotes, chapter 2, page 49. Chapter 3. Maneuvering into Position, page 55. The Ground Forces Prepare for War, page 55. Iraq Prepares for War, page 69. Endnotes, chapter 3, page 76. Chapter 4. The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003, page 81. The Invasion Begins, page 81. Disposition of Iraqi Forces, page 83. Setbacks and a Change in Plans for CFLCC, page 90. The Sandstorm and Operational Pause, page 91. The Regime Falls, page 95. A Validation of the RMA, page 103. Endnotes, chapter 4, page 105. Chapter 5. We're Here, Now What? Page 111. Iraqi State Collapse, page 112. Repositioning the Force, page 121. Militants and Political Violence, page 125. Endnotes, chapter 5, page 127. Chapter 6, Lost in Transition, May to July 2003, page 133. Transitions at All Levels, page 133. The Disintegration of the Iraqi State and Society, page 140. CJTF-7's Trial by Fire, page 146. The Security Situation Deteriorates, page 154. Ambassador Bremer and the Iraqi Interim Government, page 157. Endnotes, chapter 6, page 162. Chapter 7, Mukawama wa Intikam, Resistance and Reprisals, May to August 2003, page 169. The Sunnis, Disenfranchised and Extreme, page 169. The Coalition Perspective, Guerrilla Warfare and Insurgency, page 177. The Shia, Divided We Stand, page 179. The Kurds, Ambitious for Autonomy, page 183. Interventions by Iraq's Neighbors, page 184. Endnotes, chapter 7, page 188. Chapter 8, Muddling Through, August to October 2003, page 195. Difficulties in Formulating a New Campaign, page 195. The Resistance Gains Momentum, page 198. CJTF-7 and the CPA, A Troubled Quest for Stability, page 207. Endnotes, chapter 8, page 219. Chapter 9, Down the Spider Hole, October to December 2003, page 227. Abu Ghraib and the Emerging Detention Problem, page 227. The Ramadan Offensive, page 231. The Capture of Saddam Hussein, page 237. Endnotes, chapter 9, page 241. Chapter 10, Conclusion, From Invasion to Insurgency, 2002 to 2003, page 247. Part 2, From Insurgency to Civil War, 2004 to 2006, page 253. Chapter 11, The Gathering Storm, page 255. Turbulence Within the Coalition, page 255. The Maturation of the Enemy, page 262. The Struggle to Formulate a Long-Term Strategy, page 272. Endnotes, chapter 11, page 275. Chapter 12, Things Fall Apart, April 2004, page 281. An Unexpected Two-Front War, page 281. The Coalition Counterattack, page 294. The Fallout from the April Uprising, page 298. Endnotes, chapter 12, page 304. Chapter 13, The Changing of the Guard, Again, Spring to Summer 2004, page 311. The Fallout of Abu Ghraib, page 311. New Commands, New Missions, page 313. The targeting of the new Iraqi state, page 322. The expansion of the Iraqi security forces, page 323. A new coalition strategy, page 326. Endnotes, chapter 13, page 330. Chapter 14. Fighting to the Elections, August to December 2004, page 335. Operations in Najaf, page 335. The Second Battle of Fallujah, November 2004, page 344. Endnotes, chapter 14, page 357. Chapter 15. Transformation in a Time of War, January to April 2005, page 365. The January 2005 Transitional National Assembly elections, page 365. Iraqization, page 383. The Transformation of the Insurgency, page 391. Endnotes, chapter 15, page 397. Chapter 16, Going West, April to August 2005, page 407. New Government and New Sectarian Violence, page 407. Coalition Response in Anbar and Nineveh, page 414. The Continuing Detention Problem, page 428. Endnotes, chapter 16, page 437. Chapter 17. Innovation in the Face of War, Summer to Fall 2005, page 445. Counterinsurgency Rediscovered, page 445. The Early Roots of the Awakening, The Desert Protectors, page 458. Special Operations Forces Transformations, page 461. Casey and Khalilzad bring provincial reconstruction teams to Iraq, page 464. Shortcomings in the ISF Development Mission, page 466. Endnotes, chapter 17, page 476. Chapter 18. Defeated by Democracy, Winter 2005 to 2006, page 485. The Iraqi Constitutional Referendum, page 485. Preamble to Civil War, Shia Sectarians Inside the Iraqi Government, page 494. AQI and the Amman, Jordan bombings, page 504. National Guard Challenges, page 505. Elections and Off-Ramps, page 508. Endnotes, chapter 18, page 517. Chapter 19. The Iraqi Civil War Comes into the Open, January to June 2006, page 529. The Response to the December Elections, page 529. The Samarra Mosque Bombing, page 532. The Year of the Police, page 545. The Return of Lieutenant General Peter W. Corelli, page 547. The Nouri al-Maliki Government, page 554. Endnotes, chapter 19, page 560. Chapter 20. Baghdad Burns, Summer to Fall 2006, page 569. Tactical Response in Baghdad, Operation Together Forward, page 569. General Casey's Drawdown Plan, page 575. July 2006, The Sectarian Cleansing of Baghdad, page 579. Operation Together Forward 2, page 584. The War of the Ministries, page 589. Endnotes, chapter 20, page 593. Chapter 21, Hope in Ramadi, page 601. AQI, the Coalition, and the Battle for the Ramadi Tribes, page 601. 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division, takes over Ramadi, page 606. The Anbar Awakening, page 611. Endnotes, chapter 21, page 620. Chapter 22, The Failed Transition, page 627. The Deteriorating Security Situation in Baghdad, page 628. The Shia South, Embers Under Ashes, page 631. Commanders in Baghdad Take Stock, page 635. Political Defeat of the Baghdad and Basra Security Plans, page 639. Endnotes, chapter 22, page 646. Chapter 23, Conclusion, From Insurgency to Civil War, 2004 to 2006, page 653. Explaining the Failure of the Transition Strategy, page 656. Innovations, Adaptations, and Signs for the Future, page 658. Afterword, page 661. Select Bibliography and General Editor's Notes on Sources, page 663. Operational Records, page 663. Interviews, page 666. Books, page 670. Articles, page 675. Monographs and Reports, page 678. Unpublished Papers, page 681. News Outlets and Newspapers, page 683. Endnotes, Bibliography, page 683. Abbreviations, page 685. Map Symbols, page 693. About the Contributors, page 695. Tables. Table 1. 1st Armored Division Personnel as of April 6, 2004, page 294. Table 2. Location of 1st Armored Division equipment as of April 6, 2004, page 295. Table 3. Comparison of Legacy, Transformed, and Striker BCTs, page 382. Table 4. Iraqi Civilian Violent Deaths, January to June 2006, page 576. Charts. Chart 1. Legacy Mechanized Infantry Brigade Combat Team Organization, page 372. Chart 2. Organization of a Transformed Infantry Brigade Combat Team, September 2004, page 373. Chart 3. Organization of a Striker Brigade Combat Team, page 383. Chart 4. Releases at theater internment facilities by calendar year, page 432. Chart 5, The Detention Conundrum, page 433. Chart 6, MNF-I Assessment of Aggregate ISF Size, page 511. Chart 7, MNF-I Transition Readiness Assessment Ratings for Iraqi Army Battalions, page 512. Chart 8, MNF-I Transition Readiness Assessment Ratings for Special Police Battalions, page 513. Chart 9, Post-Samara Violence in Perspective, MNF-I's Viewpoint, March 10, 2006, page 538. Chart 10, MNF-I Reporting on Monthly Ethno-Sectarian Incidents and Casualties as of April 2006, page 543. Maps. Map 1, Iraq, Roman numeral 1. Map 2, Baghdad, Roman numeral 2. Map 3, Mosul, Iraqi Units, 2006 to 2008, Roman numeral 3. Map 4, Al-Basra, 2007, Roman numeral 4. Map 5, Operation Iraqi Freedom, Major Camps, 2003 to 2011, Roman numeral 5. Map 6, Ethno-Religious Groups, Iraq, Roman numeral 6. Map 7, Detention Facilities, Theater Level, 2003 to 2011, Roman numeral 7. Map 8, Disposition of Iraqi Army prior to 2003 invasion, page 72. Map 9, Operation Iraqi Freedom, March 20th to 28th, 2003, page 88. Map 10, Operation Iraqi Freedom, March 29th to May 1st, 2003, page 96. Map 11, Operation Iraqi Freedom, Combined Joint Task Force 7, June 2003 to May 2004, page 148. Map 12, Operation Red Dawn, December 13th, 2003, page 239. Map 13, Operation Iraqi Freedom, Planned 2004 Transitions, January to March 2004, page 259. Map 14, Uprisings in Iraq, March 31st to April 14th, 2004, page 286. Map 15, Operation Al-Fajr, Second Battle of Al-Fallujah, November 2004, page 350. Map 16, Operation Iraqi Freedom, 2004 to 2005 Transitions, January to March 2005, page 378. Map 17, MNF-I Border Campaign, Summer to Fall 2005, page 423. Map 18, 2006 Transitions, January to March 2006, page 515. Map 19, Operation Together Forward 2, Baghdad, August to October 2006, page 584. Map 20, Battle of Ar-Ramadi, June 2006 to January 2007, page 607. Illustrations. General Norman Schwarzkopf during the Iraqi surrender at Safwan Airfield in Iraq, March 3, 1991. Page 1. Saddam Hussein, page 2. General Eric K. Shinseki, Chief of Staff of the Army, 1999 to 2003. Page 5. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard B. Myers and SecDef Rumsfeld. Page 10. General Anthony Zinni, USMC, Commander-in-Chief, CENTCOM, 1997 to 2000. Page 20. General Tommy R. Franks, Commander, CENTCOM, 2000 to 2003. Page 32. General Paul T. Mikolashek, Commanding General, 3rd Army, 2000 to 2002, speaks during a commander's conference at Fort McPherson, Georgia. Page 34. Ansar al-Islam leader Mullah Krekar. Page 48. Lieutenant General David D. McKiernan, Commanding General, 3rd Army/CFLCC, 2002 to 2004, and Brigadier General Richard Natansky, CG, 2nd Marine Expeditionary Brigade. Page 56. Secretary of State Colin Powell after the invasion of Iraq with members of the Iraqi Governing Council, including Abdul Aziz Hakim and Ahmad Chalabi. Page 65. Lieutenant General retired J. M. Garner, Director, ORHA, April to May 2003. Page 66. General George W. Casey, Joint Staff J5, later Director, Joint Staff, 2001 to 2003. Page 67. Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz with Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Russell in Tikri. Page 69. Colonel David Perkins, Commander, 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division. Page 98. SecDef Rumsfeld with British Major General Robin Brims, General Officer Commanding, 1st Armored Division, United Kingdom. Page 99. SecDef Rumsfeld with Lieutenant General Wallace, CG, V Corps, and Lieutenant General McKiernan, CG, 3rd Army/CFLCC. Page 100. Major General James N. Mattis, CG, 1st Marine Division. Page 101. Major General Raymond T. Odierno, Commanding General, 4th Infantry Division, 2001 to 2004. Page 122. Iraqi Governing Council leader Adnan Pachachi and Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez, Commanding General, V Corps/CJTF-7, speak to the media during a press conference in Iraq. Page 135. General John P. Abedsaid, Commanding General, CENTCOM, with members of Multinational Division Central South. Page 138. General John M. Jack Keane, Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, 1999 to 2003. Page 139. Ambassador Paul Bremer signs an order for the CPA while Major General Paul Eaton, Commander CMATT, 2003 to 2004, stands in the background. Page 145. Izzat Ibrahim Al-Duri, Vice Chairman of the Iraqi Revolutionary Command Council. Page 172. Ayatollah Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim, Supreme Council for Islamic Revolution in Iraq. Page 176. Muqtada Sadr. Page 180. Jalal Talabani, Secretary General of the PUK, President of Iraq, 2005 to 2014. Page 184. Major General Charles H. Swanek, CG, 82nd Airborne Division, 2002 to 2004, and Ambassador Paul Bremer in front of 82nd Airborne Headquarters, Ramadi. Page 200. Brigadier General P. Martin Dempsey, CG, 1st Armored Division, 2003 to 2004, Briefs Ambassador Bremer about plans to renovate the Iraqi Civil Defense Corps Academy. Page 202. Major General Keith W. Dayton, Director of the Iraq Survey Group, 2002 to 2004. Page 205. Brigadier General Janice L. Karpinski, Commanding General, 800th Military Police Brigade. Page 228. Brigadier General Barbara G. Fast, CJTF-7C2, 2003 to 2004, page 231. Lieutenant General Thomas F. Metz, Commanding General, 3rd Corps, MNCI, 2004 to 2005, page 258. Improvised explosive devices, page 265. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, page 268. UN Special Envoy to Iraq Lakhdar Brahimi, page 274. Lieutenant General James T. Conway, Commanding General, IMEF, 2002 to 2006, page 282. Major General James N. Mattis, Commanding General, 1st Marine Division, page 283. Marines take cover in front of a HMMWV during the Battle of Fallujah, page 287. Grand Ayatollah Ali Husseini Sistani, page 297. Iraqi National Security Advisor Mawafaq Rubai, page 300. Iraqi Chief of Armed Forces General Babakir Zabari with Lieutenant General David Petraeus, CG, Multinational Security Transition Command, Iraq, MNSTC-I, page 315. Iraqi Prime Minister Ayad Alawi, page 317. Ambassador John Negroponte, page 318. General John Abizaid, Commanding General, CENTCOM, congratulates General George Casey at the MNFI Change of Command ceremony. Page 319. Iraqi soldiers head out on a mission in Samarra. Page 324. U.S. soldiers search the Najaf cemetery for weapons caches, IEDs, and solderist militiamen. Page 337. Iraqi Special Operations Forces from the 36th Commando Battalion run toward a Black Hawk during a joint training exercise. Page 341. Lieutenant General John F. Sattler, Commanding General, IMEF, speaks with Iraqi Army soldiers at Camp Habanaya. Page 347. Major General Richard F. Natonsky, Commanding General, 1st Marine Division. Page 348. Iraqi police display their ink-stained fingers to show that they voted during the election. Page 369. General Peter J. Shoemaker, Chief of Staff of the Army, 2003 to 2007. Page 371. Lieutenant General John R. Vines, Commanding General, 18th Airborne Corps /MNCI, page 379. U.S. Army soldiers conduct a patrol in a Stryker combat vehicle in Mosul, page 382. Qais al-Khazali, page 391. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice and Iraqi Prime Minister Ibrahim al-Ja'afari, page 408. Bayan Jaber, Iraqi Minister of the Interior, 2003 to 2004, page 410. SecDef Donald Rumsfeld and Major General Richard P. Zahner, MNFI CJ2, page 415. Al-Qaeda leaders Osama bin Laden and Ayman al-Zawahiri, page 425. Ambassador to Iraq Zalmed Khalilzad and Commanding General MNFI George W. Casey, flank Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Page 428. Major General William H. Brandenburg, CG, TF-134. Page 430. Colonel Herbert Raymond McMaster, Commander, 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment. Page 449. Zainal Hassan Wahab, Major General Benjamin R. Mixon, and Najim Abed Jabouri. Page 449. Lieutenant Colonel Julian Alford, Commander, 3rd Battalion, 6th Marines. Page 455. Predator Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. Page 463. Lieutenant General Martin Dempsey, Commanding General, Multinational Security Transition Command, Iraq, MNSTC-I. Page 467. Major General William Webster, Commanding General, 3rd Infantry Division. Page 472. Brigadier General Carl Horst, Assistant Commander, 3rd Infantry Division. Page 495. A U.S. Army soldier empties a massive weapons cache of EFPs. Page 498. Askaraya Mosque, after the February 2006 bombing. Page 533. Lieutenant General Peter W. Corelli, Commanding General, 5th Corps, MNCI. Page 547. Command Sergeant Major Vincent Camacho and Colonel Steele of 3rd Brigade, 101st Airborne Division. Page 550. Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki arrives at Forward Operating Base Diamondback in Mosul with Nineveh Governor Duraid Kashmula. Page 555. Major General James D. Thurman, Commanding General, 4th Infantry Division, meets with Asad Altai Abu Gwilal, the Governor of Najaf. Page 586. Hakim Zamili, Iraqi Deputy Minister of Health. Page 591. Colonel Sean B. McFarland, Commander, 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division, Sheikh Abdul Sattar Abu Risha, and Captain Travis Patriquin. Page 608. Sheikh Abdul Sattar Abu Risha. Page 610. British Under-Secretary of State for Defense Derek Twigg and Major General Richard D. Shirriff, General Officer Commanding, MND-SE, visit Basra. Page 633. Reader's Note. The endnotes will not be read or referenced. Pictures, maps, charts, and tables will not be read or described. The bibliographic information for books, articles, monographs, reports, unpublished papers, news outlets, newspapers, and endnotes will not be read. The map symbols section will also not be read or described. End reader's note. End of title pages, preliminary information, and contents. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Foreword by the 39th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army, of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Foreword by the 39th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army. Foreword by the 39th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army. Roman numeral 27. My predecessor, General Retired Ray Odierno, initiated this in-stride study of the U.S. Army's experience in Operation Iraqi Freedom, or OIF, to share lessons, sharpen thinking, and promote debate. I applaud and congratulate the team of warrior scholars that authored this 2-volume study, The U.S. Army in the Iraq War. These soldiers devoted countless hours of intellectual energy to help us understand the operational lessons of OIF. They reviewed, analyzed, and synthesized thousands of reports, conducted numerous interviews, and examined the events of a war that defined a generation of soldiers. This study is an interim work by design. It is a waypoint on our institution's quest to comprehend the OIF experience. We must continue to evaluate and reevaluate events and the contexts that frame them. Eventually, our Army will have a comprehensive official Green Book history that describes OIF authoritatively, but it will require years of research to get there. There is much left to do, but this analysis starts a long-term historical effort. We have a professional and moral responsibility to learn the relevant lessons of the recent past. OIF is a sober reminder that technological advantages and standoff weapons alone cannot render a decision, that the promise of short wars is often elusive, that the ends, ways, and means must be in balance, that our Army must understand the type of war we are engaged with in order to adapt as necessary, that decisions in war occur on the ground, in the mud and dirt, and that timeless factors such as human agency, chance, and an enemy's conviction all shape a war's outcome. Our Army is strong and getting stronger. We are on azimuth to build a more lethal force that deters adversaries and is capable of a rapid transition to win the ground fight as a member of the joint and coalition forces. Use this work to help you and your team stay ready to defeat any future adversary. Understand that this is likely not the final word, but learn its operational lessons and add them to your kit bag of skills. Army Strong. Mark A. Milley, General, United States Army, 39th Chief of Staff. End of Foreword by the 39th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Foreword by the 38th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Foreword by the 38th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army. Foreword by the 38th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army. Roman numeral 29. In July 2013, 18 months after the last of our operating forces departed Iraq, I directed that the U.S. Army take steps to capture key lessons, insights, and innovations from our more than 8 years of conflict in that country. As the U.S. Army Chief of Staff, I strongly believed that having been at war continuously since the attacks of September 11, 2001, or 9/11, it was time to conduct an initial examination of the Army's experiences in the post-9/11 wars to determine their implications for our future operations, strategy, doctrine, force structure, and institutions. The 2-volume study, The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, by the Chief of Staff of the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom, or OIF, study group, is the first product of that effort. The story the OIF study group has documented of the Army at the operational level is one of units and headquarters working in difficult and complex environments, with leaders at all levels making tough decisions under the pressure of time. As the group's research emerged, I noted a number of their findings whose important implications I saw firsthand as a division, corps, and force commander in Iraq. First and foremost is the concept that while our technological means may have become more advanced, we cannot ignore operational art, the principles of war, and the importance of terrain. These fundamental concepts were every bit as important to our counterinsurgency and stabilization campaigns in Iraq as they have been in other, more conventional conflicts. Moreover, it is clear in retrospect that those who rejected the idea that there is an operational level of war in counterinsurgency were wrong. For our operations to succeed and be sustained, we must have a thorough understanding of the operating environment and the local political and social consequences of our actions, especially when facing an enemy who understands the environment better than we do. When operating among a host nation's population, we must constantly clarify our intentions in order to avoid creating new enemies. In addition, when conditions on the ground change, we must be willing to re-examine the assumptions that underpin our strategy and plans and change course if necessary, no matter how painful it may be. This account of the Iraq War holds some important strategic and institutional lessons as well. We must seek better ways of operating effectively with our coalition allies, whose constraints are naturally different from ours. We must also employ better ways of generating and partnering with effective and legitimate host nation forces, and of accounting for the political pressures that constrain those forces. The Iraq War also teaches us that we should improve the ways in which we develop our strategic leaders. The conduct of war and the nature of decision-making are becoming more decentralized, and as a result, we must develop leaders who are capable of thinking strategically and leading joint, interagency, and multinational teams at an earlier stage in their careers. We also have seen in the wake of the Iraq War that the United States has entered another historical cycle, like those that followed major American wars in the past, in which our civilian and military leaders debated the utility of land power for our national objectives. A reading of the U.S. Army in the Iraq War indicates that, even at a much higher end strength than they now have, our ground forces were overtaxed by the commitments in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the decision to limit our troop levels in both theaters had severe operational consequences. A review of these volumes also indicates that our adversaries are unlikely to abandon the way of war they adopted in Iraq, and that land power will remain an important element of strategic deterrence in the future. For me, as a soldier of 40 years, the history of the Iraq War is the astonishing story of an army that reached within itself to learn and adapt in the midst of a war that the United States was well on its way to losing. It was a formative experience for a generation of soldiers and leaders. In addition, it was a field of sacrifice for many thousands of our fellow countrymen. Above all, these volumes are meant to ensure their sacrifices are never forgotten. Raymond T. Odierno, General, Retired, United States Army, 38th Chief of Staff. End of Foreword by the 38th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Preface of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Preface. Preface. Roman numeral 31. In September 2013, Chief of Staff of the Army General Raymond T. Odierno directed the Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group to research and write an operational history of the U.S. Army's experience in the Iraq War from 2003 to 2011. This volume, The United States Army in the Iraq War 2003 to 2006, is the first of two fulfilling that task. It tells the story of the U.S.-led campaigns to remove Saddam Hussein and his Iraqi Ba'athist regime from power in 2003 and to stabilize the country following those operations. It details the course of the campaigns up to a point in late 2006 when President George W. Bush and other U.S. leaders changed the strategy in Iraq to one that resulted in the surge counteroffensive by American troops in 2007 to 2008. That counteroffensive and the subsequent withdrawal of the coalition forces from Iraq are the subjects of the second volume of this series. In scope, the study group members consciously modeled this history after the Army's Green Book histories of World War II. As the Green Books did, and as General Odierno charged us to do, we focused on the operational level of war. These volumes are narrative histories that tell the story of U.S. forces in Iraq, mainly from the perspective of the theater command in Baghdad and the operational commands immediately subordinate to it. They focus on the decisions and intent of the senior 3- and 4-star commanders in Baghdad over time. In writing this history, we strove to evaluate the major decisions those commands faced, to understand what commanders intended to accomplish, and to comprehend how the commands interpreted the situation at the time. We also traced many of those decisions to the tactical level to judge how strategic and operational intent translated into changes on the battlefield. At the same time, we examined the broad trends and tactical developments that affected the operational and strategic levels, including missed opportunities along these lines. Our team also assessed the impact of changes to the institutional army, such as modularization and transformation, on the operational conflict in Iraq. Finally, we explored the assumptions underpinning the U.S. campaign in Iraq at various times and assessed their validity. We wrote this history with two audiences in mind. For current and future Army leaders, we sought to explain the key operational and strategic lessons from the Iraq War that, in our estimation, should inform strategy, operations, and the Army as an institution. In addition, we attempted to write this history in an accessible way, so that a civilian audience can understand the Army's experience in the war. We believe too few military accounts thus far explain to the American public what the armed forces have gone through in the post-September 11, 2001, or 9/11, wars. If unaddressed, this can lead to a gulf between the public and its military. Although this book is an Army history, we included other military services and international forces in the story, sometimes in great detail. In contemporary warfare, the Army goes to war as part of a joint force and often with coalition partners. It would be impossible to explain what the Army experienced in Iraq without including the story of the U.S. Marines, the British Armed Forces, and other coalition ground forces. We also attempted, to the best of our knowledge and ability, to include the enemy perspective, the nature of the operating environment, and the political and social context for the conflict. We have done this to explain why various groups and peoples fought against or alongside coalition forces, what they hoped to achieve, and how their leaders made decisions in response to, or independent of, the coalition's actions. Volume 2 of this series will include a concluding summary of our major findings concerning the operational and strategic lessons of the war, but readers will see throughout this first volume some of the themes that we have drawn from our research. The March to April 2003 campaign to remove the regime of Saddam Hussein achieved its operational objectives more quickly than either side or outside observer expected. But the aftermath of that victory was equally surprising, as the United States and its allies failed to consolidate their gains by stabilizing the country, rebuilding the state they had destroyed, and perhaps establishing the basis for a sustainable political outcome. In the first year of the war, a difficult post-regime change stabilization campaign grew into an even more difficult insurgency. In the 3 years after that, the conflict became an ethnic and sectarian civil war among Iraqi factions that were battling for power and survival. For the Army, the story of the 4-year period following the fall of Saddam Hussein is a mixed one. The stunningly swift destruction of the Iraqi military and advance to Baghdad showcased the U.S. military's proficiency in conventional warfare. In the stabilization and counterinsurgency campaigns that followed, however, thinly stretched units and overtaxed headquarters often found themselves undertaking unexpected missions for which they were doctrinally, materially, and perhaps intellectually ill-prepared. Throughout that period, the Iraqi theater of operations was constrained, with units and leaders operating under a chronic shortage of troops and following a strategy and campaign plan that ultimately failed. Under these conditions, Army leaders and their soldiers went through a difficult learning process, suffering painful losses, more than 36,000 killed and wounded during the war's duration, as they adapted to a conflict whose character changed rapidly. By late 2006, many tactical Army units had come up with innovative solutions to their local problems. Some by recalling counterinsurgency lessons from the Army's distant past, others by exploiting emergent opportunities to work with tribes in local communities. But not until 2007 would these approaches be synchronized and integrated at the operational and strategic levels. In writing this narrative history, we have relied to a great degree on military records from U.S. operational headquarters and interviews, many of them not previously accessible to scholars. Mixing oral history interviews with archival documentary research creates, in our opinion, considerable synergy. Some readers, particularly those within the national security community, may be surprised with information revealed in this book. Our study benefited tremendously from U.S. Central Command's, or CENTCOM's, support in declassifying and/or redacting over 30,000 pages of material selected by our team. We were also aided by the products of an earlier effort led by the researchers of General George Casey's book Strategic Reflections, which had yielded over 10,000 pages of declassified or redacted material. To further ensure we properly safeguarded sensitive national security information, this manuscript underwent security reviews at the Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review and at the U.S. Army War College. We have also benefited from the fact that much more is known today about the enemy and about the actions of the Iraqi government than was known during the early years of the war. From our vantage point in 2017, however, we recognize that this is a history of a war that is not yet over. With thousands of U.S. and coalition forces back in Iraq campaigning against an enemy that is a successor to al-Qaeda in Iraq, we understand that there may be many more accounts written before the story truly ends. We do not expect that our work will be definitive. Instead, we hope our contribution helps to open the door to future research by others whose investigations we fully expect will supersede our own. The scope of this project and the time available prevented us from covering a number of major areas of research that we will have to leave for others to examine. We hope that our work at the operational level will point the way for scholars to research and write the story of U.S. ground forces at the tactical level. Some histories at that level have begun to appear, such as Dale Andrade's Surging South of Baghdad, but many more are needed. Another omission in this history is the role of U.S. Special Operations Forces in Iraq, who were involved in virtually every major development during the war, but whose story we have not been able adequately to tell. The Special Operations Commands are not yet ready to grant researchers complete access to their operational records to chronicle the often amazing tales they contain. In particular, the Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force Arabian Peninsula, or CJSOTF-AP, consistently produced results far above what would normally be expected of a brigade-level command, and little has been written about their exploits. The sections of our history that recount the Special Operations role in Iraq represent a small fraction of what the Special Operators actually did, and we hope that someday soon that story can be fully told. We also have not been able to provide a full account of the enemy and Iraqi forces of various kinds that fought during the war, though we have worked hard to assemble as much of that information as we can. Neither the enemy forces nor the Iraqi security forces have yet told their own story, and until they do, historians' understanding of their perspective is necessarily incomplete. A few other areas of research were beyond the scope of this history but should be undertaken by researchers, including the shared logistics that supported both Iraq and Afghanistan, air power in Iraq, and the maritime component of the Iraq campaign. The functional areas of information operations and reconstruction efforts deserve their own treatment as well. Even more importantly, the Defense Department needs to produce a history of U.S. Central Command in the post-9/11 wars so that the operational histories of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, as well as other smaller operations, can be put into their regional and strategic context. The fight against al-Qaeda in Iraq, or the Islamic State in Iraq, was part of a broader campaign against al-Qaeda and its associated movements. Fighting in Yemen, Somalia, Mali, and other locations was connected through a strategic framework, both ours and our enemies', with the fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. This strategic history should be modeled on the U.S. Army in World War II series volume, The Supreme Command, an overarching history of the Allies in the European theater, without which the operational histories of the European theater cannot be fully appreciated. A history set in Iraq will contain many Arabic personal and place names, many which have no standard spelling. In rendering these Arabic names into English, we have followed standard transliteration in many cases, but in others, we have used the spelling most common within the U.S. military, whether that spelling followed transliteration rules or not. We also generally chose to refer to Iraqis using English formalities rather than the more familiar Iraqi style. Therefore, instead of the Iraqi style of referring to General Babakir Zabari as General Babakir, we refer to him as General Zabari. For simplicity's sake, and to reflect U.S. military and Iraqi usage, we have also tended to drop the articles from the spelling of place names in the text. The maps are more formal and retain the article. Finally, throughout these volumes, we, the authors, retain full responsibility for all matters of interpretation, as well as for any errors or omissions of fact. Colonel Joel Rayburn, Colonel Frank Sobchak, Washington, D.C., February 2016. End of Preface. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Acknowledgments of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Acknowledgments. Acknowledgments. Page Roman numeral 35. These volumes could not have been produced without a team effort by a wide range of leaders, experts, and organizations across and outside the Army. Without a doubt, the greatest influence and inspiration came from General retired Raymond T. Odierno, who conceived this project, provided continuous encouragement, and was generous with his time throughout our work. His support, leadership, and mentorship were invaluable to us. We also want to recognize Brigadier General Bradley T. Garricky, our liaison in the Office of the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army, who helped us overcome dozens of bureaucratic obstacles while providing the wise counsel of a senior Army historian. Across the Pentagon hallway from General Garricky is Stephen J. Redman, Vice Director of the Army Staff, who was a true champion of our work. He ensured that we had the resources we needed and provided the help of his accomplished team on many occasions. Similarly, Lieutenant General Gary H. Cheek, the director of the Army Staff, ensured our project remained a high priority after General Mark A. Milley became the Chief of Staff of the Army. Without his stalwart support, it is unclear whether this book would ever have been published. At the National Defense University, Michael S. Bell, Chancellor of the College of International Security Affairs, or NDU-CISA, in Washington, D.C., provided us a home for more than 2 years and treated us as colleagues, providing resources and people to help us in our work. We were fortunate to have an external advisory board whose members graciously volunteered their time and advice to help make our work better. Conrad C. Crane and Stephen Metz at the U.S. Army War College, Kenneth M. Pollock of the Brookings Institution, and David A. Scotty Dawson of U.S. Central Command spent many hours reviewing and rigorously critiquing our draft chapters. Other experts who read all or most of our manuscript and provided valuable input included Seth Center of the U.S. State Department, Peter Bergen of the New America Foundation, and Lieutenant General Herbert Raymond H.R. McMaster of the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command, or TRADOC. As a small team focused on a specific task for a fixed duration, we relied frequently on larger Army and joint organizations that generously contributed their input, time, and resources. Within the Army, we are grateful to the Center of Military History and the Histories Division for providing an array of resources for this project, including historians who helped edit chapters and footnotes, shared ideas, and furnished valuable primary sources. We also would like to thank the Historical Products Branch for its professional editors, cartographers, and visual information specialists who helped turn our manuscript into printed form. Our team is also indebted to the Strategic Studies Institute, or SSI, at the U.S. Army War College, or USAWC, for further editing and ultimately publishing our work. We owe special thanks to Steve Metz from SSI, as well as Conrad Crane and Mike Lynch from the USAWC's Army Heritage and Education Center, or USAHEC, for the countless hours they spent scrutinizing our final drafts. Their efforts considerably improved our product. Several branches of TRADOC provided us with timely assistance and material support. At the USAHEC in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, Colonel Matthew Q. Dawson and Colonel Robert A. Harney, Jr. offered their assistance and resources, providing workspace for one of our senior fellows and placing their staff at his disposal. USAHEC's Richard Baker, Ross Webb, Pamela Cheney, Thomas Hendricks, Lieutenant Colonel Christopher Leljadal, and Beth Schaffer freely offered research assistance and advice. At the Combined Arms Center at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, Colonel Thomas E. Hansen and Donald P. Wright of the Combat Studies Institute provided us their team's extensive interviews and draft manuscripts of several volumes of the On Point series, enabling us to build on their excellent work. Fort Leavenworth's Center for Army Lessons Learned also provided access to its extensive unpublished unit-level studies, particularly to valuable interviews and after-action reports from the Office of Security Cooperation, Iraq. At TRADOC headquarters, Britt McCarley, Karen Lewis, and Lieutenant Colonel retired Richard Rinaldo opened TRADOC's extensive holdings and offered constructive input during the early stages of this project. We received similar assistance from Robert S. Cameron at the Army's Armor Center at Fort Benning, Georgia. The Center for Army Analysis gave us access to its extensive research on the Iraq War and helped us to understand better the vast data the Army collected while in Iraq. The Army's Intelligence and Security Command assisted us with processing our classified and declassified files, without which we could not have fulfilled our mission of establishing a new archive of Iraq War operational records. The Combating Terrorism Center at West Point, New York, assisted us in mining terrorism-related data and also provided numerous declassified reports of interrogations of captured insurgents in Iraq. Finally, we are grateful to the Natick Operations Center at the U.S. Army Natick Soldier Systems Center, Massachusetts, especially to Amir Diengdo and Jacqueline Hope for providing workspace and many hours of administrative support for one of our senior fellows. In the joint community and beyond, we owe great thanks to the NDU, which housed the main body of our team for the duration of our project. In addition to our colleagues at NDU-CISA, we received particular support from Colonel retired John Agoglia, who devoted much time to reviewing our history of the 2003 invasion for accuracy, and from Scott Gower, who, as librarian of NDU's classified collections, generously gave his time to help us mine the classified and unclassified archives that he curates. NDU's Center for Complex Operations gave us access to its extensive archive of documents from the provincial reconstruction teams and other organizations in Iraq. At the U.S. Central Command History Office, David Scotty Dawson and Charles Newell helped us comb through archives and provided their own expert knowledge about the Iraq campaign. Daniel Darling, one of Central Command's finest and most prolific intelligence experts, contributed several monographs that helped unlock some of the mysteries of the Iraqi insurgency. Major General Michael Garrett, U.S. Central Command Chief of Staff, put his staff at our disposal and accomplished the Army's most extensive document declassification project since World War II in support of these volumes. Their work enabled us to declassify almost 30,000 pages of important operational records. Many elements from the Special Operations community provided unique and invaluable support for our project. At U.S. Special Operations Command, the Command History Team helped fact-check our data, provided archival research and sources, and helped us gain access to key leaders. We would also like to thank the Center for Counterterrorism Studies and the Command History Team at Joint Special Operations Command for enabling us to access their lessons learned studies and historical archives. Special thanks across these teams go to Sean Woodford, Colonel retired Stephen Cage, Gaia Lenders, and Colonel retired James Herson. Likewise, William Nahr of the Joint Special Operations University and the Institute for Defense Analyses provided invaluable primary and secondary sources on Anbar province across the war, and his interviews of insurgent commanders and Iraqi leaders are unique among the current set of primary sources. We would also like to thank Colonel Retired Mark E. Mitchell, who helped review the Special Operations sections of our manuscript for accuracy and strength of argument. Several coalition partners also contributed to our effort. We are thankful for the support we received from senior military officers from the United Kingdom who gave us interviews and helped us to better understand their campaign in southern Iraq. Italian, Danish, and Polish senior leaders were similarly generous with their time and proved indispensable in providing perspective and detail about the efforts of our allies. We are grateful to Gordon W. Rudd of the Marine Corps University at Quantico, Virginia, for his insights and providing us with interviews pertaining to the early post-invasion period. Also at the university, the Marine Corps History Division helped us to understand better the Marine Corps' role in Iraq. Fred H. Allison furnished transcribed and digital recordings of key Marine and Army personnel in multinational Force West. Nicholas Schlosser facilitated our access to the unclassified archives at Quantico, and Annette Amerman and Gregory Sina supplied command chronologies and published histories. At the Institute for Defense Analyses, Kevin M. Woods shared important primary source materials on the Iraqi perspective from the 2003 invasion, as well as materials that yielded insights into Iraqi irregular forces. He also shared the important memoir written by former Iraqi Lieutenant General Rod Hamdani. At the Joint Center for Operational Analysis, Albert Musgrove shared very useful materials from the Joint and Coalition Operational Analysis Operation Iraqi Freedom, or OIF, archives. Kyle Orton, a fellow at the London-based Henry Jackson Society, provided invaluable assistance with understanding al-Qaeda in Iraq and Islamic State of Iraq and Syria in general, and their connections to former Ba'ath officers. Finally, at the Joint History Office of the Office of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Brigadier General retired John F. Shortle and his team provided access to a wealth of material pertaining to the 2003 invasion, including documents from the Joint Staff and classified synopses of the Pentagon's planning for OIF. Outside the Department of Defense, Seth Center of the State Department History Office spent many hours with us discussing his research on the Iraq War and ours, and helping us sharpen our historical arguments. At the Rand Corporation, Colonel retired David E. Johnson shared his excellent research on the Battle of Sadr City, and Walter L. Perry shared his detailed study on the early phases of the war. At the Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA, Clayton D. Laurie and the CIA history staff furnished a manuscript that covered the invasion period of the war. Outside the U.S. government, Kimberly Kagan and Marissa Cochran Sullivan of the Institute for the Study of War generously gave us access to their maps, primary source material, and published reports on the Iraq War. We also owe special thanks to Major General retired Najim Jabouri of Iraq for his many hours of advice and expert input as we developed our manuscript. The ability to draw upon his knowledge enabled us to deepen our understanding and interpretation of many aspects of the war, and to understand why Iraqis were fighting. Finally, we would like to thank the scores of individuals who granted us interviews or participated in discussions during this project. Their names, except for those who wished to remain anonymous, appear in our bibliographical section. These interviews and meetings enabled us to improve our understanding of the human factor and of command decision-making during the Iraq War. The interviewees, some of whom contributed many hours of their time, helped us clarify topics of concern, provided insight into important decisions, and gave us a more nuanced understanding of previously reported events. We also wish to thank the U.S. Army's General Officer Management Office for helping us connect with many senior leaders from all phases of the war. End of Acknowledgments. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 1. Prologue. Part 1. The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 1, Prologue, Part 1, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Chapter 1, Prologue, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Beyond the Truce Tent. Page 1. The American and Iraqi military commanders who met near the Iraq-Kuwait border to negotiate a ceasefire on March 3, 1991, were perhaps equally surprised to find themselves there under the circumstances that confronted them. By the time General H. Norman Schwarzkopf of U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, and Iraqi General Sultan Hashim met in the truce tent at Safwan, Iraq, a lightning armored thrust had ejected the Iraqi armies from Kuwait, the country they had invaded in August 1990. The U.S.-led Operation Desert Storm, a 39-day air campaign followed by a 100-hour ground assault, had left an estimated 20,000 Iraqi soldiers dead and another 50,000 captured. The coalition, in stark contrast, had lost 245 troops killed, far fewer than the coalition commanders had expected, and had suspended combat operations without ever being asked for terms. The 4-day ground campaign had been one of the most unequal in military history, and the outcome would force military professionals around the world to re-examine their assumptions about military effectiveness. However, it had not ended the regime of Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein. Having achieved their original objective of restoring Kuwait's sovereignty and territorial integrity, then-President George H.W. Bush and his fellow coalition leaders had decided not to order their troops to march on to Baghdad. Instead, the massive force that devastated the Iraqi military disappeared from the theater almost as quickly as it had secured victory. Within weeks, a force of 9 U.S. Army and Marine divisions melted away to a single brigade left behind in Kuwait. The U.S. and Iraqi forces that faced each other in the deserts of Kuwait and Iraq had little idea that they represented merely the opening phase of what became more than a quarter-century of warfare. From January 1991 until the time of this book's writing, hostilities between or involving the United States and Iraq never ceased. The American and Iraqi armies that clashed and then disengaged in 1991 were far different from the forces that would clash again in the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq in 2003. Both the U.S. military and the Iraqi regime of Saddam went through dramatic, even transformational changes during the 12-year interval. The experiences of the 1990s, a decade in which the U.S. military was constantly engaged in contingency operations and the Iraqi regime constantly engaged in internal conflicts, shaped the ways in which the American forces and Iraqis operated and behaved in the short war of March to April 2003 and the protracted conflict that emerged afterward. Throughout the 1990s, hostilities between the United States and the Iraqi regime gradually intensified, leading to short bouts of violence in 1993, 1994, 1996, and 1998 that presaged the reigniting of open warfare between the two sides. The U.S. Army after Operation Desert Storm. Page 3. The 1990s were a busy time for the U.S. military, despite the collapse of the Soviet Union and the rapid democratization of Eastern Europe. Aside from continuing its commitment to armed deterrence in Kuwait, Sinai, and the Korean Peninsula, the United States participated in numerous contingency operations in places such as Somalia, Haiti, Bosnia, and Kosovo. Despite these expanding military commitments, the nation sought to achieve a post-Cold War peace dividend by reducing its Cold War military structure. As its forces shrank, the U.S. military sought to offset the reduction in numbers by harnessing emerging technologies. The military force that emerged at the end of the decade was far different from the one welcomed home to ticker-tape parades in 1991. Shortly after its redeployment from the Persian Gulf, the U.S. Army that achieved a lopsided victory against Iraq underwent dramatic changes in size. Of the 18 active divisions the Army fielded in 1989, only 10 remained by 1995. In keeping with popular expectations of a peace dividend, the Army's active duty strength shrank from 770,000 in 1989 to 510,000 in 1995, a precipitous drop that continued gradually to 490,000 by 2002. An even steeper reduction took place in the Army's civilian workforce, cut by 58% between 1989 and 1993. With the reduction in personnel came a shift in roles unnoticed by many outside the military profession. Active duty troops performed many of the support functions for the Cold War Army, but after Operation Desert Storm, the troops on active duty were to be expeditionary, focused on training to sustain their capabilities throughout the turbulence of the drawdown. As a result, contractors partially filled the void, becoming commonplace in the Army's maintenance bays and training centers, and even accompanying the Army as it deployed abroad in the 1990s. These cuts in personnel and combat power occurred during a period of fluctuation in the country's national security strategy after 40 years of containment. As the United States searched for a strategy for the post-Cold War world, the military sought to understand the ways in which Operation Desert Storm might signify the character of future wars. One of the most prominent lessons uniformed leaders took from Operation Desert Storm was that the military needed to find ways to project power more rapidly. Future foes were unlikely to afford the United States the luxury of the deliberate 6-month buildup that had followed Saddam's invasion of Kuwait in August 1990. Accordingly, Chief of Staff of the Army General Gordon R. Sullivan enhanced the Army's expeditionary capabilities in the Gulf region by pre-positioning in Kuwait and Qatar equipment from the Army's deactivated units. When combined with regular troop deployments to Kuwait, the Army could place a division on a combat footing in that region within days, with the promise of more divisions arriving in shorter order than in 1990. At the same time, the Army continued a rotation of forces to Kuwait that included components of a maneuver brigade and air defense artillery units. Meanwhile, the Army's first post-Operation Desert Storm doctrine, presided over by the commander of the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command, or TRADOC, General Frederick M. Franks, Jr., who had led 7th Corps during the war, offered more continuity than change with the air-land battle doctrine under which the Army had operated during Operation Desert Storm. In addition to high-intensity combat, the 1993 edition of Field Manual, or FM 100-5, Operations, placed increased emphasis not just on force projection, but also on operations other than war, or OOTW, an expansive category that included such diverse missions as peacekeeping, humanitarian assistance, counterterrorism, and counterinsurgency. For the Army, OOTW remained a series of potential operations that were considered less demanding than high-intensity combat, and consequently, the belief prevailed that units could be trained up for these lesser cases prior to any deployment, while not sacrificing readiness for high-intensity fire and maneuver. The Revolution in Military Affairs. As the decade progressed, the Army came under increasing pressure to conform to the growing belief among military theorists that technology would transform future battlefields in accordance with a, quote, revolution in military affairs, end quote, or RMA. Advocates of RMA believed that a new way of war in the information age had begun to emerge in the Operation Desert Storm air campaign, one in which advanced technology would give those who possessed it, such as the U.S. military, a decisive advantage over any potential foe. RMA advocates predicted that improvements in precision-guided munitions and sensor technologies would create a networked battlefield in which the fog of war could be eliminated. On this future battlefield, U.S. forces supposedly would enjoy almost complete awareness of both the friendly and enemy situation, enabling small, high-tech U.S. forces to conduct rapid, decisive maneuvers leading to the quick collapse of the enemy. The impact of RMA on the Army was mixed. While these network-centric or effects-based concepts did not find universal support within the Army, there were a substantial number of adherents, particularly in the fires, attack aviation, and intelligence communities. At the same time, buzzwords and phrases associated with RMA and adopted by the joint fires and intelligence communities, such as information dominance, made their way into the Army's lexicon. Despite these influences, successive Army chiefs in the 1990s remained skeptical about the promise of technology alone to change the inherent nature of war, and a number of Army officers concluded that Operation Desert Storm might be a poor example of what the future was likely to bring. They predicted that future campaigns probably would take place under more trying conditions, and that America's technological advantages would likely be fleeting and unlikely to lift the fog of war. Some Army thinkers also noted that RMA discounted the possibility that adversaries might challenge the U.S. military through unconventional means rather than the conventional ones that failed the Iraqis in 1991. Ultimately, no clear consensus coalesced around either RMA or its critics to guide Army force development. Rather than make wholesale changes to the Army's structure or systems, Army leaders of the 1990s opted instead for an evolutionary modernization of the existing force. They employed a number of simulation exercises and field trials to find the best way to modernize the Army's systems and force structure. Venues such as the Modern Louisiana Maneuvers of 1992 to 1994, led by Brigadier General Tommy Franks, were used to test ideas and concepts for modernization as part of an overarching Army concept called Force 21, within which the 4th Infantry Division became the experimental force and digital testbed. The 4th Infantry Division tested evolutionary appliques to existing systems such as the M1 tank and experimented with them in training in order to give the Army a way to make decisions about what systems to procure on a larger scale. Nonetheless, the resultant enhanced legacy forces did not satisfy the Army's critics, who advocated a focus on leap-ahead technology and brought increasing pressure on the Army of the 1990s to be, as Chief of Staff of the Army General Eric K. Shinseki put it, more, quote, responsive, deployable, agile, versatile, lethal, survivable, and sustainable, end quote. Operations other than war: Somalia, Haiti, and the Balkans. While the Army sharply downsized following the Gulf War, the subsequent decade brought increased demand for its forces in mid-scale contingency operations and in low-intensity conflict, including a continuous deterrent posture to contain Saddam's still aggressive regime in Iraq. This trend of OOTW began with Operation Provide Comfort, the effort to render humanitarian assistance to the large Kurdish refugee population that sought shelter from Saddam's forces under a U.S. no-fly zone in northern Iraq in the immediate aftermath of Operation Desert Storm. After Operation Provide Comfort, the next OOTW occurred in Somalia. In April 1992, the United Nations, or UN, established the UN Operation in Somalia, or UNISOM, a security force and contingent of observers meant to prevent Somali warlords from disrupting relief supplies to the starving population. U.S. officials quickly discovered that peacekeepers and aid alone could not alleviate the suffering, and despite the intentions of the international community, the warlords on the ground ignored the UN-brokered ceasefire, rendering the humanitarian relief operation ineffective. In response, the United States committed forces to Somalia in December 1992 as part of a 24-country coalition named the United Task Force that aimed to secure the relief activities under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. Under the oversight of CENTCOM, the various national contingents grew to about 12,000 personnel, which augmented the 25,000 American service members deployed to Somalia. This more robust U.S. military presence, dubbed Operation Restore Hope, succeeded in ending large-scale starvation, but it was quickly reduced and replaced by a UN-led force. When the peace enforcement mandate broadened to include disarming the warring parties, Somali warlord Mohammed Farah Aidid and his militia forces retaliated, killing 24 Pakistani soldiers in June and 4 American soldiers with a roadside bomb, or improvised explosive device, or IED, in August. In response, the United States committed a Joint Special Operations Task Force, or JSOTF, to fight Aidid and his forces, though Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Les Aspin, denied U.S. field commanders' requests for armored vehicles in support of these expanded operations. U.S. involvement in Somalia culminated with the Battle of Mogadishu, October 3rd to the 4th, 1993, which pitted a task force of Army Rangers against thousands of Somali militiamen. In the bloodiest urban combat American forces had experienced since the Battle of Hue, Vietnam in 1968, the United States lost 18 soldiers killed and another 77 wounded, while between 1,500 and 3,000 Somalis were killed or wounded. Following the battle, the United States ceased further offensive operations, and then-President William J. Clinton ordered a complete withdrawal by March 1994. For their part, Army leaders assessed the iconic clash in Mogadishu as a failure. What had begun as a response to a humanitarian crisis had expanded to peacekeeping, peace enforcement, and ultimately pitched urban combat, a mission creep that significantly shaped Army leaders' future views about humanitarian intervention and nation-building. 6 months after ending the mission in Somalia, the United States embarked on another major OOTW in Haiti to reinstate elected President Jean-Bertrand Aristide, removed in a military coup 3 years before. On September 18, 1994, Clinton initiated a Marine and airborne assault on Haiti. With troops of the 82nd Airborne Division en route, former President Jimmy Carter negotiated the peaceful exit of Haiti's military rulers and the return of Aristide. Within hours, Operation Uphold Democracy changed from an invasion into a permissive stabilization mission that would last until 2000. Throughout its 6-year presence in the poverty-stricken country, the U.S. military's operating posture was in many ways a response to the disaster in Mogadishu, so that the Army in Haiti was on force protection to such a degree that, in one observer's words, it, quote, not only drove the mission, it almost became the mission, end quote. By 1993, the Army experienced a 100% increase in the number of soldiers deployed on contingency operations since the end of the Cold War. As more Army units deployed in stability and support operations, the Army sought to change the way it prepared these units for their real-world missions by incorporating low-intensity conflict or peacekeeping scenarios into war games and combat training centers. The Combat Maneuver Training Center in Germany developed a Danubian scenario to stress an increased spectrum of war, including ethnic factions, media, and civilians on the battlefield. In 1993, the Joint Readiness Training Center conducted its first peacekeeping rotation with the complexities of interagency actors and international non-governmental organizations. The National Training Center, or NTC, in California continued to focus on high-intensity operations, but prescient NTC leaders like Colonel William Scott Wallace recognized that it was time to modernize the opposing force, concluding that if his son had a cell phone in his car, the enemy was probably using cell phones as well. Training center rotations exercised contingency deployments by using all manner of movement, drawing prepositioned equipment, and intermediate staging including airfield seizure for forced entry in some instances. The focus of these efforts was at the tactical level, however, and in its higher-level operational exercises, the Army struggled to develop simulations adequately depicting or even incorporating the lower-intensity end of the conflict spectrum. At the same time, the combat training centers served as barometers of Army readiness as the decade progressed. Fiscal austerity and high operations tempo made for training rotations in which units performed less effectively than they had previously. By the mid-1990s, the Army's training systems became increasingly geared toward the ongoing crisis in the Balkans, where the wars following the fragmentation of Yugoslavia in 1991 had a profound impact on the Army's assumptions and perspectives in ways that would affect the later campaign in Iraq. When the Yugoslav republics of Slovenia, Croatia, Macedonia, and Bosnia-Herzegovina declared independence in 1991 and 1992, ethnic and nationalist civil wars erupted. U.S. Army battalions rotated to the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia as lightly armed UN observers in 1993 in an effort to contain the spread of conflict and forestall Serbian aggression. Once North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, airstrikes, combined with the threat of Croatian Army and Bosnian Muslim ground forces, established a stalemate among the warring parties in Bosnia in 1994 to 1995, the United States was able to broker a fragile peace through the Dayton Accords in late 1995. As part of a larger NATO peacekeeping force designed to enforce the accords, the United States deployed the 1st Armored Division into northern Bosnia. Although U.S. leaders declared the mission would last for only 1 year, it would eventually continue for the better part of a decade. The long Balkan peacekeeping mission exposed disagreements within the ranks of senior American officers as they struggled to define the Army's role after the Cold War. Preferring the mission of conventional warfighting, many Army leaders resisted the idea of focusing on OOTW, even when they were clearly the Army's primary role in the 1990s. There was also the U.S. peacekeeping forces' operating posture that emphasized force protection so heavily that the average soldier's contact with the local population was minimal. Units tended to satisfy themselves with presence patrols and inspections to monitor the general framework agreement for the peace, with little consideration of how their military tasks should contribute to the political goals of the operation, while elevating force protection to a mission-essential task. As U.S. Army commander of the NATO force in Bosnia, Shinseki assessed that, with their limited numbers, fewer than 20,000 U.S. troops, his forces could only provide general area security and could not be expected to perform other tasks, such as replacing the functions of the local police. Meanwhile, as had been the case in Haiti and Somalia, the Army adopted routinized patrolling, established large semi-permanent bases serviced by contractors, and provided extensive amenities for the deployed forces. While the Army remained committed in Bosnia, it expanded its Balkan presence southward in 1999 as the United States intervened to stop Serbian forces carrying out large-scale ethnic cleansing against Kosovo's Albanian majority population. In March 1999, NATO began an air campaign focused on military, communications, and industrial targets throughout Serbia and Kosovo, aiming to force Serbian President Slobodan Milosevic to withdraw his troops from Kosovo altogether. NATO ground forces entered Kosovo without a fight, 38,000 sorties and 78 days later, taking up another stabilization mission. Despite NATO's declaration at the outset of the conflict that its troops would not engage in ground combat in Kosovo, NATO commanders had relied on ground forces deployed to Macedonia and Albania to deter the Milosevic regime from further aggression. While he had considered using ground forces, NATO Commander General Wesley K. Clark had also expected to be able to wield the deep strike aviation capability that had become the centerpiece of the air-land battle doctrine the Army had developed against the Soviets. To prepare for a deep strike against the Serbs, 5th Corps Commander Lieutenant General John W. Hendricks task-organized units from the Germany-based 12th Aviation Brigade with elements of 2nd Brigade 1st Armored Division to form Task Force Hawk under the command of Brigadier General Richard A. Cody and his deputy, Colonel Raymond T. Odierno. However, difficulties in deploying Task Force Hawk and its 48 AH-64 Apache helicopters from Germany to operating bases in Albania meant that the attack helicopters never tested the extensive Yugoslav air defense network and did not contribute to the campaign against Serbian forces. Reviewing the aviation operations results with Hendricks, U.S. Army Europe Commander General Montgomery C. Meigs, who was also commander of the NATO Stabilization Force in Bosnia-Herzegovina, came to believe that the Army's independent deep strike aviation capability did not really exist. As Task Force Hawk transitioned into a ground-based Task Force Falcon and occupied one of NATO's 5 multinational brigade sectors in Kosovo, NATO troops encountered unanticipated levels of civil violence between Albanians and Serbs, so that their primary mission quickly became one of restoring order and maintaining peace. In Bosnia-Herzegovina, the Army had only experienced the aftermath of sectarian violence. In Kosovo, it became the Army's job to stop it. Ironically, having bombed Serbia into submission, U.S. troops found themselves protecting ethnic Serbs living in Kosovo from Albanian reprisals as the once dominant ethnic minority felt the wrath of the long-suppressed majority. Further complicating the deployment was a reluctance to tie the Army's operation to any political end state for Kosovo, whether as an autonomous province of Serbia, UN protectorate, or independent country. The delays in the deployment of Task Force Hawk prompted the Army to reevaluate its strategic agility. The Kosovo War highlighted other shortcomings as well, such as the limitations of operating heavy vehicles in areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, the lack of organic mobility and adequate protection in light units, and the manpower-intensive nature of operations in urban areas and complex terrain. From the American perspective, the air campaign had compelled the withdrawal of Serbian forces, but the subsequent messy reality of peace enforcement had required ground troops. This renewed the debate within the U.S. military not only about joint operating roles, but also about the character of modern war in the post-Cold War era, while giving greater impetus to the advocates of RMA who saw Kosovo as a validation of their ideas. The Kosovo campaign, however, had raised serious questions about RMA's validity. It emerged in the operation's aftermath that U.S. military leaders had dramatically overestimated the effect of the air campaign. On June 10, 1999, SecDef William S. Cohen announced that air power and missiles had degraded and diminished the Serbian military, destroying more than 50% of its artillery and one-third of its armored vehicles. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Henry Hugh Shelton elaborated on Cohen's figures, citing the destruction of around 120 tanks, 220 armored personnel carriers, and up to 450 artillery pieces and mortars, losses that U.S. leaders assessed had been the basis for the Serbian decision to withdraw. However, when NATO troops and Western reporters arrived in Kosovo, they found little physical evidence of such battle damage, noting instead the Serbian use of decoys and the difficulty with assessments conducted at high altitude. A Newsweek article published the following year cast doubt on the Pentagon and NATO figures. Rather than the 744 supposedly confirmed kills during the conflict, the article cited a suppressed U.S. Air Force report based on a search of Kosovo that found evidence of only 14 tanks, 18 armored personnel carriers, and 20 artillery pieces destroyed. U.S. and NATO leaders had probably vastly underestimated the importance in the campaign of the 18,000-strong Kosovo Liberation Army, the Kosovar Albanian insurgent force that had styled itself as, quote, NATO's ground force, end quote. Overall, the Kosovo episode was a warning that faith in precision airstrikes and information dominance to change an enemy's state or population's behavior might be misplaced. End of Chapter 1, Prologue, Part 1, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 1, Prologue, Part 2, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003, of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 1, Prologue, Part 1, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Modularity, Transformation, and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. By 1996, OOTW were consuming the equivalent of 4 of the Army's 10 remaining divisions. The demands of preparing units to deploy, deploying them, and then recovering them to training proficiency for conventional combat required a 3-to-1 ratio of units committed to sustain 1 unit on deployment. When considering personnel, this ratio increased to 5-to-1, given the number of individuals going through training or education programs at any given time. Though the 1990s operations tempo was much lower than the Army would experience in the wars following September 2001, it was nevertheless a difficult strain on a force that continued a strenuous regimen in which units spent months of each year at training centers honing their skills for high-intensity combat operations. To ease this pressure and generate more combat formations out of the existing force, Army leaders in the late 1990s began the process of moving away from a division-based structure in favor of modular combat brigades. With the Balkan experience in mind, Shinseki developed and fielded the first Interim Brigade Combat Teams, or IBCT, brigades optimized to provide numbers of boots on the ground and speed of deployment similar to that of light units, but with tactical mobility, firepower, and protection comparable to heavy units. After evaluating a series of options, the Army selected a variant of the Canadian LAV-3 to form the basis of the brigade and named the new vehicles Strykers. The IBCTs were meant to be relatively self-contained formations that could fight and sustain themselves independent of the division headquarters or support structures. They were meant to be modular, interchangeable formations that could be plugged into any higher division headquarters, not just the division to which they were organically assigned. Army planners drawing on the ideas of the RMA expected that future Army brigades and divisions equipped with superior technology would be able to maintain situational awareness through passive technological means, rather than using traditional combined arms organizations to conduct continuous reconnaissance, fight for information, and develop the situation in close contact with enemy forces. Rumsfeld's arrival at the DoD in 2001 created a significant countercurrent to the plans and operating posture that had marked the Army of the 1990s. Rumsfeld believed in the full potential of new technologies to greatly accelerate the force development process, an idea at odds with Army leaders' evolutionary approach to transformation, which relied on the gradual integration of proven technologies rather than the quick integration of unproven ones. Cautious of not losing the legacy force capabilities, however, Army leaders wanted to test new technologies carefully to ensure they worked first and avoid, in the words of future Undersecretary of Defense Michael G. Vickers, trading away, quote, current capabilities, end quote, for, quote, future possibilities, end quote. Rumsfeld was also disinclined to continue the 1990s trend of employing the Army on a large scale in OOTW, following the lead of former President George W. Bush, who as a presidential candidate had criticized Clinton's use of the military for peacekeeping. During his January 2001 confirmation hearing, Rumsfeld told Congress, quote, "I don't think it's necessarily true that the United States has to become a great peacekeeper," end quote, and suggested that peacekeeping missions could be the work of other nations. He later repeated this sentiment on nation-building when speaking about Afghanistan and the concerted effort to maintain a small force presence and, quote, not engage in what some call nation-building, end quote. Rumsfeld's way ahead centered not on people, but equipment, missile defense and the harnessing of technology to make smaller forces more lethal and deployable. The Iraqi regime in the 1990s. Page 11. As the U.S. Army became involved in numerous contingency operations around the globe and debated its structure, organization, and technology for a future of force projection overseas, the Iraqi regime was on a different trajectory altogether. For Saddam, the lessons of 1991 would be far different from those taken by his Western enemies. For reasons Saddam struggled to understand, the United States had decided to stop short of removing his weakened regime from power, despite the stunning conventional military victory it had just achieved. The existential threat to his regime, Saddam noted, had come not from the 100 hours of high-intensity combat against the U.S.-led coalition in Kuwait and the southern Iraqi desert, but from the popular uprising and chaos that had followed. For the next 12 years, Saddam would focus mainly on building the capabilities that would be needed to survive against internal threats and to deter the enemy Iranian regime, rather than those needed to fight an unwinnable war against the U.S. military. As the Ba'ath Party attempted to shore up its regime's legitimacy, it set in motion changes that would ravage Iraqi society and lay the groundwork for future conflict among Iraqis. The 1991 Iraqi Intifada. For the coalition commanders who gathered at Safwan on the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border on March 3, 1991, the war was over. But for the Iraqi generals who walked away from the truce tent, the war was just beginning. On February 15th, then-President George H.W. Bush urged Iraqis to mount a popular uprising, telling a worldwide television audience that, quote, "There is another way for the bloodshed to stop, and that is for the Iraqi military and the Iraqi people to take matters into their own hands and force Saddam Hussein, the dictator, to step aside." End quote. As the Iraqi divisions in Kuwait collapsed, Iraqis did what Bush had suggested they do. Within days of the March 3rd ceasefire, Shia crowds and army deserters had overrun every major southern city and were fighting Ba'ath Party loyalists for control. Hoping to exploit the situation, members of the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, and the Badr Corps, twin Iraqi Shia groups created by the Iranian regime during the Iran-Iraq War, crossed the border from Iran to claim control of Basra, southern Iraq's largest city. Meanwhile, in northern Iraq, the Peshmerga troops of the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, and Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK, seized the major cities of the Kurdish north. The Kurdish parties aimed to create an independent Kurdish zone and inflict a blow in retaliation for the Ba'athist regime's Anfal campaign of 1988, which had killed more than 100,000 Kurds and displaced 1 million more. By March 20th, the uprising had reached its high point, with most of Iraq's southern and Kurdish provinces in rebel hands. The uprising was short-lived. Republican Guard divisions that had escaped from Kuwait moved into rebel-held northern and southern cities, driving the lightly armed rebels from city centers. Their methods were rough, especially once it was clear American units would not intervene. Military helicopters that Schwarzkopf had permitted his Iraqi counterparts to use ostensibly for humanitarian purposes were turned against mutinous communities, such as the Shia holy city of Karbala, where regime troops allegedly dropped sarin gas and strafed fleeing rebels and civilians. The regime's secret police executed thousands in the reoccupied cities and buried them in mass graves. The Mujahideen el-Khalq, or MEK, an Iranian opposition group led by Mariam and Masoud Rajavi and sponsored by Saddam, helped drive the KDP and PUK out of the northern cities and into the Kurdish mountains. In the south, hundreds of thousands of Shia fled into Iran or Iraq's vast marshes. In the north, more than 1 million Kurds fled toward Turkey or Iran. By mid-April, the regime had retaken all major cities, tens of thousands of Iraqis had been killed, and 1 in 10 Iraqis had been driven from their homes. Although U.S. units on the ground near the southern Iraqi cities saw regime loyalists suppressing the rebellion, and although rebel leaders from Basra had appealed to U.S. combat units to come to their aid, U.S. leaders chose not to intervene, a decision that allowed Saddam to remain in power and that created a generation of Iraqi Shia resentment against the United States. By summer 1991, the regime was carrying out large-scale reprisals. In the northern cities, the Ba'ath accelerated a decades-long effort to Arabize the most important mixed-ethnicity regions, expelling as many as 100,000 Kurds accused of supporting the rebellion and resettling Shia Arabs from southern Iraq to disputed areas such as Kirkuk. An even larger regime response took place in the south. The vast marsh regions of the lower Euphrates and Tigris valleys had been a safe haven for the Shia tribal rebels, but by 1992, the Ba'ath began draining the marshes by diverting the main channels of the rivers. By the late 1990s, 90% of the southern marshes had disappeared, forcing hundreds of thousands of marsh Arab tribesmen to migrate into the Shia slums of the south and Baghdad. The displacement ended a marsh Arab way of life that had existed for millennia and caused an ecological crisis across southern Iraq. To ensure against future uprisings, Saddam was sowing demographic chaos. The Islamicization of the Ba'ath and deterioration of the Iraqi army. As the U.S. Army went through its post-Operation Desert Storm transformation, Saddam presided over a transformation of his own in Iraq, seeking new means to shore up his regime in the wake of the 1991 uprising, as well as a new ideological basis for his rule. Though Ba'athism was a secular pan-Arab ideology, and though he had long suppressed Iraq's various Islamic movements, in 1993 Saddam decided to Islamicize his regime in a national faith campaign designed to invest his rule with religious legitimacy. The formerly secular leader encouraged the building of mosques, offered clerics state sponsorship, and claimed speciously that Ba'athism's founder, Michael Aflaq, a Syrian Christian, had converted to Islam on his deathbed in Baghdad. Saddam also clothed himself in religious imagery, adding Allah Akbar to the Iraqi flag and having Islamic scholars discover his descent from the Prophet Muhammad. Most significantly, though, Saddam sent thousands of Ba'athist military and intelligence officers into mosques and seminaries to undertake Islamic studies, especially from Salafi clerics whom Saddam considered less threatening than the Muslim Brotherhood. The result was a fusion of Ba'athists and Salafis whom Iraqi Islamists believed were to form an Islamic resistance if ever Saddam's regime were under assault again. Meanwhile, Saddam's vice president, Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, created a similar fusion of Ba'athists and religious figures among the Sufi sect, known as Naqshbandis, whose largest following was in the upper Tigris region and Anbar. Even among the Shia, the Ba'athist regime encouraged Najaf-based Ayatollah Mohammad Sadiq al-Sadr to build a large popular following as long as Sadr agreed to align politically with the regime against Iran. Significant changes were underway among Iraq's military and security services as well. The 60 Iraqi divisions that the Third Army had eviscerated in Kuwait and southern Iraq were never fully reconstituted. The post-1991 Iraqi army shrank to 5 corps of 18 divisions, with an additional 2 corps of the Republican Guard. In December 1995, senior Iraqi military leaders, including Republican Guard Commander Lieutenant General Rad Hamdani, met with Saddam to recommend new doctrines and organizations based on the lessons drawn from the 1991 war. Because the U.S. military, with its technological advantages, could destroy any large formations, Hamdani observed there was no point in building them. Instead, the Iraqis should eschew armored forces in favor of light infantry that would disperse and offer guerrilla resistance against an invading force. Saddam reportedly rejected the suggestion, asserting that had his army not possessed heavy forces, Iraq would not have emerged, quote, victorious, end quote, from the 1991 war. Officially, the army would retain its pre-1991 doctrine and armaments. Nevertheless, the Iraqi security sector changed dramatically after 1995. Whereas the Iraqi military of the 1980s was dominated by a huge regular army and the Republican Guard, the Iraqi regime of the 1990s began a proliferation of paramilitary organizations affiliated with the Ba'ath Party. These paramilitaries drew resources and recruits away from the regular military, whose large formations had already been starved of resources by the post-war sanctions. Most notably, Saddam's eldest and unstable son Uday commanded the Fedayeen Saddam, a Ba'athist militia with as many as 40,000 members. Probably most Fedayeen were Sunnis, but a large number were Shia recruited from lower-class neighborhoods in Baghdad's Saddam City, later renamed Sadr City in 2003, and other areas where jobs were scarce. The Iraqi resistance to Saddam. The regime's mid-1990s restructuring coincided with a series of internal challenges to Saddam's rule. The most prominent came from within his own family. In August 1995, Saddam's son-in-law and kinsman Hussein Kamal al-Majid defected from his senior post overseeing Iraq's weapons of mass destruction, or WMD, programs, and set himself up in opposition to Saddam in Jordan. Just 6 months later, however, Saddam lured Hussein Kamal back to Baghdad with a promise of amnesty, only to immediately execute him for treason. Other challenges came from within Ba'athist and Sunni tribal networks that had once been Saddam loyalists. After the 1991 uprising, Saddam hoped to bolster his regime by empowering Iraq's tribes, just as he had empowered its Islamists. He reversed the long-standing Ba'athist policy of suppressing tribal identity and restored the power of tribal sheikhs, even allowing the arming of tribal militias with heavy weapons meant to be used against invaders or insurgents if a 1991-type crisis should recur. But the pro-tribal policy created new dangers as well. In May 1995, the Albu Nimr tribe, part of Anbar's large Dulaim tribal confederation, rose in revolt in Ramadi after the regime executed 3 senior Dulaimi generals who had criticized Uday. The Special Republican Guard quickly suppressed the uprising, but the incident demonstrated Ramadi's restiveness and the fractures between Anbaris and the Ba'athist regime. Nor was Saddam's support within the Ba'ath Party fully assured. In June 1996, Saddam's intelligence apparatus uncovered a coup plot involving more than 100 officers coordinated by former Iraqi General Mohammad Shahwani, a Sunni Turkoman from northern Iraq who lost 3 sons among the 85 Iraqis executed for their roles in the conspiracy. Others among Saddam's opponents took advantage of his faith campaign to mobilize against the regime. The Salafi networks that Saddam had encouraged contained not just Ba'athists sent for religious indoctrination, but also pure Salafis opposed to secular states in the Muslim world. In the late 1990s, the most militant of the pure Salafis began a low-level terrorist campaign against the Ba'ath Party, carrying out intermittent attacks against Ba'athist targets. The emergence of this threat led Saddam's half-brother and intelligence chief Barzan al-Tikriti to warn Saddam in 2000 that the Islamist groups the regime was supporting would eventually try to topple the Ba'ath. Finally, from their bases inside Iran, Badr Corps members conducted cross-border operations into Iraq throughout the 1990s. Formed by the Iranian regime during the Iran-Iraq War, the Badr Corps was comprised of Iraqi prisoners of war who had defected to Iran, as well as Iraqi refugees who had fled to Iran. The Badr Corps and affiliates, such as the shadowy Shaibani network, sought to gather intelligence and carry out acts of sabotage and subversion in the Shia south, intending to lay the groundwork for an eventual revolt. The Iranian regime directly sponsored these activities through the Quds Force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which by 1998 came under the command of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. The continuing U.S.-Iraq confrontation, 1991 to 2000. Page 15. In April 1991, a contingent of U.S. Marines and a single U.S. Army brigade in Kuwait, the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Armored Division, covered the redeployment of the 500,000-strong coalition as it departed the Persian Gulf theater. In June, the lone Army Brigade was replaced by 3,600 troops of the Germany-based 11th Armored Cavalry, commanded by Colonel Andrew J. Basevich. The cavalry unit initiated a rotational mission to deter any future aggression by Saddam against Kuwait that would last more than a decade and take place alongside an intermittent escalation of U.S.-Iraq tensions into warfare. The deterrence mission started on a somber note for Basevich and his 11th Armored Cavalry when their ammunition containers exploded at Camp Doha, Kuwait on July 11, 1991, killing 3 soldiers and wounding 55 more, while destroying or damaging 4 M1A1 tanks and 98 other vehicles. Compared with the losses sustained by the force during Operation Desert Storm, these post-war losses signified that the contingency mission of deterring Iraqi aggression would lack the luster and clear sense of success that characterized the Lightning Ground campaign of February to March 1991. Operation Provide Comfort. The rapid redeployment of coalition troops from Kuwait after Operation Desert Storm was not the end of U.S. involvement on the ground inside Iraq. As Saddam's troops quelled the northern uprising in April 1991, more than 500,000 Kurdish refugees entered Turkey, seeking safety from the Iraqi regime's crackdown. Hundreds of thousands more migrated toward improvised camps near the mountainous border. Hundreds died each day of exposure and starvation. Unlike the Shia rebellion in the south, the Kurdish plight gained the attention of Western capitals and the global media, prompting UN intervention to alleviate the humanitarian crisis. The resulting operation, Provide Comfort, began with airdrops of humanitarian supplies, but soon expanded to include ground forces to safeguard the refugee population. In early April 1991, a small NATO force under U.S. Army Major General J.M. Garner carved out an enclave in the border zone to facilitate the safe return of the Kurds to Iraq. Garner's multinational command included an airborne infantry battalion under Lieutenant Colonel John P. Abizaid and the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, under Colonel James L. Jones, Jr., which together maneuvered inside Iraq to force an Iraqi Army Corps to withdraw from the Kurdish zone and clear the way for Kurdish refugees to return home. With the humanitarian mission completed, U.S. ground forces left northern Iraq in July 1991, but NATO military operations continued in the air. As part of Operation Provide Comfort, the United States established a no-fly zone, later named Operation Northern Watch, above the 36th parallel in northern Iraq to protect the population from the worst excesses of Saddam's regime. A matching no-fly zone, dubbed Operation Southern Watch, covered much of southern Iraq. These no-fly zones were part of a low-intensity conflict lasting more than a decade between the United States and Iraq. This state of affairs that military historian Richard Swain called, quote, neither war nor not war, end quote, would continue until 2003. Saddam and the Clinton administration. Within 2 years of Operation Desert Storm's end, Saddam began to show that he was unafraid of renewing some measure of hostilities with the United States. He also demonstrated that his destabilizing reach still extended beyond Iraq's borders. In April 1993, the United States foiled a plot by Saddam's intelligence officers to assassinate former President Bush during his visit to Kuwait. When the plot became known, Clinton ordered punitive missile strikes against Iraqi intelligence buildings in Baghdad. In late 1994, the U.S.-Iraqi confrontation intensified further when the Iraqi regime ceased cooperation with UN weapons inspectors and deployed 2 Republican Guard divisions menacingly close to the Kuwaiti border. In early October, Clinton ordered the 1st Brigade, 24th Infantry Division, mechanized, and a sizable U.S.-UK contingent of air and naval forces to Kuwait to deter any Iraqi incursion. Deploying by air, the U.S. Brigade was able to fall in on pre-positioned equipment in Kuwait in less than a week, demonstrating a power projection capability the United States had lacked in the region before 1991. The Iraqi divisions withdrew from the border zone by the end of October, but thereafter U.S. troops rotated to Kuwait in a continuation of a series of exercises known as intrinsic action, which, by 1999, involved the permanent stationing of a brigade-sized contingent in the country. Meanwhile, the Iraqi regime closely watched the United States' multiplying OOTW. As U.S. troops withdrew from Mogadishu, Saddam took to heart what he believed was the Somalia expedition's chief lesson, that America would not bear military casualties and that U.S. troops, once bloodied in battle, would abandon the field. This judgment became a key element of Saddam's strategic thinking, so much so that on the eve of the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq 9 years later, he would distribute copies of author Mark Bowden's Black Hawk Down to his commanders. The Kurdish Civil War and Operation Desert Fox. Operation Provide Comfort prevented the Iraqi regime from pursuing the KDP and PUK rebels of March to April 1991 into the mountains of Iraqi Kurdistan. As a result, by the time fighting between Kurdish Peshmerga and Iraqi troops ceased in October 1991, NATO operations had essentially created an autonomous Kurdish zone beyond Baghdad's control. A green line separated this zone from Arab Iraq, beyond which NATO ground troops and aircraft deterred the advancement of Saddam's forces. In the new autonomous zone, the KDP and PUK began to administer rival Kurdish statelets, where several million Kurds lived independently for the first time in modern Iraqi history. While the U.S. 1st Armored Division carried out its NATO peacekeeping mission among the Bosnian ethnic groups in 1996, the Iraqi regime began to encroach upon the autonomous Kurdish zone from which Garner, Abizaid, and Jones had expelled Iraqi troops in 1991. The Western powers that had enabled the Kurdish parties to establish self-governing statelets were surprised when, in August 1996, the Kurds themselves invited Saddam's forces back across the Green Line. A dispute over revenues from smuggled oil escalated into a Kurdish civil war between Masoud Barzani's KDP and Jalal Talabani's PUK, and with the backing of the Iranian regime, the latter was able to drive Barzani and the KDP out of Erbil. Faced with impending defeat, Barzani and the KDP turned to Saddam for help, and soon a joint KDP-Iraqi offensive pushed Talabani's forces out of Erbil toward the mountainous Iranian border, where the Iranian regime allowed the PUK leader and his Peshmerga to shelter and survive the onslaught. As Saddam's Republican Guard units prepared to advance on Talabani's stronghold of Sulaymaniyah, U.S. forces in the Persian Gulf responded to Saddam's violation of the UN-protected Green Line by launching cruise missile strikes against Iraqi air defense targets in southern Iraq on September 3, 1996, in Operation Desert Strike. Shortly after the airstrikes, Iraqi troops withdrew to their positions on the Green Line, leaving Barzani in control of the Kurdish capital. The airstrikes of September 1996 were part of worsening tensions between the West and Saddam's regime. In June 1996, UN weapons inspectors had destroyed a germ warfare facility in the desert 60 kilometers from Baghdad, but they frequently were prevented from inspecting other suspected Iraqi WMD sites. By February 1998, a frustrated Clinton pressed Congress and U.S. allies to do more to curb the Iraqi regime's behavior, citing Saddam's suspected WMD programs and his failure to comply with numerous UN resolutions as a threat to the region. In October 1998, Congress passed the Iraq Liberation Act, allocating $97 million for Iraqi opposition groups. Just weeks after the act's passage, the UN confrontation with Saddam escalated into a crisis when the regime ceased all cooperation with UN weapons inspectors, forcing the inspection teams to depart Iraq on December 15, 1998. Within hours, U.S. and U.K. forces launched Operation Desert Fox, which combined 600 sorties and 400 cruise missile strikes in a 70-hour air offensive against regime targets throughout the country. In the smoldering U.S.-Iraqi conflict, the late 1998 confrontation constituted a significant flare-up in both military and political terms. Following Operation Desert Fox, Iraqi air defense systems became more aggressive against Western aircraft enforcing the no-fly zones, prompting the United States and Great Britain to increase their sorties against Iraqi targets. In 2002, Iraqi air defenders attacked coalition aircraft on 500 occasions, prompting 90 coalition airstrikes in response. Patrolling the contested northern and southern no-fly zones eventually involved as many as 200 aircraft and 7,500 airmen on a daily basis. The increased pressure from the Western air forces led the Iraqi army to adopt tactics it had developed after the 1991 war to protect itself from enemy airstrikes. The highest value Iraqi assets, such as air defense units, were being repositioned continually to different parts of the country to evade tracking by Western satellites, going to near-random locations on an unpredictable schedule. Despite the chaos caused by the constant movement of tactical formations, however, the Iraqi army managed to provision its units without interruption, demonstrating a robust combat service support capability even in remote areas. The most actively repositioned units learned to maintain 3 command posts at once, often widely distant from one another, and to maintain weapons and ammunition stocks in even more locations, leading to the gradual saturation of Iraqi territory with vast stores of munitions. On the political level, the confrontation with the Iraqi regime that culminated in Operation Desert Fox changed U.S. policy toward Iraq from containment to regime change, a change Clinton announced on December 18, 1998. The Clinton administration, however, showed little inclination to take direct action to implement the new policy. Rather than direct action, the act opened the way for official U.S. sponsorship of such groups as the Iraqi National Congress of Ahmad Chalabi, the Iraqi National Accord of Ayad Alawi, and the Kurdish parties, with the U.S. side of the relationship eventually to be managed by Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Ryan Crocker. Sanctions and internal unrest. By 1999, the international sanctions that had been in place against Iraq for 8 years had profoundly affected the Iraqi state and Iraqi society, though not in ways that restrained the Ba'athist regime's destabilizing activities as the Western powers had hoped they would. The sanctions had prevented Iraqis from modernizing so that Iraq's institutions generally operated with the unimproved infrastructure and technology they had acquired in the 1970s. Much of Iraq's national infrastructure had been damaged in the air campaign of the 1991 war as well. One estimate put the total damage at $262 billion, and the regime had been slow to reconstruct after the war as international sanctions took effect. The sanctioned Iraqi state lacked the means to maintain even the oil sector that provided almost the entirety of the state's revenues, so that a country that had appeared wealthy and modern in the 1970s looked blighted and poor by the late 1990s. The Iraqi education system that had led the Arab world since the 1950s, already seriously strained during the Iran-Iraq War, broke down under the weight of the sanctions. The population's literacy rate fell, and the country's human capital began to wither. Iraqi professionals, such as engineers and doctors, were isolated from international counterparts and could no longer keep up with advances in their fields. Iraq's social fabric suffered as well. Its middle classes were hard hit by inflation and the shrinking of the economy, so that many educated Iraqis left the country, creating a brain drain that exacerbated all other problems. The state and society also bore the burden of a large number of orphans and widows created by successive wars, so that Iraqi cities contained millions of poor, quasi-literate youth. Under sanctions, Iraq's economic shortages created some perverse incentives. Government ministries that had dispersed large oil-funded budgets in the 1970s tended to hoard resources rather than distribute them in the 1990s, and the state's provision of services decayed badly. With the licit economy nearly broken, Iraqis of all kinds, including the country's many civil servants, participated in the robust black market trade with Iraq's neighbors. This was especially true with Syria, where Saddam's regime encouraged the smuggling of Iraqi oil and other commodities in order to generate illicit revenues. The Iraqi population of the 1990s came to rely increasingly on the state to provide a subsistence level of food and electricity, with the former provided by the Iraqi Ministry of Trade under the supervision of the UN in the Oil for Food program. Quote, "We are in the process of destroying an entire society. It is as simple and terrifying as that," end quote, observed Dennis J. Halliday, UN Humanitarian Coordinator for Iraq, on the effect of the sanctions in 1998. In retrospect, the sanctions appear to have increased Saddam's power inside Iraq by making the population dependent on his distribution of increasingly limited basic services, as the standard of living of the Iraqi middle class collapsed. Due to these underappreciated economic and social effects, the nation the U.S. military would occupy in 2003 was far more destitute and ravaged than was generally understood. It was against this backdrop that the Iraqi regime came into conflict with the popular religious movement led by the Najaf-based Ayatollah Muhammad Sadiq al-Sadr, father of Muqtada Sadr and the preferred spiritual guide of millions of Shia. The Ba'ath had viewed the elder Sadr as a useful Arab counterweight to the cleric-led Iranian regime during the Iran-Iraq War and the early 1990s. By the late 1990s, however, Sadr was an increasingly vocal critic of the Ba'ath. In February 1999, gunmen presumed to be acting for the regime killed Sadiq Sadr and two of his sons in Najaf. In the days following the assassination, Sadr's followers exploded in rage against the Ba'ath across the south and in Saddam City, the Baghdad district later known as Sadr City. The Baghdad uprising reportedly grew intense enough to require the regime to use military units to suppress it, while fighting in Basra ended with the regime's execution of perhaps hundreds of Sadrist rebels. Within weeks, the Sadrists had succumbed to the Ba'athist counterattack, but not before mounting the most extensive resistance to the regime since the 1991 Intifada and proving they were a force with which to be reckoned. The CENTCOM Theater Posture. As the Clinton administration's policy shifted to regime change in Iraq, the Third Army, as the Army component of CENTCOM, expanded its footprint in the Persian Gulf region to prepare for any future ground operation against Saddam's regime. The same month the Iraq Liberation Act was signed into law, Third Army Commander Tommy Franks declared that all was in place to, quote, "deploy, command, control, and support major army forces to deter Iraqi adventurism," end quote, with pre-positioned equipment and a pre-deployed command and control node. This would ensure that, in the event of hostilities, U.S. forces would not lose the, quote, "race for Kuwait," end quote. Third Army had pre-positioned a heavy division's worth of equipment in Kuwait and Doha, Qatar, along with an extensive infrastructure to deliver the large quantities of fuel required to sustain operations deep into Iraq. Meanwhile, CENTCOM and Third Army regularly conducted war games that tested the existing war plans. One such war game revealed the myriad difficulties that could follow any campaign to remove Saddam and his regime. Under CENTCOM Commander General Anthony C. Zinni, CENTCOM planners conducted Exercise Desert Crossing in spring 1999 to examine the security, political, social, and economic challenges that might ensue if the regime in Baghdad collapsed under the pressure of an assault such as Operation Desert Fox. Zinni, no stranger to Iraq after having participated in Operation Provide Comfort, received unsettling findings from Desert Crossing. Political and military planning for an invasion and post-Saddam Iraq should begin immediately, Zinni's planners judged, because of the, quote, "contentious positions that must be reconciled and managed," end quote. An intervention in Iraq would be, quote, "costly in terms of casualties and resources," end quote, they concluded, adding, quote, "regime change may not bring stability," end quote, because of factors including hostile neighbors, quote, fragmentation along religious and or ethnic lines, and chaos created by rival forces bidding for power, end quote. Exercise Desert Crossing also recognized the dearth of information about what was actually happening in Iraq and recommended that efforts begin immediately to engage, or at least prepare to engage, key Kurdish and tribal leaders. Exercise Desert Crossing outlined several criteria for a successful mission: elimination of WMD, a restructured Iraqi army, a stable and growing oil economy, and an Iraqi government that would observe international obligations and norms, but would not necessarily be a democracy, though the emergence of another dictator, Zinni's officers noted, would be an, quote, unspinnable contradiction, end quote. Oil revenue might be one way of paying for liberation, but there was the matter of Iraqi debt acquired during the 1990 to 1991 war, and stability in Iraq would depend on the successor state's economic viability in any case. Regional powers were unlikely to support an enduring American presence in Iraq, CENTCOM planners judged, but if the United States had to return to Iraq, an extended presence was precisely what they predicted would be required. The outcome of a U.S. intervention would probably be a Bosnia scenario, they told Zinni, under which a 10-year U.S. military occupation was not unlikely. The post-9/11 environment. Page 20. For the George W. Bush administration, the attacks of September 11, 2001, or 9/11, lent urgency to the problem of the long conflict with Saddam. Al-Qaeda's demonstration of the potency of state-sponsored terror networks, along with some U.S. leaders' unsubstantiated suspicion that Saddam somehow had been involved in the attacks, meant that Saddam's removal changed overnight from a notional U.S. policy goal to a security imperative for the Bush administration. See Chapter 2. The subsequent, surprisingly brief campaign to topple the Taliban in Afghanistan had a profound impact on U.S. decision-makers as well. The apparent success of a tiny footprint of U.S. forces, mainly Special Operations Forces, working with indigenous Afghan fighters from the Northern Alliance, appeared to some in the U.S. national security apparatus, especially those who already espoused RMA, to point the way toward a similar method by which Saddam might be toppled with far less cost and trouble than the Clinton administration or CENTCOM's desert crossing had assumed. In other words, the experience of the 9/11 attacks and the weeks that followed them indicated to some U.S. leaders that the removal of Saddam was not only an immediate necessity, but also an easy prospect, a dramatic change from the outlook of the 1990s. Back in Baghdad, for reasons well documented by the Iraqi Perspectives Project and other engagements with former Ba'athist regime insiders, the 9/11 attacks and the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan made little impact on Saddam's strategic calculus. He continued to harbor a greater fear of an internal Iraqi uprising than of an attack by the United States, and remained convinced that he had to maintain the fiction of possessing WMD in order to deter regional enemies, especially Iran. Saddam took from the Afghanistan example only those points that reinforced his assumptions about the United States, including his overarching judgment that the United States would never mount a large-scale land invasion to remove him from power, just as the United States had declined to do against the Taliban, relying largely on indigenous forces instead. Nor did the demonstration of U.S. military technology make an impact on the Iraqi army's operating concepts. Saddam did not recognize that the U.S. will to use force to remove him had fundamentally changed after 9/11, and as a result, he would fail to allow his military leaders to make professionally sound plans to resist a U.S. invasion. The invasion of Afghanistan had a much more significant impact on other American adversaries. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, who had commanded a group of Arab mujahideen in Afghanistan, led his organization into Iran as the United States and its Afghan allies toppled the Taliban in late 2001, proceeding from there to Iraqi Kurdistan. There they sheltered in a small enclave near Halabja controlled by Ansar al-Islam, a militant group comprised of mainly Kurdish Islamists who had fought in Afghanistan and were actively fighting against local PUK Peshmerga. From his Iraqi sanctuary, Zarqawi began to organize his Tawhid wal Jihad terrorist group to carry out attacks in the region, including the 2002 assassination of U.S. Agency for International Development or USAID official Lawrence M. Foley Sr. in Jordan, and to look for opportunities to expand his jihad. On the eve of the 2003 invasion of Iraq, the U.S. Army was much decreased from its Cold War size while sustaining a high tempo of stability operations around the world. Defense thinkers concluded that Operation Desert Storm marked a revolution in the nature of war, after which technology would enable the U.S. military to defeat any enemy with a relatively small force. The U.S. military of the 1990s, writ large, had developed a low tolerance both for casualties and for mistakes by tactical commanders. As it reduced its combat formations, the Army had outsourced much of its logistical services, including for contingency operations, on which it had become accustomed to deploying in a somewhat non-expeditionary posture with large base camps and amenities. As its involvement in stability operations mounted, the Army found its real-world activities at odds with its doctrinal emphases, including the previous assumption that OOTW were a lesser included capability for forces that were trained and ready for major combat operations. There also lingered in many Army quarters the sense that OOTW were extraneous, if not detrimental, to the Army's core mission. Throughout the 1990s, the Army had evolved from a static, Europe-focused force to one accustomed to deploying in contingency operations worldwide, though it continued to judge its commanders mainly by their success in high-intensity conflict war games and training exercises, even as their units became increasingly involved in low-intensity conflicts in the real world. In Haiti, Bosnia, and Kosovo, the U.S. military had acquired the assumption that the cessation of hostilities in a conflict would lead naturally to a peacekeeping-type mission by an international force. After 9/11, many defense leaders believed the brief campaign in Afghanistan seemed to validate the RMA, and that meant that even more could be done with fewer U.S. forces. Meanwhile, on the eve of the 2003 war, the Iraqi regime remained focused on internal threats to Ba'athist rule, fixed in its assumption that the external threat posed by the United States was not an existential one. However, even if Saddam and his regime had fully recognized the gathering threat, they had little with which to resist it, having hollowed out the conventional Iraqi military of 1991 and replacing it with numerous militias whose raison d'etre was to preserve the regime against insurgency. Within the regime itself, the secular Arab socialism of the Ba'ath was replaced by a strange fusion of Ba'athists and Islamists, mirrored outside the regime by a seething Shia Islamist mass movement organized by underground leaders with links to the Iranian regime and its long-standing militant networks. Across Iraq, the country's infrastructure was in shambles, with state institutions devastated by the combined effect of sanctions and the rampant corruption the regime encouraged in response to them. The country's social fabric was frayed as well, with the middle class sinking into poverty and social divides among sects and ethnic groups deepening. Iraq was a country with a regime and population little aware of the changes about to be thrust on them. End of Chapter 1, Prologue, Part 2, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Part 1. From Invasion to Insurgency, 2002 to 2003. Chapter 2. Regime Change. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Part 1. From Invasion to Insurgency, 2002 to 2003. Chapter 2. Regime Change. Part 1. From Invasion to Insurgency, 2002 to 2003. Page 29. Chapter 2. Regime Change. In the Shadow of September 11th, 2001. Page 31. The normally festive season between Thanksgiving and Christmas in 2001 was a frenetic affair for U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM. CENTCOM Commander General Tommy Ray Franks was supervising U.S. and coalition military forces in Afghanistan, where, since October, they had been fighting alongside members of the Northern Alliance to remove the Taliban from power. In addition to the battles in Afghanistan, Franks was overseeing planning for what the George W. Bush administration had coined the War on Terrorism, a campaign against major terrorist groups and the countries that supported them. Neither of these campaigns was conducted to the satisfaction of Franks or the administration of then-President George W. Bush. Despite the rapidity of the U.S.-led advance in Afghanistan, Osama bin Laden, Mullah Omar, and other key perpetrators of the September 11, 2001, or 9/11 attacks, and the Taliban leaders remained at large. Moreover, concerns about state-sponsored terrorist organizations acquiring and using weapons of mass destruction, or WMD, and dirty bombs permeated U.S. national security decision-making during the latter months of 2001, driven in part by a public feeling of sudden vulnerability. Security policies and contingency plans under revision before the attacks suddenly received elevated amounts of attention. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, that attention became focused on another target well outside of Afghanistan, Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist regime in Iraq. Within days of the 9/11 attacks, senior officials in the Bush administration began exploring options to remove Saddam from power. Their efforts culminated in surprising instructions to the CENTCOM commander to formulate contingency plans to invade Iraq and destroy Saddam's regime. Planning for regime change. Page 31. A new mission for CENTCOM. As the events of 9/11 unfolded, Department of Defense, or DoD, leaders scrambled to respond to the attacks whose origins were then unknown. Hours after the attacks occurred, the Joint Staff issued an order directing CENTCOM to begin contingency planning against 5 named countries in the command's area of responsibility, one of which was Iraq. Franks and other CENTCOM leaders were too preoccupied to devote much attention to this tertiary planning effort, as from October to November 2001, they were in daily contact with the Office of the Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, concerning information requests and orders about the prosecution of the wars against the Taliban and al-Qaeda. Unlike Iraq and other long-planned contingency operations, there had been no prepared war plan for Afghanistan or for a non-state actor with global reach like al-Qaeda. As a result, when Franks and his staff were not actively responding to requests for information from the SecDef, the National Policy Team, or the President, they devoted most of their organizational energy to building plans and campaigns around what were essentially piecemeal deployments to South Asia that were approved directly by the SecDef. While Franks received periodic updates on events in the northern and southern no-fly zones, Iraq did not feature prominently in his thoughts. The situation changed on November 27, 2001, when SecDef Donald H. Rumsfeld relayed to Franks the President's requests for revised military options on Iraq. Rumsfeld asked for an update on the existing contingency plan for Iraq, numbered 1003-98, the following week, and outlined the desired end state for an Iraq campaign as follows. 1. Iraq's regime enablers, leadership, and power base destroyed. 2. Iraq's WMD capability eliminated. 3. Iraq retains sufficient forces to defend itself but no longer has the power to threaten neighbors. 4. Iraq has an, quote, acceptable provisional government in place, end quote. And 5. Iraq's territorial integrity remains intact. Rumsfeld's guidance marked a significant shift from previous contingency planning on Iraq, very little of which had envisioned an invasion to enact regime change and replacement in Iraq. The changes rendered Franks incredulous, as he was fully occupied by the new wars against the Taliban, al-Qaeda, and terrorism more broadly, but he and his operations director, Air Force Major General Victor Jean Renoir Jr., duly assembled a small planning team to develop a concept for regime change in Iraq. As the CENTCOM commander, Franks was at the pinnacle of his career. He was one of the few who had risen through the enlisted ranks to become one of the Army's most senior general officers. After enlisting in 1965 and training as a cryptanalyst, he was commissioned as a field artillery officer in 1967 and served in Vietnam, Korea, and later as assistant commander of the 1st Cavalry Division in Operation Desert Storm. Before ascending to CENTCOM, he had commanded the 3rd Army, where, as the dual-hatted commander of the Army component of CENTCOM, or ARCENT, he had been deeply involved in developing the 1998 version of the contingency plan for Iraq. When Franks took the helm of CENTCOM on July 7, 2000, the command was comprised of 5 service component commands: ARCENT, the Navy component, or NAVCENT, the Air Force component, CENTAF, the Marine component, MARCENT, and the Special Operations component, SOCCENT. However, with the onset of the Afghanistan War in 2001, Franks judged that CENTCOM, quote, could not keep up with the operational demands of the fast-changing tactical situation in Afghanistan, end quote, and directed a reorganization of his service components into functional commands on November 10th. The result was the Coalition Forces Air Component Command, or CFACC, the Coalition Forces Maritime Component Command, or CFMCC, the Coalition Forces Special Operations Component Command, or CFSOCC, and the Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC. CFLCC combined all of the ground forces, U.S. Army, U.S. Marines, and coalition ground forces, into a single command under a single commander. Its primary contributors were the 3rd Army, commanded by Lieutenant General Paul T. Mikolashek, and the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, or 1st MEF, commanded by Lieutenant General Michael W. Hagee. Although the two commanders were peers, Mikolashek became the overall commander for CFLCC. 3rd Army's recent history had prepared it to be the ground component command for the planned invasion of Iraq, though it was already committed in Afghanistan. Franks relinquished command of the unit just before taking over CENTCOM and was familiar and comfortable with the unit's capability. He had also fought and won a battle to relieve the 3rd Army commander position of its other hat as the deputy commander for the U.S. Army Forces Command, or FORCECOM, making it entirely a CENTCOM component command. 3rd Army had small command posts already forward in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Qatar, and on 9/11 had placed personnel and equipment into position for Exercise Bright Star in Egypt. In November, 3rd Army was heavily engaged in responding to post-9/11 Joint Staff orders calling for updated plans for an invasion of Iraq. When finished, the new plans called for using a single Army Corps with Marine augmentation to, quote, seize terrain in southern Iraq in preparation for future operations, end quote. This limited objective focused on Iraq's southern oil fields near Rumaila and did not require any U.S. forces to maneuver north of the Euphrates River. It was this plan that 3rd Army and eventually CFLCC used as the basis for more expansive operations in Iraq. The Army had 4 different corps eligible to execute such a plan. 3rd Corps based at Fort Hood, Texas, the V or Victory Corps based in Germany, the 1st Corps headquartered in Fort Lewis, Washington, and the 18th Airborne Corps based in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. However, in the fall of 2001, the 18th Airborne Corps was engaged in Afghanistan. 1st Corps was focused on the Pacific Theater and Army transformation and lacked the proper composition to take on a large fighting role, and 3rd Corps was dedicated to contingency operations for the Korean Peninsula. As a result, 5th Corps was selected to serve as the major Army component of ground operations in Iraq and to participate in Exercise Vigilant Guardian in late 2001. The selection took 5th Corps Commander Lieutenant General William Scott Wallace by surprise. Wallace had taken command of 5th Corps 3 months before, on July 18, 2001, expecting that his corps would remain focused on the Balkans and specifically Kosovo, where it maintained a large NATO peacekeeping mission. After 9/11, he recognized that the emphasis would likely change, but had thought 5th Corps would be given primarily defensive operations, including preventing another terrorist attack on U.S. soil or interests abroad. Once the United States established a solid defensive posture, General Wallace expected that the Corps would then transition to offensive operations, quote, on our terms against whatever enemy we were able to uncover thereafter, end quote. However, he had not anticipated that 5th Corps would be named the main planning headquarters for invading Iraq and removing the Ba'athist regime from power. The initial concept and assumptions. As CENTCOM began to plan for regime change in Iraq, Franks and others started to note some assumptions that were driving expectations for the operation and its outcome. The first concerned military operations in Afghanistan, where the combination of air power and employment of Special Operations Forces, or SOF, had seemingly validated the Office of the SecDef's views on the Revolution in Military Affairs, or RMA, and its determination to limit the number of American troops involved in close combat and stabilization. The SecDef insisted that the Afghanistan model could be applied against the planned invasion of Iraq. Throughout the planning process, Deputy Secretary of Defense, or DSecDef, Paul Wolfowitz and others in the office of the SecDef pressed military commanders and planners to reduce the number of forces required and the timeline for mobilization, deployment, and redeployment. The back-and-forth exchanges among Franks, the office of the SecDef, the National Policy Team, and Bush continued throughout the planning process, affecting both the time spent on military planning and the manner in which forces flowed into theater. The second major assumption influencing planning for Iraq, promoted by Wolfowitz and others, was that the United States and its partners could liberate Iraq rather than occupy it, much as they had liberated France in 1945. Defense leaders thought that Iraqis who were not loyal to the Ba'athist regime would welcome U.S. and allied forces with parades, flag-waving, and an eagerness for democratic government. These expectations were reinforced by members of the Iraqi expatriate community in exile, such as Iraqi National Congress leader Ahmad Chalabi. Beyond these overarching assumptions, CENTCOM made planning assumptions of its own that had repercussions for both the invasion and efforts to stabilize Iraq afterward. The first was that CENTCOM would be able to open a northern front in the operation by sending a U.S. Army Corps or division through Turkey. Franks and his commanders saw the operational value in surrounding Saddam's forces in the push toward Baghdad. However, because they needed the support of the European Command, or EUCOM, to make the proposal a reality, CENTCOM instead began planning operations merely to deceive Saddam into thinking coalition military forces would be maneuvering south toward Baghdad from Turkey. When EUCOM Commander General James L. Jones informed Franks in May 2002 that using Turkey was a real possibility, EUCOM and CENTCOM began looking at concrete options to move a division-sized element through Turkish territory. CENTCOM's second major assumption concerned Saddam's alleged WMD program. Although CENTCOM and U.S. policymakers did not believe Saddam had a nuclear weapon just yet, their judgment, matching the consensus position of the U.S. intelligence community, was that the Iraqi regime was seeking to enrich uranium in preparation for building one. The fact that the Iraqi dictator had used chemical munitions during the Iran-Iraq War and against the Kurds in 1988 also loomed large in their minds. The third key assumption driving CENTCOM planning was that the bulk of the Iraqi army would not fight, but would either surrender or capitulate during the invasion and, with the right treatment and messaging, could be recalled to active service after the regime fell. The recalled Iraqi forces could then be used to augment U.S. and coalition military troops to provide security while an interim Iraqi government was being established. These assumptions, when taken together, were the lens through which the Office of the SecDef guided military plans, resulting in a proposal for a relatively light ground force component for the invasion, a near-simultaneous air and ground attack, and few forces or detailed planning dedicated to the post-regime Iraq. Decision-makers believed the United States would not need a large number of forces because of the seemingly successful precedent set in Afghanistan, that U.S. forces would be welcomed as liberators, and that the Iraqi army would help provide security under a new, more enlightened Iraqi government. Based on these two assumptions, there was no need for U.S. forces to conduct large-scale security operations. With these planning principles in place, Franks and his team briefed Bush and Rumsfeld at Camp David on December 28, 2001, outlining the invasion plan in 4 phases. Phase 1 involved building the coalition and international support necessary to conduct offensive operations in Iraq. Phase 2 was a shaping effort, a combination of psychological and military deception operations designed to encourage segments of Iraqi society and its armed forces not to resist. Phase 3 involved military operations to destroy Iraq's remaining armed forces and decapitate the Iraqi regime. Phase 4, or stability operations, addressed the transition to a new Iraqi government. Franks's concept briefing also contained 3 potential force packages. A robust option assumed that basing was available from most of the U.S. partners in the Middle East and that the United Kingdom would contribute troops. A reduced option required approximately the same number of personnel, but assumed that support was unavailable from Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, and Saudi Arabia. A unilateral option assumed that the United States would conduct operations without support from either its Middle Eastern partners or the United Kingdom. The U.S. contingent required for all three proposals was approximately 105,000 initial forces, with the size of the follow-on component ranging from 225,000 to 238,000 boots on the ground. Because these two force figures were additive, the final projected strength on the ground was well more than 300,000. The President's response at the Camp David briefing was clear. He strongly desired to remove Saddam from power, and sooner rather than later. The President even offered that invading Iraq on Saddam's birthday, April 28, 2002, might be an appropriate symbolic time to destroy the regime, a proposal that CENTCOM and its component commands determined would present too short a window in which to prepare and mobilize its forces. Regardless, CENTCOM's sense of urgency to build the plan increased, and the command's focus rapidly shifted from operations in Afghanistan to Iraq. Tensions in the Iraq war planning. The intense planning period that followed the Camp David briefing was colored by significant tensions between DoD civilian and military leaders. Rumsfeld arrived at the Pentagon in 2001 determined to transform how the U.S. military prosecuted the nation's wars and to strengthen civilian control of the military. This agenda created tensions with senior officers. Other factors also contributed to difficult relationships among the civilian leadership in the office of the SecDef, the Joint Staff, the service chiefs, and the combatant commands. Stovepipes within the office of the SecDef, combined with some personality conflicts, distrust, and institutional intransigence, tended to inhibit joint and interagency situational awareness and caused inordinate amounts of planning time and energy to be spent on revisions to the plan. Most of the previous contingency planning for limited military objectives in Iraq, including Desert Crossing, had been coordinated among CENTCOM, the Joint Staff, and the service chiefs as force providers. The new plans for regime change in Iraq, however, were highly compartmentalized, classified top secret with an additional caveat called Polo Step, access to which Rumsfeld limited to a small number of people in the office of the SecDef, the Joint Staff, and CENTCOM. Rumsfeld's restriction barred the Joint Chiefs and services from synchronizing and resourcing the early planning efforts, and it also prevented CFLCC and its subordinate corps elements from developing parallel plans in any detail until after Franks' first commander's huddle in Ramstein, Germany in March 2002. Rumsfeld's managerial style affected the war planning as well. According to Abe Shulsky, a special assistant to Undersecretary Douglas J. Feith, Rumsfeld, quote, was very reluctant to give a direct order, end quote, preferring instead to nudge people in the direction he wanted, quote, without being direct about it, end quote, and by asking questions like, quote, do you need that, end quote, and, quote, what are other ways of doing this, end quote. The Secretary's aversion to definitive guidance was oddly juxtaposed with his tendency to micromanage. After serving nearly a year under Rumsfeld, Franks was accustomed to receiving the Secretary's musings, ideas, and pointed questions in intermittent memoranda known as snowflakes, so called by DoD personnel because of the prolific white paper they generated in senior offices. A veritable blizzard had descended on CENTCOM since 9/11. The snowflakes, personal phone calls, and secure video teleconferences drew the Secretary into the minutiae of tactical operations instead of the overall strategy and policy guiding them, a fact that bred resentment among military leaders. From the beginning of his tenure, Rumsfeld's military transformation agenda and management style had alienated Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Henry Hugh Shelton and Chief of Staff of the Army General Eric K. Shinseki. Although Shinseki supported the idea of restructuring and transforming the Army, he gained a reputation, first with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or CJCS, and later the SecDef, for being hard-headed over his decision to change the Army's headgear from service caps to a black beret. The seemingly trivial issue had grown to be significant when former and retired members of the Army Rangers, the only unit authorized to wear the black beret at the time, resisted the change, raised the issue with Congress and the President, and thus created political difficulties for the SecDef. In meetings discussing the beret issue, Rumsfeld commented on Shinseki, quote, making another bad decision, end quote, suggesting the relationship between the two had already soured. For their part, Shinseki, Secretary of the Army Thomas E. White and, to a lesser extent, Shelton, saw themselves and the Army as a bureaucratic target of Rumsfeld's aim to reduce the size of the armed forces. Rumsfeld, a former Navy fighter pilot, quote, seemed partial to the Navy and Marines, end quote, they believed, and he also disliked the Cold War mindset and Balkans-type stability missions that were the main focus of the Army throughout most of the 1990s. The Army found itself engaged in a battle to limit further downsizing while the administration debated the feasibility and force structure required to engage in two land wars simultaneously. Leaks of sensitive planning information gradually eroded trust in the already contentious relationships among CENTCOM, the Joint Staff, the service chiefs, and the Office of the SecDef. The first major leak of war plans occurred at the same time as the March 21st Commanders' Huddle in Germany, leading CENTCOM planners and Franks to suspect that someone from the air component, frustrated with the proposed abbreviated bombing campaign discussed at the conference, had communicated their displeasure privately to the media. Relations were further strained in May 2002 when, during the height of war preparations for Iraq, the Washington Post journalist Tom Ricks reported that the Joint Chiefs were waging a, quote, determined behind-the-scenes campaign to persuade the Bush administration, end quote, against war with Iraq. The Joint Chiefs and Franks, Ricks reported, had told the president that ousting Saddam's regime would require at least 200,000 troops and remained, quote, shoulder to shoulder, end quote, against the SecDef. Rumsfeld also believed Shinseki had implied to colleagues that Rumsfeld's own office was leaking Iraq war plans to the press, which infuriated the secretary. In a harsh verbal reprimand to the Joint Chiefs, Rumsfeld accused the military leaders of not being forthright with him, told them that their complaints about not being consulted about war plans were unfounded, and declared that if they had problems with any of the combatant commanders, they should confront that commander directly rather than via leaks to the press. The, quote, problems with combatant commanders, end quote, apparently referred to problems between the Joint Chiefs and Franks, with the latter's direct line to Rumsfeld and the president effectively isolating the Joint Staff from the planning process. From Franks's perspective, the service chiefs were mired in service parochialisms and jealous of the combatant commander's mission to, quote, command forces in wartime, end quote, and he had even referred to the Joint Chief of Staff representatives in public and private as, quote, Title 10 motherfuckers, end quote. Sensing that they were being marginalized and feeling distance from the planning process, the Joint Staff often issued planning guidance and orders well after CENTCOM had already begun working on the guidance it received directly from the SecDef. Taken together, these factors tended to discourage collaboration among the services, the Joint Staff, and CENTCOM. Generated start, January to May 2002. Within 60 days of the Camp David briefing, the Joint Staff formally directed CENTCOM to transition from planning for a limited attack to planning for regime change. Through the winter and spring of 2002, CENTCOM developed 6 iterations of an invasion plan that, based on guidance from Rumsfeld, would contain ever smaller numbers of forces and shorter deployment timelines. This first series of CENTCOM plans, renumbered 1003V and eventually known as Generated Start, envisioned a rapid buildup from 3 divisions at the onset to between 5 and 6 Army, Marine, and coalition divisions as the campaign progressed. Movement of forces was to begin on N Day, the day that the president notified the command to commence, after which CENTCOM would have 30 days to prepare its forces until C Day, the day the forces began flowing into theater. Deployment of the initial force of 3 divisions or 2 corps would take an additional 60 days, during which Special Operations Forces would suppress Saddam's long-range missile systems and link up with Kurdish militias in northern Iraq. D-Day, the beginning of combat operations on Iraqi soil, would commence while the remaining divisions deployed to Kuwait. Air and ground campaigns would commence nearly simultaneously in order to catch the Iraqi military by surprise, a stark contrast to the 5-week air campaign of 1991. The 2 corps' worth of ground troops would also attack simultaneously to overwhelm Iraqi forces. Maneuvers to isolate Baghdad would take approximately 45 days, with regime destruction and the onset of stability operations occurring over an additional 90 days. The entire operation, from start to finish, would take approximately 215 days. While Franks and his planners refined Generated Start in Tampa, Florida, CENTCOM and service logisticians met at the U.S. Transportation Command, or TRANSCOM, headquarters at Scott Air Force Base, Illinois, to develop unit deployment packages and timelines using the Time-Phased Force and Deployment List or Data, or TPFDL or TPFDD, a complex planning tool DoD developed for similar contingency plans. Because the TPFDD planning was concurrent with Generated Start refinements, each component was able to estimate the force structure that might be needed to support variations on the plan and to verify the logistical feasibility of their proposed timelines and maneuvers. It was a valuable innovation in the logistical planning that Rumsfeld would ultimately discard entirely. Shock and Awe and Running Start, May to July 2002. Rumsfeld's intent for Iraq was to enter with a light footprint, be able to move fast, and be able to exit Iraq very quickly, a vision that differed sharply from the initial CENTCOM plan. In response to Franks's iterative concept briefings on Generated Start, Rumsfeld sent Franks a paper written by Harlan K. Ullman and James P. Wade in late April 2002. It outlined the concept of shock and awe and how it could be applied in devising war plans. Ullman and Wade advanced the idea of rapid dominance, in which a comparatively small-sized military force could, through a display of military might, enforce its will on a powerful country and military to enact change. Some of the mechanisms to induce shock and awe included the use of unstoppable lethal weapons like long-range air power to, quote, impose a regime of unrelenting and ever-increasing stress, end quote. Any of the relatively small number of ground forces used to enact the change must, quote, arrive suddenly, strike without remorse, and terminate their presence quickly, end quote, before the adversary had the opportunity to recover. Rumsfeld had previously introduced Franks to Army Colonel Douglas A. McGregor, an officer working on Army transformation for Shinseki, who shared Rumsfeld's vision for wars of the future. Both the Shock and Awe authors and McGregor argued that the U.S. military could topple the Iraqi regime with a division-sized element or less, an idea that shaped the war planning guidance Rumsfeld provided to CENTCOM. Some senior U.S. officers had difficulty envisioning a light footprint for an invasion of Iraq and opposed modifications to tried and tested processes for deployment and conduct of major combat operations. Lieutenant General George W. Casey, Jr., then the Joint Staff J-5, recalled that there seemed to be no middle ground between what the Office of the SecDef leadership envisioned for Iraq and what the senior Army leaders and CENTCOM demanded in terms of time and resources. Casey believed that the President, the SecDef, and some of the Joint Staff viewed the Army as overly tied to a deliberate and comparatively slow TPFDD process that Rumsfeld and others regarded as a Cold War-era relic. For his part, Casey believed, quote, the Army was quick to cry micromanagement instead of considering how to refine their processes, end quote. The ensuing tension would only be resolved once Rumsfeld decided to discard the TPFDD for Iraq and instead use the request for forces model DoD had employed in Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan, in which commanders requested force packages piece by piece as the requirements for them arose. Although CENTCOM's proposed force numbers for Generated Start began at 385,000, by the time Rumsfeld and Bush were briefed again in the late spring, the numbers had been whittled down to 275,000, a force Rumsfeld insisted was still, quote, way too heavy, end quote. Rumsfeld suggested that the roughly 2 brigades for a routine training exercise with the Kuwaitis should suffice as an invasion force for Iraq. These units consisted of a brigade-sized Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, an Army brigade, and a Special Operations Company whose teams were embedded with Kuwaiti military units. Franks strongly disagreed with this radical proposal, arguing that such limited forces would be unable to topple the regime and lacked the logistics to make it to Baghdad. Rumsfeld raised the idea again with Bush during a briefing at Camp David on May 11, 2002, but Franks persuaded the President and the SecDef instead to give CENTCOM additional time to refine Generated Start into a faster deploying plan with a lighter force. As these discussions about the size and speed of the ground forces unfolded in May and June, U.S. officials began to worry that Saddam might conduct a preemptive attack into Kuwait, complicating the planned U.S. invasion. U.S. officials had received indications that the Iraqi army was on the verge of collapse, and they feared Saddam might decide to use his forces while he still could. The President, National Policy Team, and Office of the SecDef were also concerned that, as U.S. and coalition forces flowed into the theater in the middle of Iraq's internal difficulties, the movement would provide Saddam with, quote, unambiguous warning, end quote, about the U.S. intention to invade. This might provoke an attack on Kuwait, the Kurds, or the Shia, flood Iraq's southern marshes, sabotage Iraq's infrastructure, attack Israel, or, in the worst-case scenario, use WMD. U.S. leaders wanted a plan that would give them the flexibility to prevent these contingencies but still maintain the ability to remove Saddam from power. The new plan CENTCOM developed in response to these concerns was a branch plan-generated start called Running Start, in which smaller ground forces would begin major combat operations while the rest were still deploying. Unlike Generated Start, which called for a two-corps ground invasion in conjunction with an air campaign, Running Start planned for a Marine division and an Army division to lead ground operations, followed by a second corps-sized Army element, with the overall movement into theater shortened from 60 to 45 days or less. Running Start also contained 3 different options for the timing of an air campaign, depending on what the immediate situation in Iraq demanded. As CENTCOM developed the Running Start plan, the inevitability of the Iraq invasion began to hit home. When Franks returned from briefing Bush in June, he announced to his component commanders that the invasion of Iraq was no longer a matter of if, but when. He judged that the president wanted to conduct the invasion sometime in the late fall of 2002. The Hybrid, August 2002. The Running Start concept had obvious flaws that CENTCOM planners were quick to highlight, most glaringly that it lacked enough troops to guarantee the destruction of the Iraqi regime. While the ground component of Running Start could probably arrive in theater and achieve some limited military objectives, there would not be enough support forces to sustain the maneuver force. In addition, Running Start, if executed as planned, would lack the near-simultaneous application of national power critical to executing the shock and awe concept. Because the initial thrust could not be sustained all the way to Baghdad, Saddam would probably be afforded the space required to reinforce Baghdad and sue for peace on the international stage. The short time horizon for Running Start would also shorten the time available for diplomacy to secure basing and overflight agreements with partner countries, jeopardizing deployment timelines. When Franks briefed Bush on Running Start in July 2002, he advised the president that it would be impossible to launch the plan by October 2002 because the requisite operational and strategic follow-on forces could not be mobilized in time. With the Running Start creating concerns because of its low number of forces and the Generated Start too unwieldy, CENTCOM and its components began developing a hybrid option, with a starting ground force similar to that of Generated Start entering theater sequentially, as in Running Start, but in greater numbers. In the hybrid, 30,000 Marines and Army soldiers would enter Iraq on G-Day, and the remainder of 1st MEF and 5th Corps would flow in over the next 18 days. By the time 2 months had elapsed in the ground campaign, the entire Generated Start force of 200,000 troops would be operating in Iraq. The proposed air campaign for the hybrid was similar to an option in the Running Start, in which ground operations would commence 16 days after the initial airstrikes. The deployment timelines in the hybrid were longer, too, to allow U.S. diplomats more time to finalize agreements for staging and basing in the region. Meanwhile, CFACC and CFLCC could use an expansion of Operations Northern Watch and Southern Watch and training exercises to increase their footprint subtly in Kuwait and the North. In the hybrid plan, CENTCOM aimed to minimize both the force footprint and the risks associated with putting maneuver forces into theater too quickly, and maximizing opportunities to take advantage of Saddam's behavior and achieve operational surprise. The hybrid plan also contained a more detailed breakdown of Phase 4 operations, outlining 4 discrete periods of stabilization, recovery, transition to security operations, and full transition to a stable Iraqi government and redeployment of all U.S. forces over a period of 32 to 45 months. On August 14th, Franks briefed the modified plan to the Secretary of Defense and, after gaining Rumsfeld's approval, ordered his component commanders to develop execution details for the hybrid plan on August 22nd. Weapons of mass destruction. Iraq's WMD program had been a major U.S. and international security concern since the end of the Gulf War. After 9/11, U.S. policymakers worried that Saddam's WMD materials would fall into terrorist hands, and CENTCOM, along with the rest of the U.S. intelligence community, assumed that Saddam would, at a minimum, use chemical weapons against an invasion force. Interestingly, however, there were no specific plans to eradicate those materials or the sites at which they were suspected of being developed, as WMD elimination was not part of the deliberate planning process or joint military planning doctrine in the 1990s and the early 2000s. Consequently, although U.S. contingency plans for Iraq from the 1990s and the revisions in 2000 identified the elimination of Saddam's ability to make WMD as an end state, none of them assigned any units or organizations the responsibility for exploiting and destroying suspected WMD sites. As planning for 1003V was finalized, CENTCOM realized that there was no interagency group or special operations plan to take on the task of finding and eliminating Saddam's WMD. By default, CENTCOM, as the combatant command, was stuck with the mission in a combat scenario. Franks and his planners realized they needed to incorporate the seizure of suspected WMD sites into the final war plan for Iraq. When CENTCOM requested a list of the suspected sites, they received a list of 900 potential WMD facility locations compiled by the Defense Intelligence Agency containing input from some of the other national intelligence agencies. CENTCOM planners then began to prioritize those suspected sites based on their size, composition, and assessed viability and lethality. The final product was entitled the Weapons of Mass Destruction Master Site List and was incorporated into the final war planning effort for Operation Plan 1003V. The result: Little Phase 4 and WMD planning. By late August 2002, Franks and CENTCOM had made headway in persuading U.S. leaders to accept the hybrid concept, but had become thoroughly frustrated with what they viewed as micromanagement from the Office of the SecDef on all aspects of the plan. Rumsfeld's iterative demands for reductions in troop levels and deployment timelines had consumed 9 months of CENTCOM's planning time, and yet had resulted in a prospective invasion force Franks and his commanders believed might be insufficient for the job. Despite the functional, if somewhat strained, working relationships Franks developed with the SecDef and other senior decision-makers, he was frustrated by his inability to educate them about the minimum requirements to ensure success in toppling Saddam Hussein's regime, a frustration Third Army leaders shared. Most importantly, though, the intense focus in the planning process on the invasion itself meant that only a relatively small amount of attention had been paid to Phase 4, the period of post-conflict activities when the U.S.-led coalition would be shepherding a new Iraqi state into being. At the time 1003V was issued formally to the CENTCOM components in October 2002, there was only a sparse outline for post-hostility plans apart from redeployment operations and nascent plans to secure the Iraqi regime's suspected WMD stockpiles. The Strategic Situation in Iraq. Page 43. In retrospect, the most significant aspect of the Iraq invasion planning was not the shortage of troops or the lack of Phase 4 planning, but rather the gaping holes in what the U.S. military knew about Iraq. This ignorance included Iraqi politics, society, and government, gaps that led the United States to make some deeply flawed assumptions about how the war was likely to unfold. One reason for the U.S. military's problematic intelligence preparation of the battlefield, or IPB, was the lack of reliable sources on the inner workings of the regime and Iraqi society. Analysis on Iraq in the interwar period focused principally on Iraq's WMD program and the positioning of large Iraqi military formations and major weapon systems. Little emphasis was placed on examining Iraqi society in anything more than a cursory sense. What little information available about the sustainability of the Ba'ath regime and the Iraqis' willingness to support regime change came primarily from the Iraqi expatriate community. Apart from having agendas that did not necessarily align with U.S. policy interests, or Iraqi national interests for that matter, the expatriates tended to be disconnected from the Iraqi population that had remained behind and suffered under Saddam Hussein's rule. The highly compartmentalized war planning also made it difficult for CENTCOM to integrate additional sources of information into assessments of Iraq's societal and military characteristics. CENTCOM and its partners identified some groups and populations within Iraq that were probably willing to assist the ground invasion as it moved northward. Some were resistance groups in the Kurdish and Shia populations who had armed themselves against the Ba'ath, while most of Iraq's Shia were expected to provide at least passive support to military efforts to decapitate the regime. While U.S. military estimates pointed out some of the Iraqi opposition groups were, quote, generally skeptical of the U.S. commitment to regime change, end quote, they expected that the coalition could take key actions to demonstrate its resolve and motivate latent opposition groups, such as the destruction of select, highly visible regime security forces, Ba'ath Party headquarters, and other symbols of regime power. Other actions that CENTCOM thought might embolden indigenous resistance groups involved efforts to encourage the capitulation of large segments of Iraq's army and, of course, regime removal. Not all of the military assessments of Iraqi society's likely response to the invasion were so sanguine. CENTCOM planners reviewed the reactions of Iraqi society to Operation Desert Storm and discovered some unnerving lessons for the 2002 war plan. One was an invasion might ignite a sectarian bloodbath as the Iraqi factions retaliated against each other in post-Saddam Hussein Iraq, with widespread reprisal attacks beginning immediately after the collapse of the regime. Unfortunately, these dissenting assessments had little impact on planning for the invasion and its aftermath. Iraqi military capabilities and intentions. Despite some of the shortcomings in the IPB analysis, CENTCOM built an extensive assessment of the Iraqi regime's defense plans and capabilities based on Iraqi military defense plans in CENTCOM's possession. CENTCOM described Iraq's defense and security apparatus in terms of concentric rings of defense, the center of which was Baghdad. The outer ring was comprised of the Iraqi army, while the interior rings were comprised of the Republican Guard, Special Republican Guard, Special Security and Intelligence Organizations, and Ba'ath Party militia and Special Intelligence Services at the center. The purpose of these forces was to protect Saddam Hussein, his inner circle, and Baghdad in that order. CENTCOM also expected Saddam to use chemical weapons at various points to delay or fix coalition forces outside of Baghdad while the inner ring consolidated to defend the city. Thus, CENTCOM assessed that the operational center of gravity for the Iraqi defense was the Special Security Organizations, Special Republican Guard, and the Republican Guard forces in the vicinity of Baghdad, along with Saddam's surface-to-surface missile inventory. Even though CENTCOM judged that Saddam had a coherent defense plan for Baghdad, they believed his military forces had significant operational weaknesses. United Nations or UN sanctions, Saddam's distrust of his own forces, and Operations Northern Watch and Southern Watch may have degraded the capabilities of the Iraqi Air Force, Army, and air defense systems. CENTCOM also had some information on what they labeled Saddam's, quote, vanity forces, end quote, including the Quds Force, not to be confused with the Iranian regime organization of the same name, and the Fedayeen Saddam. Some sources suggested that the Quds Force was a National Guard-like force of lightly trained Iraqi volunteers whose purpose was to defend their locales from any outside incursion. The Fedayeen were another matter, as they were led by Saddam's eldest son, Uday Hussein, known for his sociopathic tendencies and mental instability. The Fedayeen did not seem to have a place within the tightly controlled security structure Saddam had built around himself. Some reports noted that the Fedayeen were an unconventional force trained in guerrilla tactics with a, quote, golden company, end quote, devoted to suicide missions, but CENTCOM had few details about the unit's size, strength, and mission. Additionally, because the Fedayeen were managed by Uday, U.S. analysts considered them a token force with which Uday could cement his place in his father's regime, rather than a viable defense mechanism. The regime's strategic perspective. Political and military matters were intrinsically mixed in the Iraqi regime. Saddam Hussein's concerns about assassination and remaining in power translated into a focus on internal security and a proliferation of competing paramilitary and intelligence entities. Moreover, Iraqi society had undergone some fundamental changes since 1991 that affected both how it behaved and how Saddam prepared to respond to that behavior. In the early 2000s, Saddam's primary concern remained internal threats, both from disaffected segments of Iraqi society and from prospective insider coup attempts by Ba'ath Party rivals or the Iraqi military. Saddam's secondary concern was regional threats, Iran and Israel foremost among them. The threat posed by an American-led coalition ranked only third on Saddam's list of dangers to his rule. Because his first priority was to counter any further 1991-style uprisings from Iraq's Kurdish or Shia populations, Saddam distributed the bulk of the Iraqi Army and Republican Guard in northern and southern Iraq. He also sent his intensely loyal paramilitary forces to locations in southern Iraq to prevent the population there from rebelling. Saddam addressed his second defense priority, Iran, by deploying other regular army units along Iraq's southeastern border and highways to prevent Iran from taking advantage of any civil chaos. In truth, the capabilities of Iraqi conventional forces were even more degraded than CENTCOM assessed. The more professional, conventional military forces tried to modernize and reset their formations while dealing with continuous reductions in resources and the Iraqi Military-Industrial Commission's inability to deliver specialized secret weapons for Saddam. Because Saddam created an environment in which he generally received only positive information, Iraqi army leaders were reluctant to communicate the true state of their diminished forces' capabilities. The command, control, and communications networks across different Iraqi security services, too, were not nearly as coherent or organized as analysts thought them to be, reflecting Saddam's wariness of any well-coordinated security force structure that might coherently mount a coup attempt. Instead, he deliberately inhibited communication between the regular army and the Republican Guard, and he forbade the Republican Guard from operating inside Baghdad. The Special Republican Guard, the only conventional military force he authorized to operate within Baghdad city limits, was expressly forbidden from communicating with other Iraqi forces. U.S. military analysts may have overestimated some of Iraq's military capabilities, but they underestimated others. During the course of Operations Northern Watch and Southern Watch, Saddam's forces became adept at using mobile weapons systems, hide sites, and caches that were not easily detected or tracked. It was, however, the overlooked so-called vanity forces that would create the most pressing difficulties for the coalition invasion. Movements and capabilities of paramilitary forces like the Fedayeen were also difficult to detect, and the secrecy in which they operated precluded adequate information on their composition, strength, and activities. Finally, beyond the regime's politics and security apparatus, Iraqi society was not particularly well primed for a second American invasion. The U.S. failure to support the Kurdish and Shia uprisings in 1991 had left Saddam's regime free to brutally repress them. There had been no equivalent to Operation Provide Comfort for Iraq's Shia, many of whom remained deeply angry and skeptical about U.S. intentions. The UN sanctions on the regime had also taken a significant toll on the Iraqi public's goodwill toward the international community and the United States and the United Kingdom in particular. The sanctions not only reduced the amount of humanitarian aid that reached needed Iraqi citizens, but also allowed Saddam to control the delivery of aid and, in so doing, to solidify his power base. Saddam's propaganda placed much of the blame for the sanctions squarely on the United States. As a result, significant portions of the Iraqi population became embittered and hardened against the perceived source of their suffering, the United States. The sanctions also made it difficult for well-educated Iraqis to make a reasonable living, and many of them had no choice but to leave Iraq. The mass departures of Iraq's intelligentsia effectively removed most of the political opposition to the regime. Iraqis were not, then, a population that would necessarily welcome a coalition liberation with open arms. Instead, they were a segmented population with pockets of people who were very suspicious of Western intentions for their country. Saddam's WMD deception program. Saddam had indeed used chemical weapons in the past, but, unknown to the rest of the world, had dismantled almost all of his WMD program and stockpiles by 1999. Why, then, did he go to such lengths to encourage the world to believe that he still had them, or, at the very least, that he retained some clandestine WMD capability? We now know Saddam believed he had to convince both his rivals inside Iraq and his regional adversaries that he retained the capability to make and use WMD to deter attacks from inside and outside Iraq, even as he struggled to persuade the rest of the international community that the program no longer existed. Saddam had used chemical weapons against Iran and the Kurds in the 1980s to demonstrate not only that he maintained a chemical weapons stockpile, but also that he would not hesitate to use them if he believed the survival of his regime was at stake. Privately, Saddam told his inner circle afterward that simply threatening to use chemical weapons would achieve the desired psychological impact on his adversaries. Quote, "I mean, sometimes what you get out of a chemical weapon is when you keep saying, 'I will bomb you.' It is better than bombing him, actually. It is possible that when you bomb him, the material effect will be 40%, but if you stick it up to his face, the material and spiritual or psychological effect will be 60%, so why hit him? Keep getting 60%. End quote. Saddam frequently reminded his close advisors that Iraq was in an environment where even perceived vulnerabilities could draw attackers. Ultimately, he wanted to retain the ability to reinitiate his WMD program once the sanctions had ended in order to maintain the internal and external security of his Ba'ath regime. Thus, his goal between 1991 and 2003 was to encourage the international community to remove the UN sanctions and simultaneously keep a repository of scientific expertise. He organized several front companies, engineered UN oil for food program contracts, and created separate protocols outside of the UN with other countries to continue trade under the sanctions regime. The UN sanctions also permitted Iraq to maintain and build weapons delivery systems with a range under 150 kilometers, thereby allowing Iraq to keep its weapons manufacturing infrastructure intact and to keep the human capital to run it. Saddam also kept all of his nuclear weapons scientists in the country and continued researching a nuclear weapons capability in the 1990s. Finally, Saddam did take steps to destroy his chemical weapons stockpile after the 1991 Gulf War, but he maintained the expertise necessary to create chemical agents and construct chemical weapons. The invading U.S. and coalition troops would later discover remnants of these Iraqi chemical weapons stockpiles. Iraq and terrorism. In the interwar period, Saddam dabbled in financing terrorist organizations and preparing his special intelligence and security services to conduct terrorist attacks. As he did so, Saddam was careful to avoid overt relations with terrorist groups and provided no direct support to al-Qaeda, whose ambitions for an Islamic caliphate clashed with his own desire to preserve his regime in Iraq. Saddam had better relations with other terrorist organizations. Although he did not sponsor terrorist organizations on his own soil, he did provide financial support to some terrorist groups in the decade prior to Operation Iraqi Freedom, including the Abu Nidal Organization, Egyptian Islamic Jihad, the Palestinian Liberation Front, and Hamas. Saddam was particularly interested in supporting Palestinian terrorist groups and had a long-standing relationship with Hamas, through whom he funded families of suicide bombers who attacked Israel. In exchange for Iraqi support, Saddam expected these groups to follow guidance from Baghdad when required. In the early 2000s, Saddam and his security and intelligence directorates became keenly interested in using assassinations, suicide bombings, and improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, against Iraqi opposition groups and Iranian targets. To that end, Saddam's Gafiki project, nested within the Iraqi Intelligence Services, or IIS, began recruiting suicide bombers from other countries, while special mission units in the IIS Criminology, or M16 Directorate, received training on building car bombs and other IEDs. The IIS worked extensively to perfect IED construction, analyze the technical aspects of terrorist attacks, and conduct lessons learned sessions for failed operations and explosive uses. At the same time, the IIS Directorate of Liberation Movements, or M8, hosted Palestinian, Lebanese, Libyan, Syrian, and North African fighters in paramilitary training camps and proposed in its 2002 annual report to activate another training camp for an Arab Liberation Front inside Iraq. The Fedayeen Saddam benefited from Saddam's growing interest in using terrorism domestically and abroad. In 1999, Saddam decided that he would assign the top 10 recruits from each Fedayeen class to conduct operations in Europe against Iraqi opposition leaders, with Ahmad Chalabi explicitly among the targets. Other Fedayeen were designated for operations in the Kurdish regions of Iraq and Iran. Saddam later outfitted the Fedayeen's Golden Company to wage war against any rebellion or uprising that might occur inside Iraq, to include one that might arise with support from an American invasion. The Golden Company's primary tactic was suicide bombings using vests or other similar mechanisms. There was one independent Islamic terrorist organization known to be operating on Iraqi territory. Ansar al-Islam, an affiliate of al-Qaeda, was engaged in an active war with the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK, as the terrorist group attempted to expand its territory beyond a small corner of Sulaymaniyah province. After Saddam attacked the northeastern Iraqi Kurdish town of Halabja with chemical weapons in 1988, many of the Kurds in the area fled across the border to Iran, where an extremist Sunni Kurdish cleric, Sheikh Abd al-Latif, convinced a number of the refugees that jihad was the proper response. His adherents returned to Halabja under the leadership of another extremist cleric, Mullah bin Abdulaziz, and together they formed the Islamic Movement of Kurdistan, or IMK. In the 1990s, the IMK took advantage of the civil war between the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, and PUK to expand its influence from Halabja into other areas of Sulaymaniyah and eventually into parts of Erbil. Military pressure from the PUK later fractured the IMK into several splinter groups, some of which became hardened Salafis and developed relationships with al-Qaeda. With al-Qaeda's encouragement, these organizations merged in September 2001 into a single group that eventually became known as Ansar al-Islam. Al-Qaeda leaders viewed the emergence of Ansar al-Islam as an opportunity to expand their foothold in the Middle East. Ansar al-Islam's leaders, Mullah Krekar and Abu Abdullah al-Shafi, worked openly with al-Qaeda, and al-Qaeda in turn provided resources, training, and guidance to the group, enabling it to carve out a miniature Islamic state in the Halabja area. From there, Shafi used his ties with Iraqi Salafis to grow Ansar al-Islam's support base further by incorporating underground Sunni extremist networks in Nineveh province. With the fall of the Taliban in late 2001, Ansar al-Islam sheltered a number of al-Qaeda members and affiliates fleeing Afghanistan. One of those who sought refuge with Ansar al-Islam was Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, who had served with al-Qaeda in Afghanistan but had been reluctant to swear fealty to al-Qaeda's senior leadership. Zarqawi's stubborn independence and international ambitions complicated Ansar al-Islam's efforts to establish an Islamic emirate in Kurdistan. The secular PUK viewed Ansar al-Islam and Zarqawi as a threat, particularly after the organization began targeting Kurdish civilians and PUK affiliates. Zarqawi also used the Ansar al-Islam infrastructure to conduct crude experiments with chemical and biological weapons, though the limitations of the group's facilities and his people's lack of chemical expertise constrained his efforts. One unintended consequence of these experiments was that they attracted the attention of Western and Middle Eastern security services that began targeting and detaining members of Zarqawi's network. The experiments brought Ansar al-Islam unwanted attention that would eventually lead the coalition, with support from the PUK, to destroy the group's Halabja safe haven, though the alliance between Ansar al-Islam's survivors and Zarqawi's fledgling Salafi group would become the core of al-Qaeda in Iraq. The dearth of information about Iraq's social dynamics and internal turmoil since the 1991 Gulf War led the United States to misjudge Iraqi military activities and to formulate policies and plans at odds with the reality of a deeply segmented and traumatized Iraqi society. U.S. policymakers and CENTCOM failed to account for the amount of distrust Iraqis felt toward the United States because of the 1991 uprising and the 1990s sanctions regime. Flawed U.S. assumptions about how the Iraqi people and state institutions would respond to regime decapitation led to inadequate preparation for post-regime governance and stability requirements. At the same time, while the national intelligence agencies and CENTCOM were aware that Saddam had no direct ties to al-Qaeda at the time of the 9/11 attacks, they were largely unaware of his indigenous paramilitary capability to conduct terrorist attacks. They were also unaware that he had focused his regime's security forces almost exclusively against internal threats rather than against external adversaries. Finally, CENTCOM was aware of Ansar al-Islam's activities in northern Iraq, but did not appreciate how far the group's networks extended into the broader Iraqi Salafi community, or that Islamist militancy had gained a significant foothold in northern and western Iraq. Within the DoD itself, structural stovepipes inhibited information sharing and inclusive planning, and when combined with Rumsfeld's managerial style and the personality conflicts among key leaders, resulted in a tightly compartmentalized planning process that focused too heavily on major combat operations and was not coordinated across DoD or the broader U.S. government. The quick tactical victory over the Taliban and al-Qaeda in Afghanistan in late 2001 seemed to validate Rumsfeld's views about the future of warfare and convinced him and others that a small U.S. force aided by indigenous fighters and air power could replicate the feat in Iraq. The Secretary's continual downward pressure on CENTCOM's force requirements for the invasion and its aftermath resulted in a plan that, when executed, would speedily topple Saddam Hussein's brittle regime, but would prove unequal to the task of consolidating a tactical military victory. End of Chapter 2, Regime Change. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 3, Maneuvering into Position. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 3, Maneuvering into Position. Chapter 3, Maneuvering into Position. Page 55. Throughout the fall of 2002, U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, and Fifth Corps refined and rehearsed their war plans for regime change in Iraq. In the last few months before the invasion, CENTCOM and CFLCC confronted some mandated additions and challenges that consumed a substantial amount of their planning energy. The focus on weapons of mass destruction, or WMD, as the casus belli for war would require additional forces to secure Saddam Hussein's suspected WMD sites, while a late-breaking early regime collapse scenario would alter the force structure for the invasion and change how the Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, deployed forces to the theater. A policy decision to develop an expatriate Iraqi military force to serve as an Iraqi face on the liberation would draw a mixture of support and ire from the agencies and military units planning the invasion. Turkey's 11th-hour refusal to allow the coalition to cross Turkish territory would have profound consequences for the invasion and its aftermath. In light of these distractions, military planning for Phase 4 was a late, uncoordinated effort, with U.S. strategic and operational headquarters so consumed by moving forces and finalizing plans that they gave little attention to what might occur after the fall of Baghdad. In contrast, Saddam's preparations to confront the coalition forces were virtually non-existent until December 2002. Although Ba'athist militias and Iranian regime-sponsored militant groups were well prepared for the American-led offensive, Saddam failed to prepare his military until just weeks before the operation, a result of his disbelief that the United States would actually invade Iraq. Not until the eve of the invasion did Saddam reposition some of his forces south and reinforce the vulnerable Iraqi southern cities with his loyalist paramilitary forces, including the Fedayeen Saddam and the Ba'ath Party militia. The ground forces prepare for war. Page 55. Lieutenant General David McKiernan takes command. As U.S. war planning intensified in the late summer of 2002 and the main effort began to shift the tactical headquarters that would execute the invasion under the CFLCC, General Tommy Franks decided to remove his CFLCC commander, Lieutenant General Paul Mikolajczyk, who was responsible for overseeing the conflict in Afghanistan and preparing for combat in Iraq. Mikolajczyk had disagreed with Franks about the prosecution of the war in Afghanistan, and Franks had expressed his frustration with Mikolajczyk, considering him too cautious to oversee an aggressive invasion campaign. Two important changes followed from the decision to remove Mikolajczyk. First, the office of the SecDef, seconded by Franks, proposed setting up a separate combined joint task force for Afghanistan and the war on terrorism so that CFLCC could focus entirely on Iraq for the time being. Second, Franks received permission to replace Mikolasek as CFLCC commander with Lieutenant General David D. McKiernan. McKiernan, then serving as the Army's Operations Officer, or G3, had most recently commanded the 1st Cavalry Division and was familiar with the Iraq invasion plan. He had also served in the Gulf War and Bosnia. Although Franks and McKiernan had not previously worked together, McKiernan's rapport with General Erich Shinseki, combined with his reputation for being cool under fire, had earned him Franks's respect. McKiernan's appointment as the new CFLCC commander signaled to CFLCC forces that the invasion of Iraq was near certain to occur. At the CFLCC headquarters, he welcomed a number of new senior staff officers hand-picked by the Army's senior leadership to prosecute the war, including Major General William Fuzzy Webster as McKiernan's deputy, Brigadier General James Spider Marks as his intelligence director, and Major General James D. Thurman as his operations chief. The 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, or 1st MEF, was also placed under CFLCC's tactical control, meaning the MEF and its new commander, Marine Lieutenant General James Jim Conway, effectively worked for McKiernan, allowing the CFLCC commander to plan a land campaign as a coalition and a joint component command. By October 22nd, McKiernan relocated the entire CFLCC headquarters from Fort McPherson, Georgia, to Camp Doha, Kuwait. He then began a series of exercises that led to CFLCC's operational plan for the invasion, which he named Cobra II after General Omar Bradley's operation to liberate France in 1944. CENTCOM, meanwhile, was finalizing Operations Plan 1003V. As CENTCOM officers worked with CFLCC and Coalition Forces Air Component Command, or CFACC, on its details, it became apparent that the hybrid plan did not afford the coalition the element of tactical surprise that Generated START had offered. As a result, CENTCOM decided to revert to the original Generated START plan that called for initiating the air and ground campaigns simultaneously in hope of building surprise back into the invasion. Shaping operations. CENTCOM's plans for the shaping operations that would precede the main invasion consisted of 3 components: special operations to destroy the long-range ballistic missiles the coalition believed the Iraqi regime possessed, a link-up with indigenous militias and resistance organizations in Iraq, and strategic communications aimed at Saddam's regular army forces. Part of 5th Special Forces Group would enter western Iraq to find and neutralize Saddam's suspected long-range ballistic missile sites in order to prevent him from launching missiles at Israel. The remainder of 5th Group would move from Kuwait into southern Iraq to make contact with Iraqi Shia resistance groups and seize the bridgeheads near Nasiriyah in order to prevent Saddam's forces from destroying them and slowing the main invasion forces' advance. The 10th Special Forces Group would insert units into northern Iraq and link up with Kurdish Peshmerga militias, secure the northern oil fields near Kirkuk, and prevent Kurdish incursions south of the Green Line. These unconventional operations were to be followed by a 2-pronged supporting effort. First, CFACC would begin a bombing campaign to destroy Iraq's air defense systems as well as prominent symbols of the regime. The intent of destroying those key regime nodes was not only to create confusion and disarray among Iraq's command hierarchy, but also to prevent a Fortress Baghdad scenario in which the regime might consolidate its forces in a defense in depth of Baghdad. Concurrent with the air campaign, the coalition would mount information operations to erode the resolve of the Iraqi military and encourage them to surrender. These efforts would set conditions for coalition maneuver forces to begin operations to destroy the Republican Guard and other loyalist military forces and topple the regime. Major combat operations. Although CENTCOM had overall responsibility for the timing of major combat operations and the plan to position units in theater, CFLCC, 5th Corps, and 1st MEF were ultimately responsible for developing the ground forces' scheme of maneuver. In CENTCOM's 1003V plan, the stated objective for the ground component was to isolate the regime and defeat the Iraqi Regular Army and Republican Guard forces. According to the operations order for CFLCC's Cobra II, first issued in October 2002, 1st MEF was the main effort for the first part of the invasion. It was tasked to seize the Talil airfield, establish a bridgehead on the Euphrates River at Nasiriyah, defeat or fix any remaining Iraqi 3rd or 4th Corps units in southern Iraq, and set conditions to conduct decisive operations north and west of the Euphrates River. At the same time, 5th Corps would continue flowing into Kuwait, and upon 1st MEF's completion of these tasks, would become the main effort as 5th Corps advanced to defeat the Republican Guard's Medina Division and other security forces and isolate Baghdad. The CFLCC operations order also instructed 5th Corps to be prepared to exploit sudden regime collapse with rapid ground maneuver to Baghdad. The key task for both 5th Corps and 1st MEF after they isolated Baghdad from 2 directions was to remove the regime from power. The 5th Corps was tasked with defeating the Iraqi army in southern Iraq and the Republican Guard near Baghdad. The Corps' scheme of maneuver would begin with Apache helicopter attacks against the Medina Division, followed by ground maneuvers to destroy the Medina and secure key terrain at the Karbala Gap, a critical avenue of approach to Baghdad from the southwest near Lake Razaza. Because defeating the Medina Division and other Iraqi forces would require a rapid advance to the Karbala Gap, and the Iraqis were expected to welcome the U.S. presence and offer little resistance, 5th Corps instructed its mechanized forces, the 3rd Infantry Division and 1st Armored Division, to bypass the southern Iraqi cities quickly, rather than enter them to clear enemy forces. 5th Corps also tasked the 101st Airborne Division to seize Saddam International Airport in Baghdad as a critical element of isolating the capital. 2 war games in December 2002 and late January 2003 convinced McKiernan to reconsider this scheme and make 5th Corps, the mechanized force, the main effort for the entire mission, given that it could cover Iraq's terrain more quickly than the 1st MEF's light infantry forces. The Winter War Games also highlighted for coalition commanders that their advance could be delayed if the Iraqis destroyed the bridges along the main routes of attack in southern Iraq, and as a result, CFLCC and 5th Corps allocated additional forces to secure those bridgeheads. While the war games proved useful in refining the tactical plan, they reinforced flawed assumptions about Iraqi capabilities. In particular, they overestimated the effectiveness of the Iraqi conventional military forces. CFLCC and 5th Corps did not account for the impact of sanctions on the capabilities of Iraq's military, and the simulated Iraqi units that CFLCC and 5th Corps fought in the exercises were full-strength, fully coordinated formations that were assumed to be able to conduct brigade, division, and, on occasion, corps-level operations. As a result, the exercises led analysts, operations officers, and commanders to focus on finding and destroying conventional formations and equipment. The simulations used in the run-up to the invasion also pitted ground forces against a new enemy, the, quote, contemporary operating environment opposing force, end quote, that departed from Cold War enemy models in that it was an amalgamation of conventional and paramilitary forces. The latter sought to draw U.S. forces into complex urban terrain to wear them down there rather than engage them in direct combat on a battlefield devoid of civilians. In addition to the greater numbers of unconventional forces, the new enemy simulations included fractured social institutions in an attempt to replicate the battlefield complexities U.S. forces had experienced in Bosnia and Kosovo. The new virtual opposing force was certainly more appropriate than the Cold War-era situations, but it had the side effect of reinforcing the U.S. military aversion to urban combat and seemingly validated a scheme of maneuver that called for coalition troops to bypass rather than clear Iraq's southern population centers en route to Baghdad. The differences between the capabilities of the contemporary operating environment opponent force and the Iraqi military were significant enough to raise questions about the usefulness of the exercises and the time and energy spent adjusting the plans as a result of them. The exercises also tended to create unlikely scenarios, particularly where force composition was concerned. During Victory Scrimmage, the 5th Corps war game of January to February 2003, all 5 Army divisions on the deployment list, the 3rd Infantry Division, the 101st Airborne Division, the 1st Cavalry Division, 1st Armored Division, and 4th Infantry Division, participated in the exercise. This wargame was designed to train 5th Corps how to command and control the maximum number of units possible, even though, as 101st Airborne Division Commander Major General David Petraeus pointed out, it was becoming increasingly unlikely the invasion could involve more than 3. In the end, victory scrimmage created confusion about the division of responsibility across an unrealistically crowded theater, and even more uncertainty about deployment timelines. The late pre-war exercises also favored the traditional idea of corps-level deep attacks with helicopters against major enemy formations. Despite the disappointing results of Task Force Hawk 3 years before, the aviation community believed a new training regimen, an upgraded aircraft in the form of the Apache Longbow helicopter. Better organization had eliminated the difficulties, and a Fifth Corps exercise using live-fire munitions on a range in Poland was deemed to validate the deep attack concept. Consequently, CFLCC and Fifth Corps retained deep aviation attacks as part of the scheme of maneuver. Planning for Baghdad. The Joint Staff issued planning guidance on May 20, 2002, directing CENTCOM to begin developing plans for the liberation of Baghdad, after which CENTCOM passed the task on to CFLCC. The task came as no surprise, but presented some difficulties. The simulation exercises for Iraq had raised fears that urban combat in Baghdad could resemble that in the city of Grozny in the Chechen Republic or Mogadishu in Somalia. 2 urban warfare conferences held separately by the Marines and Army in the fall of 2002 concluded that the invasion plans at that time did not sufficiently account for how to seize and secure Baghdad itself. McKiernan shared some of these concerns and, during the last 2 months before the invasion, instructed Fifth Corps to draw up more detailed plans for urban operations in and around Baghdad. Within Fifth Corps, the task eventually fell to Major General Ricardo Sanchez and the 1st Armored Division, a unit that SecDef Donald Rumsfeld had apparently decided not to include in the initial invasion force. Drawing on exercises and works that included Roger Spiller's Sharp Corners, Fifth Corps and the 1st Armored Division developed a Baghdad security plan that included a graphical dissection of the city to allow air and ground units to pinpoint critical locations. It contained details about Baghdad's subterranean landscape, the locations and conditions of electrical and sewer systems, and how money flowed in and out of the city. These extensive urban preparations for Baghdad provided a baseline for some of the missions Fifth Corps and 1st MEF units would assume in the city after the fall of the regime. Turkey, the northern option. In spring 2002, CENTCOM had conceived an idea to use psychological operations to deceive the Iraqi military into believing that the United States would send ground forces through Turkey to attack Iraq, a mission that CENTCOM judged could be performed by the 10th Special Forces Group. However, after a May 2002 session with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or CJCS, and some of the combatant commanders, held in the Joint Chiefs Pentagon conference room known as the Tank, CENTCOM recognized that more forces might be required in northern Iraq, particularly if the psychological operations failed to convince the Iraqi army units there to capitulate. In conjunction with European Command, or EUCOM, CENTCOM began to look at options to move another U.S. division through Turkey in order to augment the 10th Special Forces Group. Using Turkish territory to stage a large invasion force would require consent from the newly elected Turkish government of Recep Erdogan and his Justice and Development Party, a group with longtime ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. Because Turkey, a North Atlantic Treaty Organization or NATO member, was within EUCOM's area of responsibility, EUCOM was in charge of Operation Northern Watch and for operations in northern Iraq. With the permission of Turkish authorities, EUCOM deployed 2,200 soldiers of the 1st Infantry Division to Turkey by January 2003 to arrange maintenance, logistics, and other support for the U.S. and coalition troops that needed to move along a 700-kilometer-long supply line across Turkey to the Iraqi border, a major logistical challenge. Once the logistical basics were in place, it was then time to designate the forces to invade from Turkey and obtain Turkish government support to use its territory for the invasion. The units designated for the Turkish front were the 4th Infantry Division from Fort Hood, Texas, and the 173rd Airborne Brigade based in Vicenza, Italy. The 5th Corps did not practice, exercise, or otherwise discuss operations with the 4th Infantry Division because of its assumption that those units would advance from the north and thus be out of the 5th Corps area of responsibility. It did, however, draw up contingency plans for the 4th Infantry Division's possible redirection to Kuwait in the event that the Turkish government denied the use of its territory for the invasion. In that case, Wallace and McKiernan decided that they would, quote, plug them in wherever they could plug them in, end quote. Alterations to the plan, WMD, regime collapse, and the Free Iraqi Forces. Military planners and U.S.-based analysts had long believed a red line existed in Iraq that, once crossed by coalition forces, would trigger Saddam's use of chemical weapons. Therefore, the invasion plan allowed for the possibility that coalition units would need to undergo decontamination and react to attacks by WMD. However, CENTCOM and CFLCC did not assign an organization to secure Iraq's presumed WMD until 3 months before the invasion, even though the Iraqis' alleged nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons stockpiles were the U.S. casus belli. The U.S. Interagency's list of 900 suspected WMD sites was too extensive for the CFLCC to secure with a small invasion force that needed to focus its combat power on destroying the Iraqi military and defeating the regime security forces in Baghdad. In December 2002, the 75th Field Artillery Brigade was designated as the unit responsible for this mission and renamed the 75th Exploitation Task Force, or XTF. Once assigned to CFLCC, the 75th Brigade divided the 200 personnel assigned to the mission into sensitive site exploitation teams and mobile exploitation teams, then linking up with other U.S. government agencies to gather the information necessary to fulfill its new mission. The 75th Field Artillery Brigade also participated in CFLCC's Lucky Warrior exercise in February 2003, but the late notice the brigade received, combined with its lack of WMD expertise and the sheer volume of the suspected sites, would quickly overwhelm the 75th once Saddam's regime fell. Like other post-war planning entities, the 75th Field Artillery Brigade was not sufficiently resourced or integrated within enough time to achieve its objectives. In December 2002, analysts again received increasing indications that the Iraqi regime was on the verge of internal collapse. These circumstances led CENTCOM to develop contingency plans for an early regime collapse scenario that was similar to Running Start. Among other things, the analysts suspected that the growing political pressure on the regime and the buildup of coalition troops in Kuwait were leading to a prospective coup attempt or internal revolt. They believed that once Saddam was removed from power, the Iraqi army would capitulate and Saddam's more loyal military forces, including the Republican Guard, would fall into disarray and confusion, providing CENTCOM with a small window of opportunity in which to complete the destruction of the regime. Coalition airstrikes would sever Saddam's remaining command and control nodes and destroy any Republican Guard units that attempted to mount a defense. The Fifth Corps would then race toward Baghdad as Special Operations Forces moved to seize Saddam International Airport. A brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division would relieve the Special Operations Forces in place as Fifth Corps units surrounded Baghdad. Once conditions were set, CFLCC would relocate its headquarters to the secured Saddam International Airport. Like 1003V and Cobra II, this branch plan assumed risk along the lines of communications near the urban centers because of the need for an expeditious movement to Baghdad. The introduction of the early regime collapse scenario at the operational level significantly affected the composition of the invasion force. The units selected to participate in the invasion were separated and sequenced for deployment in a manner that would fulfill CENTCOM and CFLCC's desire to have greater flexibility earlier in the campaign. The initial invasion force was reduced to only the 3rd Infantry Division, the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment, a reinforced brigade combat team from the 101st Airborne Division, and 1st MEF. These invading units would be followed by the 1st Armored Division, the rest of the 101st Airborne Division, the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, or ACR, and the 1st Cavalry Division. Continual changes to the forces available for additional contingencies made it unclear what units came under Fifth Corps' direct command. Another alteration to the invasion plan concerned an effort to create an Iraqi contingent for the invasion force. In spring 2002, Under SecDef for Policy Douglas Feith, in consultation with Iraqi expatriate leaders, became concerned about putting more of an Iraqi face on the invasion so that it would truly be seen as liberation rather than an occupation. Feith's idea was to recruit Iraqis living abroad to fight alongside the invading coalition forces, much like the Free French had helped liberate France in 1944, and, in fact, the Department of Defense, or DoD, dubbed the Iraqi unit the Free Iraqi Forces, or FIF. Recruitment efforts were directed at Iraqi expatriates in America and Western Europe, where thousands initially volunteered, including some from groups led by expatriate leaders Ahmad Chalabi and Ayad Alawi. However, turning volunteers into soldiers proved difficult. There were legal problems concerning how much the recruits could be paid, as well as law of war considerations about whether the FIF were legal combatants. These issues were superimposed over efforts to build a transitional Iraqi government in exile, also involving Chalabi and Alawi, and to link the FIF into that government. The amount of vetting required for each recruit was considerable, reducing the number that could be processed properly. Franks was not supportive of the effort, allocating little of his command's time or energy toward it and asking the office of the SecDef why he should be responsible for, quote, 5,000 Iraqis who would have given him the combat power of 150 U.S. soldiers, end quote. Of the 5,000 to 7,000 FIF soldiers envisioned in Feith's original concept, only a few hundred were ultimately vetted, trained, and sent to Iraq in time for the invasion and the post-regime stability phase. Deployment of the invasion force. As CENTCOM and CFLCC finalized their plans, coalition commanders waited anxiously for N-Day, the day that the president would notify them when the invasion would occur, with the deployment order that would initiate movement into Kuwait in accordance with the Time-Phased Force and Deployment Data, or TPFDD, to follow shortly thereafter. Uncertain of the operation's start date, the coalition's ground force commanders were concerned they might not be able to build up the required force in time to conduct the invasion on the president's timeline. Therefore, they used some innovative ways to pre-position forces in Kuwait in advance of N-Day. Beginning in September 2002, CFLCC, 5th Corps, and 1st MEF used a series of scheduled exercises as cover to move units into theater ahead of the expected deployment order. By October 2002, portions of the 3rd Infantry Division and 1st MEF were in place in Kuwait to participate in scheduled training exercises and maneuvers. In October and November, CFLCC's exercise Lucky Warrior and CENTCOM's exercise Internal Look in Kuwait provided an opportunity for headquarters to prepare using an Iraq-based scenario and for the 3rd Infantry Division and portions of 1st MEF and 5th Corps to remain. While CFLCC and 5th Corps moved the key components of their ground forces into theater, CENTCOM worked to get its strategic-level assets in place. Under the cover of Internal Look, CFLCC's Lucky Warrior and a 5th Corps exercise called Juniper Cobra, CENTCOM discreetly deployed Patriot air defense batteries into Kuwait and Israel to defend against the Iraqi regime's short-range ballistic missiles and its suspected medium-range Scud and Hussein missiles. Finally, the Combined Forces Special Operations Component Command, or CFSOCC, used Operation Desert Spring to place part of 5th Special Forces Group in Kuwait. This flow of forces was interrupted, however, when Rumsfeld decided in early 2003 not to use the TPFDD and instead chose to deploy troops in a series of force packages, as he had done for Afghanistan. His decision to discard the TPFDD was driven by several factors. First, in order to forestall a preemptive Iraqi attack, as well as to show domestic and international audiences that the United States had given diplomacy every chance of success, Rumsfeld and Bush wished to delay any formal announcement of their intent to use military force in Iraq until the last possible moment. This was difficult to do once the very noticeable machinery of the TPFDD had been set in motion. They both also wanted to provide CENTCOM with greater flexibility earlier in the campaign to respond to the early regime collapse scenario if necessary. Finally, despite the value U.S. military leaders placed on the TPFDD, Rumsfeld believed the process was too cumbersome for the mobile, versatile force he envisioned. In Rumsfeld's view, the TPFDD was a symbol of some military leaders' stubborn resistance to his efforts to implement the revolution in military affairs. He, quote, always thought the military's requests for forces were off by a factor of 2 or 3. He saw himself as bringing discipline to the force deployment process, end quote, Secretary of the Army Thomas White later recalled. In order to control and limit the size of the invasion force, Rumsfeld required his commanders to submit a series of requests for forces, or RFFs, for his approval. The SecDef believed using RFFs would enable DoD to rearrange the flow of forces into theater more responsibly so that any units that were not needed could be easily scratched from the deployment list. The force package in each RFF was built around a U.S. Army division, armored cavalry regiment, or a Marine Corps equivalent. Enabler units, such as combat service support, field artillery, or military police, could be added or removed to the base force packages as needed. Each force package would require the approval of both Rumsfeld and Franks before its deployment. The RFF and force package model had some significant flaws, the biggest of which was that changes to the order in which combat units were scheduled to arrive would also alter the flow of logistical units and other enablers critical to building and sustaining CFLCC's combat power in theater. The sequence of arriving combat and sustainment forces changed numerous times based on when various divisions were required for the campaign. When Franks decided that he needed the 101st Airborne Division on the ground before the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, for example, the enablers for each unit could not be correspondingly rearranged. As a result, the enablers for the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment were in place when the 101st arrived in theater, but those for the 101st were not. The force package method also meant that Army units could be shuffled in the deployment order without accounting for the fact that many Army sustainment units were in direct or general support of CFS-OCC or Marine units. By late February 2003, the 3rd Infantry Division, the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment, 2 brigades of the 101st Airborne Division, portions of 1st MEF, and the British 1st Armored Division had arrived in Kuwait, though some key pieces of those units were still moving into position. Portions of the 4th Infantry Division and the 1st Infantry Division were loading onto ships ahead of anticipated authorization to traverse Turkey for the invasion. The gathering of forces in Kuwait enabled the invasion force to begin rehearsals for N-Day. Although CENTCOM, CFLCC, and 5th Corps had conducted extensive rehearsals and exercises with each other, they had only infrequently incorporated the Marines and the British forces into joint and coalition rehearsals of the plan. Throughout February and March 2003, first CENTCOM and then CFLCC held a series of rehearsal of concept drills to ensure all U.S. components and the British forces were familiar with the plan, its changes, and its contingencies. On the eve of the invasion, CFLCC had slightly more than 3 divisions with which to destroy Iraq's military, topple the regime in Baghdad, and secure the country until follow-on forces and transitional authorities arrived in an incremental fashion. Despite McKiernan's request that the follow-on forces should be included in the invasion force, Franks and Rumsfeld decided in February 2003 that the 1st Armored Division and 1st Cavalry Division would not participate in the invasion itself, but would be used in its wake. The 1st Armored Division would deploy after the invasion, while the 1st Cavalry Division, unknown to McKiernan at the time, would not deploy to Iraq at all, but would be held for future contingency operations arising from escalating tensions on the Korean Peninsula. Planning for a post-regime Iraq. The responsibility for a post-regime Iraq was a contentious topic as invasion plans circulated among various government agencies. Not until summer 2002 did the National Security Council establish an executive steering group to manage planning for Iraq after Saddam. Participants included the Department of State, DoD, intelligence agencies, and the Office of the Vice President. The executive steering group loosely coordinated several initiatives to create the conditions for a democratic and stable post-Saddam Iraqi government. The State Department's Future of Iraq project aimed to identify Iraqi oppositionists who could help build a successor government and to study issues expected to be important in the new Iraq, such as oil and energy infrastructure, security forces, legal and judicial systems, and economics and trade. Alongside the Department of State, the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, formed another working group focused on post-regime reconstruction tasks. Some leading Iraqi oppositionists, including Ahmad Chalabi, refused to participate, thus hampering these U.S.-led working groups. More importantly, the conferences and working groups themselves produced no plan, but rather a series of papers on Iraq that, while informative, were not linked directly to any action arm. Many of the working papers were based on the same flawed assumptions that influenced military plans for Phase 4, that Iraqis would welcome the United States as a liberating force, and that the Iraqi government would retain some functionality after the senior Ba'ath leadership was removed. As a result, the Executive Steering Group and its supporting working groups spent extensive time on building a humanitarian assistance package for Iraq, but comparatively little time on the functions of a post-regime government outside of the oil ministry. As the Executive Steering Group did its work, the Office of the SecDef was simultaneously working on its own post-war plan. Feith formed an Office of Special Plans under William Bill Luty to study the requirements of a successor Iraqi government, a task redundant and uncoordinated with the State Department's Future of Iraq project. Among other requirements, Luty's group judged that the U.S. military would need to remain in Iraq to support stability, governance, and reconstruction for several years. To remove the conflict of overlapping efforts, on January 20, 2003, Bush issued National Security Presidential Directive 24, designating DoD as the lead agency for post-war Iraq. The State Department and Powell were not pleased with this arrangement, particularly when DoD leaders declared their intention to put a U.S. embassy in Iraq under its control, a plan that the Office of the SecDef did not synchronize with any of the ongoing military planning for post-war Iraq. National Security Presidential Directive 24 also instructed DoD to establish an Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance, or ORHA, that would oversee humanitarian assistance and some initial reconstruction efforts immediately following the invasion. To head ORHA, Rumsfeld selected retired Lieutenant General J. M. Garner as commander of Operation Provide Comfort, who had experience with humanitarian assistance in Iraq. As it formed in February to March 2003, Garner's group focused mostly on reconstruction planning, but without the resources of the U.S. interagency at its disposal. Instead, ORHA was expected to link its efforts with the Phase 4 planning already ongoing at CENTCOM and CFLCC. Late military planning for Phase 4. As the invasion approached, CENTCOM and CFLCC began to pay more attention to Phase 4 of the operation. However, the bulk of their planning remained staunchly based on deployment efforts and major combat operations, resulting in a number of belated, overlapping plans for Phase 4 at higher echelons, and almost no preparations for Phase 4 at the Corps level and below, where neither 5th Corps nor 1st MEF made time to develop Phase 4 plans. CENTCOM's planners expected Phase 4 to last approximately 2 years, and its concept was one of a military occupation force operating under an unspecified civilian authority. As CENTCOM envisioned it, the military occupation would consist of all 4 of the Army's civil affairs commands, the majority of which were Army Reserve units, arranged in geographical sectors covering Baghdad, Western Iraq, Northern Iraq, and Southern Iraq. These civil affairs commands would assist the civilian authority with reconstruction and humanitarian assistance, with Iraqi Army units assisting the civilian authority and civil affairs commands in providing security during the transition period after the collapse of the regime. As General Richard Myers saw it, however, Franks had little interest in Phase 4. In one December 2002 meeting, Myers was astonished by Franks's insistence that the invasion force's focus would not extend beyond taking Baghdad. CFLCC's post-invasion plan was more advanced than any of the other Phase 4 efforts. McKiernan and Wallace both assumed that CFLCC was the lead command in Iraq after major combat operations concluded. They expected that CFLCC would provide support to a joint and interagency coordination group to sustain humanitarian assistance operations, conduct critical life support infrastructure repair, destroy pockets of resistance, support an interim Iraqi security assistance force, and provide overall maintenance of general and public order as key Iraqi institutions were rehabilitated over a period of 5 to 7 months. After that period, CFLCC expected to become or to hand over its duties to the Combined Joint Task Force Iraq, or CJTFI, which would eventually transition its operations to Iraqis, non-governmental organizations, or international control over an additional 4 or 5 years. This CFLCC plan, upon which work was well underway in January 2003, was named Eclipse II after the Allied plan to occupy Germany in World War II. ORHA, meanwhile, was just getting on its feet when CFLCC issued its Eclipse II plan. Franks was delighted to have found someone willing to take responsibility for Phase 4 and equally pleased by the prospect of, quote, getting the interagency off his ass, end quote. Interestingly, Garner saw regime replacement, rather than humanitarian assistance, as the coalition's fundamental post-war task, and ORHA accordingly began developing plans to reform Iraq along political, economic, and security lines of operation. At the Pentagon, the sparseness of CENTCOM's Phase 4 planning had concerned Lieutenant General John Abizaid, director of the Joint Staff, who noted in September 2002 that CENTCOM's rudimentary plan was not sufficiently detailed or resourced to achieve the president's end state. He also noted the CENTCOM plan required every civil affairs soldier in the Army. To come up with something more effective, Abizaid detailed the Joint Staff J5, Lieutenant General George Casey, to work with CENTCOM to develop a more in-depth plan. At Casey's direction, the Joint Staff sent more than 50 personnel to CENTCOM under Brigadier General Stephen R. Hawkins to take charge of planning for post-major combat operations for Iraq. Designated as Joint Task Force 4, or JTF-4, Hawkins and his team arrived at CENTCOM in the third week of January 2003. JTF-4 and CENTCOM were immediately at odds owing to Hawkins' difficult manner and the challenges of integrating planning at so late a stage. JTF-4 deployed to Kuwait in late January and, after declining an offer from Garner to work under ORHA's auspices, Hawkins' group was eventually absorbed by CFLCC to augment its Phase 4 planning efforts. Other military Phase 4 efforts also began and ended in isolation as the United States ramped up for war. In October 2002, the Army G3 directed the Strategic Studies Institute, or SSI, to identify and evaluate prospective missions for ground forces in a post-regime Iraq. SSI responded with a report published in February 2003 that superimposed lessons learned from reconstruction operations in the Philippines, Germany, and Japan with some of the unique characteristics of Iraq's physical and social infrastructure to distill the most likely challenges ground forces would face after the fall of Saddam. In a detailed mission matrix for Iraq, the report identified probable key tasks for humanitarian assistance and reconstruction operations and recommended military and civilian organizations to achieve them. Unfortunately, the report came out less than a month prior to the invasion and was not incorporated into the ongoing Phase 4 planning efforts. By March 2003, EUCOM created its own Phase 4 organization, the Military Coordination and Liaison Command, or MCLC, to work with military and humanitarian assistance organizations and organize the delivery of humanitarian assistance to Iraq from the north. The MCLC was a small team commanded by Marine Lieutenant General Henry Pete Osman with 2 offices pre-positioned in the Kurdish region. These 6 overlapping military planning efforts for Phase 4 were insufficiently detailed and largely uncoordinated with interagency efforts or with each other. Most of the plans were based on the same flawed assumptions about the Iraqi government, people, and military that were contained in the larger invasion plan. The redundant groups created by DoD and the Joint Staff caused confusion about which one had primacy for post-war Iraq, and consequently diffused responsibility for the planning effort across commands. The Rumsfeld-Shinseki Showdown. While relations between the SecDef and the Army's senior leaders were already tense, Shinseki's February 24, 2003 testimony to the Senate Armed Services Committee brought them to the breaking point. In response to a question from Senator Carl Levin about the number of troops required for a post-invasion occupation force in Iraq, Shinseki estimated that the force required was, quote, something on the order of several 100,000 soldiers, end quote. He later explained to the SecDef that this open-ended answer was designed to permit him and Franks the, quote, maximum flexibility in arriving at the final number, end quote, of required forces. For Shinseki, the estimate was a simple matter of taking the force ratio he had seen that was required to secure Bosnia in 1997 and extrapolating it to the much larger Iraqi population and territory. Appearing before the same committee 2 days later, after privately requesting that Levin ask him the same question, White publicly endorsed Shinseki's estimate. The Army leader's public opinions differed sharply from those of Rumsfeld and Deputy SecDef Paul Wolfowitz and quickly caused a political storm. The following day, House Democrats accused Wolfowitz of, quote, concealing internal administration estimates on the cost of fighting and rebuilding the country, end quote, prompting the deputy secretary to retort that Shinseki's estimates were, quote, wildly off the mark, end quote. The very public disagreement between the Army and the Office of the SecDef over Rumsfeld's judgment that Iraq could be won with minimal money, energy, and forces ended with the removal of senior Army dissenters from the equation. The same day Wolfowitz rebutted Shinseki's troop estimate, Rumsfeld summoned White into his office and fired him, though White would nominally retain the post for a 2-month transition period. Shinseki, instead of being fired, was allowed to retire as scheduled in June. The Shinseki Office of the SecDef dispute came during a stormy week for the invasion's architects. On March 2nd, the day after Rumsfeld fired White, the Turkish parliament voted to deny the U.S. request to send ground forces through Turkey to attack across Iraq's northern border. Throughout January and February 2003, U.S. diplomats and representatives from EUCOM, CENTCOM, and Special Operations Command, or SOCOM, had worked with the Turkish military to define a package of benefits and concessions to entice Turkey to authorize the United States to use its territory without allowing the Turkish military to expand its military footprint in northern Iraq. However, a series of miscommunications and a fundamental misunderstanding of the ongoing internal power struggle between Recep Erdogan's Islamist government and the Turkish military resulted in U.S. leaders watching as the Turkish parliament unexpectedly disapproved U.S. basing rights by a mere 3 votes. Though CENTCOM and EUCOM were able to keep troops of the 1st Infantry Division along the Turkey-Iraq border, Turkey's denial of a northern route had a profound impact on the invasion and its aftermath. Iraq prepares for war. Page 69. As coalition units moved into position in Kuwait, CENTCOM, CFLCC, and 5th Corps refined their assessments of the Iraqi regime's likely defense plans. Upon the initiation of coalition air and ground attacks, they expected Saddam to disperse his forces, initiate his plan to defend Baghdad, activate the Iraqi Quds Force, and conduct either a defense of Baghdad in depth or a deliberate attack. They assessed that the most dangerous Iraqi course of action was a deliberate attack against Kuwait as coalition forces flowed into that country. The most likely course of action, however, was a defense in depth across southern Iraq, a scenario in which Saddam's main effort would likely consist of 6 of the regular army divisions positioned along the major highways leading to Baghdad. The 13 regular Army and Republican Guard divisions positioned along the Green Line would defend against any coalition attack from the north. CENTCOM anticipated that Saddam would use controlled flooding to delay the coalition ground forces and, after stopping them with flooding, use artillery and short-range missiles against them. CENTCOM also believed that Saddam would launch missiles against Israel to fracture the coalition politically and to attack the Kurds and Shia at any signs of uprising or collusion with the coalition ground attack. Finally, CENTCOM expected that as coalition forces approached Baghdad, Saddam would authorize the use of chemical weapons against them. CENTCOM and CFLCC were convinced that Saddam and his inner circle would fight intensely once coalition forces entered Baghdad, but that Iraqi forces outside of Baghdad would vary widely in their capability and will to fight. CENTCOM expected the Republican Guard to fight in company-sized units and perhaps even battalion formations, while the paramilitary forces would bolster the Iraqi army's smaller formations. The general expectation was that, even with a reduced invasion force, coalition military forces could achieve a rapid and decisive victory over the Iraqi security forces. Coalition leaders judged the most challenging fight would be the battle for Baghdad. Saddam's expectations. Saddam did not significantly alter Iraqi Army and Republican Guard plans for the defense of Iraq until the end of 2002. Although it was becoming apparent that a coalition invasion was imminent, Saddam's primary concerns remained, preventing internal regime collapse and preparing for a popular uprising. If the coalition did invade, Saddam expected only limited coalition military operations that would seize key terrain but not necessarily remove him from power. Therefore, while he anticipated some initial military defeats, he expected they would be followed by protracted military operations during which he could buy time and sue for peace with support from the international community. Saddam told his commanders to expect a considerable air campaign followed by a limited ground war, as in 1991, and warned them not to expect to be very mobile because of the air campaign. Once the air attacks and limited ground maneuvers concluded, however, Saddam anticipated that coalition operations would slow or come to a halt as the United States gauged the Iraqi regime's next move. On December 18, 2002, Saddam, through his second son, Qusay, ordered the Republican Guard to reorient their defensive posture along a series of concentric rings around Baghdad, based on the assumption that coalition forces would be worn out with fighting by the time they reached the outer ring. Qusay instructed the Republican Guard leadership to engage the American forces on the outer rings and gradually withdraw to the inner rings if defeated on the outer ones. If forced to withdraw into the city, the Republican Guard was directed to fight to the death. Despite these defensive orders, Saddam remained confident that he and his forces would survive long enough for him to encourage the United Nations or other international powers to intervene and halt the coalition advance. Saddam's optimism was reinforced by his ignorance of how decrepit and ineffective were his own forces. Over the years, his demands for positive information from his commanders had created a culture of rhetoric and reporting that was detached from reality, in which commanders who reported problems were seen as unfit. Thus, the true state of affairs, that most of the conventional forces under his command were not properly resourced, trained, staffed, or otherwise prepared to engage the coalition military, seems never to have entered his mind. Not until the final weeks before the invasion did Saddam consider some of the defensive measures the coalition had expected. In March 2003, Saddam received intelligence reports about U.S. intentions to set up coalition military rule and a democratic government after dismantling the Ba'athist regime. Saddam subsequently reviewed military assessments that the United States would likely target in order: Saddam himself, his air defense systems, the military command, control, and communication infrastructure, and his suspected WMD sites, with an extended bombing campaign. Because he anticipated his forces would be immobilized by coalition bombings, Saddam gave orders to stockpile arms, munitions, and equipment in military schools, training areas, and similar locations inside Iraq's cities, after which Iraqi military units built large caches of weapons and ammunition. In order to further slow any coalition advance on Baghdad, Saddam made plans to destroy the northern and southern oil fields, as CENTCOM had long projected he would, although in the course of events, Iraqi troops and officials would obey few of his instructions for this scorched earth approach. Saddam also decided to reinforce his military defense with paramilitary and terrorist operations. In January 2003, Saddam issued an emergency order for the Ba'ath Party militia and the Fedayeen to prepare to defend against internal uprisings in the event of limited attacks on Iraqi soil. This was the first of a series of orders directed at his paramilitary forces in advance of the coalition invasion. He subsequently directed the Fedayeen to work with its foreign affiliates and use a combination of coercion, intimidation, and propaganda to induce collaboration from Iraq's citizens in key population centers. Trained on, quote, small unit tactics, sabotage techniques, and military surveillance and reconnaissance tasks, end quote, the Fedayeen were adept at guerrilla and sabotage techniques. As the invasion approached, they also began planning suicide operations against the coalition. Less than 30 days prior to the start of the war, the Special Mission Unit of the Iraqi Military Intelligence Directorate took charge of a group of Fedayeen volunteers to form into, quote, small kamikaze combat groups, end quote, equipped with weapons and munitions suitable for use behind enemy lines and on the flanks by damaging enemy armor and helicopters. These volunteers attended a 30-day course to prepare for these missions beginning in March 2003. With its heavy presence in Iraqi cities and its new mission to resist the coalition through terrorist-type activities, the Fedayeen had effectively become the Iraqi regime's first line of urban defense. Iraqi military expectations. Iraqi army leaders were much more concerned about the American military capabilities and intentions than was the overconfident Saddam. According to a report written by senior Iraqi military leaders, the Iraqi army believed that the United States would likely use airborne assaults, psychological operations, and technologically superior maneuver forces to move quickly to Baghdad. They believed that the U.S.-led invasion force would, quote, avoid capturing whole cities, end quote, and would focus instead on, quote, important routes to control entry and exit points for towns and cities with the objective of preventing the arrival of Iraqi reinforcements in order to create a strict siege against cities, end quote. Many Iraqi military leaders were familiar with U.S. military superiority and were pessimistic about the outcome. Lieutenant General Kenan Mansour Khalil al-Ubaidi, the dean of the Iraqi Military Academy, later commented that, quote, "We military officers knew that the war was coming and that it would be the end. I knew U.S. forces would go for Baghdad and that those forces would go all the way. We knew also of the U.S. fighting capabilities," end quote. Elsewhere, some Republican Guard leaders expressed veiled concerns about the ring defense plan as operationally unsound, but were told by Qusay that Saddam had approved the new plan, effectively ending the discussion. Even as the Iraqi army continued to fortify its defensive positions, its senior leaders generally believed that the invasion and their defeat were both imminent. Gathering scores of Iraqi general officers at a base near the Baghdad airport in March 2003, Army Chief of Staff General Sultan Hashim told his assembled officers that diplomacy had failed, a coalition invasion was imminent, and Iraq's military defeat was certain. Nevertheless, Sultan told the generals their duty was to fight hard and stave off defeat as long as possible. Iraqi Major General Najim Jabouri recalled that Sultan's intended pep talk had the opposite effect. It caused the senior officers' morale to plummet. Iraqi military officers assessed that the U.S.-led invasion forces would first seize Basra and move into Maizan and Qadisiyah provinces from the south and east before moving from Fallujah into Baghdad from the west. This estimate did not deduce the coalition's eventual main northward thrust west of the Euphrates, but was much closer to reality than Saddam's expectations. Unlike Saddam, the Iraqi military thought these maneuvers would take the U.S. military a week or less, rather than months. Like Saddam, however, the Iraqi military expected that, much like Operation Desert Storm, the coalition would conduct a lengthy air campaign prior to any ground campaign. The early leaflet drops only reinforced that assessment. Iraqis obtained intelligence that suggested the air campaign would begin between March 18th and 20th, 2003, and the first targets would be Saddam's suspected locations. They then expected that the air campaign would be followed by a ground assault from the north, south, and west. The northern avenues of approach were the highways heading south from Mosul and Kirkuk. Those in the west and southwest went through Rutba to Ramadi and through Karbala, respectively, and the approaches from the south split from Basra toward Amara and Nasiriyah and converged at Kut before continuing up the Tigris to Baghdad. The invasion forces would then move along these major highways, securing urban centers as they went. Because Iraqi military leaders expected the targets of the air campaign would be active military forces, known headquarters buildings, and ammunition depots and warehouses, they intended to disperse their supplies and units as widely as possible to avoid losing large amounts in a single bombing. They aimed to do the same with their military command and control. The Iraqis had long expected that the coalition invasion would include a western front from Jordan, and a number of indicators seemed to validate their assessment. The Iraqi M4 Intelligence Directorate kept a close watch on the coalition force buildup in Jordan, where the arrival of additional aircraft and medical equipment, coupled with indicators that the Jordanian government was reassuring foreign embassies that they were protected, all seemed to point to a coalition western front. The Iraqis also expected that the coalition would conduct reconnaissance missions in western Iraq to locate any missiles that could be fired at Israel and to evaluate the security of Iraq's western airfields. Iraqi officers believed these missions would be followed by airborne assaults of combat troops onto the airfields near Rutba, Nuhaib, and Al-Walid, among other locations, and then continue toward key terrain on the outskirts of Baghdad. Beginning in mid-February 2003, the Iraqi military was aware that U.S. and British Special Operations Forces were in western Iraq, and they believed those forces were the early reconnaissance element they anticipated from the west. In mid-March, coalition troops inside western Iraq captured an Iraqi special mission unit whom they mistakenly assumed to be an Iraqi conventional force, after which the U.S. special operators agreed to release the Iraqis on condition that they would capitulate once the invasion commenced. The presence and demands of those forces, combined with other reports of coalition vehicles near Al-Qaim, Rutba, and elsewhere in Anbar, seemed to confirm an impending invasion to the west. The Iraqis were also aware of U.S. Special Operations outreach to the Kurds in northern Iraq, but believed that the Kurds would only be acting as scouts for the coalition follow-on invasion force from the north. They did not expect the Kurds, at least not the KDP Peshmerga, to participate in the fighting. They expected that the U.S. Special Operations forces in the north would move quickly to, quote, carry out assassinations in Iraqi cities upon the commencement of the invasion, end quote. The Iraqis' final preparations. Once it became clear in early March that Turkey would not permit the coalition to transit through Iraq's northern border, Saddam and his military commanders at last reinforced their defenses in the southern, south-central, and central zones along southern and western avenues of approach to Baghdad. Just days before the invasion began, Qusay ordered the Fedayeen to reposition from Baghdad, which they originally intended to defend, to cities in the southern zone to mount a defense from those locations instead. The Iraqi regime reinforced these Fedayeen with volunteer fighters called Mujahideen and suicide bombers from Egypt, Sudan, and other Arab countries with terrorist organizations or entities sympathetic to the Iraqi cause. The Fedayeen were also likely to be tasked to assist the local Ba'ath Party headquarters, the Iraqi Quds forces, and intelligence services with preventing the large-scale desertion or capitulation of the conventional Iraqi military forces. Saddam, likely in coordination with Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, also arranged for the Nebuchadnezzar Division of the Republican Guard, assigned to the northern zone, quietly to leave its vehicles in place in the north but move its soldiers south to Babil province the week prior to the invasion, a large-scale troop movement that went undetected by the coalition. Iranian and Badr Corps militia preparations. The Iraqi regime and its troops were not the only military actors prepared to respond to the invasion of Iraq. Documents captured from members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran operating in Iraq in the summer of 2003 revealed Iran's detailed courses of action for military operations in Iraq in the event of an American invasion. The Iranians intended to use the Badr Corps, expanded from its original brigade size and directed by Iranian agents, to subvert American efforts to occupy Iraq successfully, with the subversion including military, political, and social means. In the months before the coalition invasion, Badr Corps units accompanied Iranian infantry and missile brigades as they moved into positions along the border. The Badr Corps also developed assassination lists of Sunni military personnel, Ba'athists, and others who collaborated with the regime that they intended to execute systematically once the opportunity presented itself. The leadership of the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq intended for the Badr Corps to enter Iraq surreptitiously as Saddam's regime collapsed and to seize towns and government offices to fill the vacuum. Establishing local control and carrying out reprisal attacks would set the conditions necessary for SCIRI to mobilize their political base in the aftermath of the regime. After months of hard planning, wargaming, and rehearsals, the coalition ground forces assembled in Kuwait in March 2003 were confident they could defeat Saddam's military and topple the regime. Although getting the forces into theater quickly using the RFF packages proved to be challenging logistically, the pre-positioning of maneuver forces and Patriot missile batteries made McKiernan and Wallace comfortable with the smaller contingent of forces they had available for the invasion. They also knew that the 4th Infantry Division and 1st Armored Division were moving toward Kuwait and presumably would be available well before the main invasion force was expected to reach Baghdad. Despite the fact that Phase 4 preparations and new Phase 4 entities like ORHA lagged far behind in the planning office, Franks and other senior leaders expected that those plans and organizations still had 2 or 3 months in which to prepare before stability operations and a civilian authority would be needed. In any case, Franks and other commanders believed stability operations were a far less pressing matter than the major combat operations at hand. Saddam's focus on positive information and his own wishful thinking led his military leaders to provide him with assessments that were highly unrealistic. As a result, the Iraqi dictator expected some early defeats, but was confident his forces could hold Baghdad long enough for him to appeal to international allies to halt the American invasion. At the last minute, however, the massing coalition forces in Kuwait caused Saddam to panic, and he deployed the Fedayeen and Ba'ath Party militias south, throwing his own military plans to defend Baghdad into disarray. Iraq's actual military preparations sharply contrasted with coalition estimates of what the Iraqis were likely to do, which focused on Iraq's Republican Guard units and Saddam's expected use of chemical weapons as the principal threats against the coalition ground force advance. These threat projections, combined with unrealistic exercises, led the coalition to underestimate Iraq's paramilitary forces and employ a scheme of maneuver that used helicopter deep attacks as the primary shaping operation, while assuming risk around the urban areas in southern Iraq that Saddam's regime, at the 11th hour, effectively had made its main effort. These choices would create surprises for the coalition in the invasion to come. End of Chapter 3. Maneuvering into Position. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 4, Part 1. The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 4, Part 1. The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003. Chapter 4. The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003. Page 81. On March 21, 2003, the main coalition force in Kuwait launched its attack into Iraq, beginning an operation that toppled Saddam Hussein's regime in just 20 days, much less time than anyone, especially Saddam, had anticipated. There were other surprises on the way to Baghdad as well. The coalition's maneuver forces expected to defeat and bypass depleted or capitulated Iraqi army units in southern Iraq en route to the more robust Republican Guard units protecting the main avenues of approach into Baghdad. Instead of Iraqi armor and infantry, however, Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, units found themselves engaged in fierce firefights with the Fedayeen and other paramilitary forces Saddam sent to reinforce the defense in and around Iraq's southern cities. This unexpected enemy attacked from the urban centers CFLCC intended to bypass, ambushed a transportation company on the second day of the invasion, and derailed the first scheduled helicopter deep attack against the Medina Division of the Republican Guard. U.S. Special Operations Forces in western Iraq fought additional battles with paramilitary forces in the vicinity of Rutba and the Haditha Dam, while the Special Operations Task Force in northern Iraq worked with Kurdish Peshmerga and the Coalition Forces Air Component Command, or CFACC, to defeat a stubborn defense by Iraq's northernmost conventional forces. Amid these unexpected circumstances, a major sandstorm halted the invasion for days, but gave CFLCC units an opportunity to gather themselves for an unexpected quick push to Baghdad. As the outgunned Iraqi forces defending Baghdad collapsed in disarray, troops from the 3rd Infantry Division conducted armored raids termed Thunder Runs into the capital city between April 5th and 7th, 2003. After this, the regime collapsed, although most of northern and western Iraq remained uncontrolled by the coalition forces. The invasion begins. Page 81. Shaping operations. March 17th to 19th, 2003. By March 17, 2003, the last of the United Nations or UN weapons inspectors departed Iraq, and intelligence suggested that Iraq ceased its destruction of the Samud missiles it possessed, apparently in violation of the agreements it had made to destroy them. That evening, then-President George W. Bush announced that Saddam and his sons had 48 hours to step down or face, quote, military conflict at a time of our choosing, end quote, signaling to the world and his military commanders that the long-expected attack was imminent. On March 19, 2003, Bush announced that coalition forces had begun operations to remove Saddam's regime from power. As the president made his announcement, multiple special operations units were conducting shaping operations in preparation for the CFLCC invasion, scheduled to begin on the evening of March 21st. Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force West, or CJSOTFW, under the command of Colonel John F. Mulholland, was responsible for southern and western Iraq, Baghdad, and the area northwest of Baghdad to Tikrit. They were to find and destroy Saddam's suspected long-range ballistic missiles and launch sites in order to prevent attacks against Israel that might provoke the Israelis to enter the war. Some of the first coalition troops to enter Iraq consisted of special operations detachments who infiltrated through Iraq's southwestern desert to link up with tribes and resistance groups. They also secured an airfield at Wadi al-Kir, approximately 80 kilometers west of Najaf, as a launch point for further infiltrations into western and southwestern Iraq. On March 19th, CJS-OTFW units breached the berms along Iraq's border with Jordan to begin their scud hunting mission. Meanwhile, in southern Iraq, Captain Robert S. Harward's Naval Special Warfare Group was responsible for securing Iraq's southern gas and oil platforms and for supporting 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, or 1st MEF, operations. On March 19th at 9 p.m., the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment attacked Iraqi observation posts across the Kuwait border, while the Naval Special Warfare Task Force, along with British and Polish commandos, secured the oil platforms off the shore of the Fa Peninsula, Qasr, and Rumaila. Special Operations detachments from CJS-OTFW simultaneously positioned themselves near key crossing sites and bridges in the vicinity of Nasiriyah and Samawa as CFLCC forces moved northward, and another Special Operations detachment began moving toward the Karbala Gap. Colonel Charles Cleveland's Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force North, or CJS-OTF-N, which was responsible for all territory north of the Green Line, Nineveh Province, and Kirkuk, ordered elements of the 10th Special Forces Group to make their way to the Peshmerga leadership in advance of the CJS-OTF-N main body. Their task was to expand relationships with the Kurds that had existed since Operation Provide Comfort and to develop a northern front despite Turkey's refusal to authorize coalition transit across its borders. Elements from CJS-OTF-N also began working toward one of their non-Iraqi military targets, the Ansar al-Islam enclave in northeastern Iraq. The president's March 17th ultimatum had also triggered a large-scale coalition psychological operation designed to encourage specific behaviors from Iraqi soldiers. Leaflets dropped on Iraqi military positions urged the soldiers to capitulate, but to remain available for recall once the regime was no longer in power. Tape-recorded phone calls to specific Iraqi military leaders sent the same message while also discouraging Iraqi commanders from using Saddam's suspected chemical weapons stockpile against the coalition. Separate leaflet drops in Baghdad emphasized to the population in the capital that the coalition's targets were Saddam and the Ba'ath Party regime, not the Iraqi people. Leaflets dropped on the Rumaila oil fields in southern Iraq urged the Iraqis there not to destroy the oil infrastructure, the heart of Iraq's wealth. CENTCOM also prepared a letter for the northern Iraqi army commanders, signed by Deputy Commander Lieutenant General John Abizaid, stating, quote, "If you deliver northern Iraq to us, you will be absolved and given immunity." End quote. The letter was passed by Special Operations Forces in northern Iraq to couriers who were supposed to provide it to the Iraqi Corps commanders in the north. These operations had varying degrees of success. The leaflets in southern Iraq may have achieved part of their intended result, as the Iraqis ultimately destroyed only a handful of wells in the southern oil fields. Later evidence indicated Iraqi regime officials might have simply ignored instructions from Baghdad to destroy oil infrastructure. The accuracy with which the leaflets landed on regime targets and Iraqi military formations, quote, shook some of the Iraqi military commanders, end quote, to their core, leading them to conclude that if the Americans could attack their positions with paper so accurately, then lethal munitions would be just as precise. Some of the Iraqi units in southern Iraq began to experience large numbers of desertions after the leaflets fell, but the anticipated large-scale capitulations or whole unit surrenders did not occur. Iraqi units in northern Iraq, however, did not appear to be capitulating at all. Interrogations of captured Iraqi military leaders later established that, while the leaflets were received, Iraqis in the north did not follow the leaflets' instructions because of a combination of miscommunication and threats. Some Iraqi soldiers who fought in northern Iraq were coerced into fighting by the Iraqi military leaders who threatened to shoot deserters. Interrogations also revealed that the quality of the Arabic on the leaflets was so poor that Iraqi soldiers reading them were confused about what the coalition wanted them to do. Turkey's very public refusal to authorize U.S. forces to invade from Turkish territory limited northern capitulations as well because it left the Iraqi divisions arrayed on the Green Line with the belief that they would not be facing a significant coalition threat from the north and would pay no price for remaining in place. Disposition of Iraqi forces. Page 83. In the week prior to the invasion, the Iraqi military was only partially prepared for what was to come. After months of misplaced confidence that the U.S.-led coalition would not invade Iraq at all, Saddam finally began to prepare to defend against an increasingly likely coalition offensive just weeks ahead of the actual invasion. Nevertheless, the Iraqi leader's defensive preparations were as unrealistic as his previous assumptions about U.S. intentions. Despite the massive U.S. buildup in Kuwait, Saddam believed that the main coalition attack would come from the west, and therefore most of his Republican Guard forces were oriented toward Jordan rather than to the south. He also left his 1st Army Corps in Kirkuk and 5th Army Corps in Mosul, though both were available to be moved, and many of his conventional army forces remained facing toward the east to guard against opportunistic attacks from Iran. Saddam and his military leaders divided Iraq's forces into 4 zones: northern, central, central Euphrates, and southern. The northern zone was spread across Nineveh and Tamim or Kirkuk provinces and was commanded by Saddam's vice president, Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri. The central zone consisted of Baghdad, Anbar, Salahuddin, and portions of Wasit province and was commanded by Qusay Hussein, who controlled 4 Republican Guard divisions and the 2nd Iraqi Army Corps. The Fatah Corps of the Republican Guard, which included the Medina, Nida, and Baghdad divisions, was positioned to defend Baghdad from the west and south, with the Medina division arrayed in the vicinity of Suwaira, Musayyib, and Karbala, and the Nida division east of the Diyala River and in Baqaba. The Allahu Akbar Corps of the Republican Guard was deployed to defend northern Baghdad with the Hammurabi, Adnan, and Nebuchadnezzar divisions of the Republican Guard. To the west, the Iraqi Border Command defended the frontier and the western approaches with a few border brigades reinforced by a special forces regiment. While not capable of mounting a significant military defense, the border brigades had the ability to observe and report on enemy forces in their sectors. The central Euphrates and southern zones were much more sparsely manned. The former, which included Babil, Karbala, Qadisiyah, Najaf, and Mutana provinces, was only defended by the Iraqi regime's Quds forces and Ba'ath Party militias. The southern zone, Basra, Maisan, and Dikar provinces, contained the 3rd and 4th Iraqi Army Corps as well as some naval forces. Like the 2nd Army Corps in the central zone, however, the primary task for these conventional forces was to defend against an Iranian attack. While Saddam's idea of a reserve was unclear, Iraqi military leaders recommended using the Quds force as a reserve in the southern zone. An early start, March 19th to 23rd, 2003. After Bush's March 19th announcement that an invasion was imminent, G hour, the time at which CFLCC ground forces would cross the border between Iraq and Kuwait, was set for 9 p.m. on March 21st, 2003. However, 2 intelligence indicators caused the President and Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, to initiate ground operations before the planned hour. On March 19th, intelligence reports suggested that Saddam and some of his key advisors were at a location in southern Baghdad called Dora Farms. CFACC launched cruise missiles at that location to destroy the regime's leadership, marking the first attack on Iraqi soil and effectively alerting Iraq's leaders that the invasion had begun. Although the reports were inaccurate, Saddam in fact had last visited that site in 1995, and the missile strike ineffective, the message was clear. Coalition forces were coming for Saddam. The Iraqi regime responded with a series of 17 missile strikes on CFLCC encampments in Kuwait, all of which either missed their intended targets or were destroyed by coalition air defenses. During this missile barrage from the Iraqi military, U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, and CFLCC encountered a difficulty with the British contingent. The invasion plan called for the British to advance alongside the Marines and, quote, pass through al-Basra and continue up the eastern flank, end quote. However, less than 24 hours before the ground attack, Abizaid and General Tommy Franks received a letter from the British command indicating that officials in London were unsure whether combat operations in Iraq were legal and might not allow British troops to cross the border. The date of the invasion came close on the heels of a key vote in the United Kingdom that could have lost Prime Minister Tony Blair his government and, consequently, the British military's authorization to support the invasion. While Franks's initial thought was to continue the invasion without the British forces, Abizaid convinced him that CFLCC was already short one division and that removing the British forces put the mission at risk. Franks then approached SecDef Donald Rumsfeld, and within hours, the senior British commander informed CENTCOM that the British forces would indeed participate in the invasion. The other trigger for the early onset of ground operations was the detection by unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs, of Iraqi forces preparing to sabotage the oil infrastructure in southern Iraq. Because preserving Iraq's oil infrastructure was one of his key tasks, General David McKiernan decided to initiate ground operations as quickly as possible. In the late hours of March 20th, the 3rd Infantry Division, 101st Airborne Division, and 1st MEF moved into their attack positions in Kuwait. As soon as the sand berm between Iraq and Kuwait was sufficiently reduced, CFLCC ground forces, led by the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, crossed the border and moved immediately to the Rumaila oil fields. The time was approximately 4 a.m. on March 21, 2003. The coalition's early move into Iraq took senior Iraqi regime leaders by surprise. The leaflet drops had reinforced Saddam's assumption that the coalition had planned for a lengthy air campaign, perhaps to be followed by a limited ground incursion. Because CFACC could not adjust its complicated targeting mechanisms in time to conduct their operations simultaneously with the ground forces, they began their bombing campaign at the scheduled G hour of 2100 on March 21st, 17 hours after the ground forces had begun their advance, targeting the regime's top leaders, air defenses, and artillery and ballistic missile sites. As coalition units moved farther into Iraq, CFACC's targeting transitioned to focus on close air support. Ultimately, the delayed air campaign assisted the ground forces in achieving tactical surprise. The Iraqis were convinced that the coalition would not commence ground operations until after a lengthy air campaign, and were unprepared when coalition ground forces materialized in southern Iraq. Thus, as 5th Corps and 1st MEF approached the Iraqi 1st Infantry Division and 51st Mechanized Division, respectively, they encountered far fewer Iraqi troops than they anticipated, with the Iraqis mounting only a disorganized, sporadic defense. CFLCC later determined that some of the Iraqi forces had deserted after the leaflet drops, while others fled to the surprising sound of approaching tanks and mechanized vehicles instead of the coalition air campaign they expected. As soon as 1st MEF and 5th Corps forces crossed the berm, they began maneuvering toward their initial objectives. 1st MEF and the British 1st Armored Division moved to the east of 5th Corps toward Al-Faw, Qasr, and the Rumaila oil fields. According to Iraqi Lieutenant General Rad al-Hamdani, the first attackers to come in direct contact with the Iraqi forces were British troops who, in conjunction with the 1st MEF, seized the port of Qasr and the bridges over the Shat al-Arab from the Iraqi 51st Mechanized Division, which had only arrived in the area about 72 hours earlier. The British 3rd Royal Marine Commando Brigade, 1st MEF, and other Special Operations Forces secured the oil fields and then headed for Nasiriyah, leaving the British armored forces to isolate, secure, and clear southern Iraq's largest population center, Basra, of Iraqi forces. CENTCOM and CFLCC had expected at least a portion of the British forces to continue with 1st MEF north toward Baghdad, but as the operation unfolded, the British troops remained in Basra, a change that Abizaid believed to be the result of a British national directive to British commanders. CFLCC adjusted and sent the Marines north without the British forces, while 3rd Infantry Division, the 5th Corps main effort, advanced toward Talil Airfield near Nasiriyah. At Talil, where CFLCC intended to establish its main logistics and aviation hub for the march to Baghdad, the 3rd Infantry Division easily defeated remnants of the Iraqi 11th Infantry Division and members of the Basra-based Iraqi Quds forces and continued towards Nasiriyah. An unexpected enemy. In the days leading up to the invasion, the coalition's reconnaissance had focused on Iraqi defensive positions, signs that Saddam might flood the southern canals or destroy the oil infrastructure, the locations of surface-to-surface missiles, and the disposition of the Republican Guard divisions. CFLCC paid little attention to Iraq's irregular forces, and even less was known about what to expect from those forces other than that they were paramount to the defense of Baghdad and key regime locations. The other major movement that went largely undetected due to the dearth of intelligence collection directed toward it was the repositioning of the Fedayeen Saddam from Baghdad to Iraq's southern cities. Special operations detachments in position in the Karbala Gap began to realize something was amiss on March 22nd when they did not observe armored columns of the Medina division they had expected to be there, but instead saw trucks filled with Fedayeen in black uniforms. When their reports were received by CFSOCC and CFLCC headquarters, they were met with incredulity. No one in the coalition command understood what the irregular Iraqi forces were doing there, let alone their composition and capability. At Nasiriyah, Samawa, and Zubair, CFLCC units first unexpectedly encountered tenacious resistance from the Fedayeen instead of the Iraqi army units they had anticipated fighting. In accordance with the invasion plan, the 3rd Infantry Division deliberately stayed outside of Nasiriyah, blocked the city, secured the crossing site on Highway 1 over the Euphrates River, and prepared to pass the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Brigade, or Task Force Tarawa, through its lines to occupy Nasiriyah and the secured bridge. The 3rd Infantry Division could continue north to Samawa. Task Force Tarawa, commanded by Brigadier General Richard F. Natonsky, arrived at Nasiriyah on March 22nd and took control of the Highway 1 bridge from the 3rd Infantry Division, which continued west. In addition to assuming responsibility for that bridge, the task force was directed to secure 2 bridges in the eastern part of the city that would facilitate the continued rapid movement of 1st MEF north to Kut along Highway 7. Natonsky's goal was to have both locations secure by 10 a.m. on March 23rd and to avoid getting bogged down in urban combat. As his forces moved into the city, they took a barrage of artillery as well as small arms fire from irregular forces moving around in trucks mounted with machine guns. The assaults became more frequent and powerful, and Nasiriyah transformed from a mission to secure bridges into what McKiernan described as, quote, a damned tough urban fight, end quote. The Marines and CFLCC soon determined that the enemy they faced must be the Fedayeen. The Fedayeen death squads, as reporters began to call them, did not appear to conduct large-scale coordinated operations. Instead, they attacked haphazardly in small groups, using well-rehearsed guerrilla tactics. They operated out of Ba'ath Party headquarters and military facilities, but they also used hospitals, schools, and mosques as bases and did not hesitate to use civilians as human shields. Some wore black uniforms, but many wore plain clothes and drove civilian vehicles so they could blend into the population ahead of the coalition advance. Their lack of uniforms often led to nighttime battles in extremely close quarters, with Fedayeen fighters crawling up beside coalition tanks and armored vehicles, requiring crew members to fight them off with pistols and captured Iraqi AK-47s. The ferocity of the Fedayeen attacks also surprised the coalition. Fedayeen attacked coalition vehicle and troop formations, quote, in waves in an almost suicidal manner, end quote. 5th Corps' first encounter with the Fedayeen occurred as the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry 3rd Infantry Division screened for the division en route to Samawa. Although Special Forces units reported that the Fedayeen were setting up ambush teams and checkpoints around Samawa, that information had not filtered down to 5th Corps' tactical units. As the troops prepared to seize the bridges southwest of Samawa, they waved to some Iraqis, anticipating that the Iraqis would welcome them. Instead, they received small arms, rocket-propelled grenade or RPG, and mortar fire from Fedayeen in pickup trucks. The cavalry squadron remained under fire until they were relieved by 3rd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division on the afternoon of March 23rd. In conjunction with CFACC close air support and special operations units in the area, the 3rd Infantry Division systematically began destroying irregular forces in and around Samawa. Intelligence on the location of the Fedayeen units did not come from the Joint Surveillance Target Attack Radar System, or JSTARS, UAVs, and other similar systems that the division had rehearsed using in exercises prior to the invasion. Instead, 3rd Infantry Division leaders found themselves using the Division Cavalry Squadron and Special Operations units to locate enemy forces. This more traditional tactical reconnaissance capability became the 3rd Infantry Division's eyes and ears on the battlefield. In Zubair, a Sunni-majority suburb west of Basra, the British 1st Armored Division also came under heavy fire from irregular forces. After probing the enemy it faced, the division placed checkpoints around the town. During the day, local Iraqis approached the British checkpoints, surrendered, and then identified the location of Republican Guard, Fedayeen, and Ba'ath Party headquarters and strongpoints inside Zubair. The division then conducted nighttime raids into the town to destroy the Iraqi forces and weapons in those facilities and add to their emerging intelligence picture. The Iraqis, meanwhile, were astonished that the coalition appeared to be bypassing the southern cities entirely and leaving their supply lines along the Euphrates open to attack. They had assumed coalition units would at least partially secure each city along their intended avenues of approach, and early reports of heavy fighting near the outskirts of Zubair, Nasiriyah, and Samawa had reinforced this Iraqi assumption. Once it became clear that the coalition units operating near these cities had no intention of remaining for any length of time, the High Command in Baghdad ordered reinforcements against the Marines in Nasiriyah. By March 23rd, a little over 2 days into the ground fight, nearly all tactical reporting on enemy activity shifted from conventional troop formations and movements to reports of irregular forces, especially the Fedayeen. The intelligence analysts at CFLCC and 5th Corps assessed that the bulk of the regular Iraqi army units in southern Iraq had either surrendered or deserted, but that Fedayeen and other, quote, local security forces seemed to be offering the most resistance encountered thus far, end quote, manning abandoned Iraqi army weapon systems, establishing ambush points, and returning small arms fire. The drastic change in the enemy situation confounded the coalition's operational-level analysis and collection systems, which struggled to fit the incoming information into pre-existing templates of a conventional enemy and tried vainly to maintain the sophisticated digital battle maps with company-sized and larger enemy formations. This pattern of bottom-driven reporting from tactical units and an inaccurate and outdated enemy picture at the operational headquarters persisted for the remainder of the invasion. Special Operations Forces move inward. With major combat operations underway in the south, Special Operations units expanded their operations in western and northern Iraq. On the evening of March 22nd, elements of 5th Special Forces Group linked up at the improved airfield at Wadi al-Kir and met with their established Iraqi contacts in the vicinity of Nasiriyah, Samawa, Hilla, Karbala, and Najaf to obtain a better picture of enemy and friendly activity within those cities. This mission was imperiled when 2 of these Iraqi contacts were captured by Iraqi troops, who broadcast the capture on television. Special Operations units subsequently decided to forego using resistance organizations in those cities and instead spent the next several days gathering as much information as possible about the location of the Ba'ath and Fedayeen headquarters, artillery positions, and military compounds in preparation for 3rd Infantry Division's arrival in the area. Other Operational Detachment Alphas, or ODAs, pushed forward to obtain information about the activity of enemy forces in the Karbala Gap, the Republican Guard Medina Division in particular. In the west, CJSOTFW and other coalition troops searched for Scud missiles and suspected weapons of mass destruction, or WMD, sites. At the same time as the invasion began in southern Iraq, Special Operations detachments moving along Highway 1 toward Rutba encountered a line of traffic in which Iraqi military forces were dispersed among the civilian vehicles. The detachment called in close air support and was able to defeat the military forces, but had effectively announced their presence in the west. A similar announcement came when British Special Operations Forces under the command of Major General Graham Lamb in CJSOTFW inadvertently clashed with Iraqi Special Mission units on their way to link up with Iraqi tribes in southern Iraq. Traveling in lightly armored tactical vehicles, Lamb's special operators were forced to withdraw, and some of his troops inadvertently ended up across the Syrian border. Meanwhile, in the north, CJSOTF-N moved into Iraq in a hastily prepared, high-risk air insertion operation the Special Operations troops nicknamed Ugly Baby because, they joked, quote, only a mother could love it, end quote. After Turkey refused to allow U.S. forces to cross into Iraq from its country, Combined Forces Special Operations Component Command, or CFSOCC, and CFACC developed aggressive flight paths along the western spine of Iraq's border with Jordan and Syria. As the aircraft flew over Sinjar Mountain, some were struck by Iraqi air defenses, but the need to get on the ground and show the Kurdish Peshmerga the extent of U.S. resolve was great enough that the insertion mission pushed forward. By the first week in April, more than 50 Special Operations detachments were inserted into northern Iraq and made contact with forces from the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, and the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK. In addition to notifying Kurdish leaders that the Americans were coming, CJSOTF-N units were tasked to reinforce the 65,000-strong Peshmerga against the Iraqi Army and Republican Guard Corps positioned along the Green Line, and to destroy the Ansar al-Islam enclaves in Suleymania province. Their third and more subtle task was to ensure that the Kurds did not take the opportunity to annex Kirkuk, which the United States intended to remain under coalition and eventually Iraqi government control. The U.S. Special Operations leaders on the ground with the Kurds convinced reluctant Turkish officials to reopen Turkish airspace for use in the invasion, after which CJSOTF-N coordinated with CFACC to destroy established Iraqi Army and Republican Guard defenses. After falling back from their prepared positions due to an untenable amount of coalition firepower, the Iraqi Army Corps and Republican Guard units retreated. CJSOTF-N then used Kurdish reporting and other sources to locate and destroy additional Iraqi military equipment and formations while they prepared to continue south. Setbacks and a change in plans for CFLCC. Page 90. Despite crumbling Iraqi divisions and the rapid advance of the coalition divisions in the south, not all went well in the first days of CFLCC's invasion. The A-10 aircraft called in to attack moving enemy targets north of Nasiriyah on March 23rd mistakenly attacked a company of Marines instead, killing as many as 10 Marines and wounding several others. Combined with those killed or wounded by enemy fire that day, Marine losses in the city totaled 18 killed and at least 19 wounded, the highest losses of any single engagement during the invasion. Fratricide was not the only bad news from Nasiriyah. The first strong signal that CFLCC lines of communications were threatened occurred just outside the city when Marines from Task Force Tarawa encountered a U.S. Army convoy driving south toward them on Highway 7 on March 23rd. This was a surprise meeting given that there were no plans or rehearsals suggesting that any Army units were ahead of the Marines along the eastern approach. An Army captain then informed the Marines that there were wounded American soldiers in Nasiriyah. This was the ill-fated 507th Maintenance Company, a unit that had accidentally driven into Nasiriyah instead of around it. Ambushed by the Fedayeen in the city, the 507th lost 11 killed and 9 wounded, with 7 of the 9 captured by Iraqi forces, including Private First Class Jessica Lynch. As the Marines fought in Nasiriyah, 5th Corps prepared for one of the most significant planned operations of the invasion, a deep aviation attack against the Republican Guard's Medina Division, the main conventional force defending Baghdad. On March 22nd, the 101st Airborne Division moved along the 3rd Infantry Division's western flank to establish refueling points for itself and the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment in preparation for 2 deep strikes through the Karbala Gap. There was an urgency to the operation. CFLCC expected a major sandstorm to arrive sometime on March 24th, which would either delay or cancel the planned deep attacks altogether if they were not executed beforehand. In order to use the western avenue of approach and avoid urban areas, the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment would require a flight path that crossed the boundary between the 3rd Infantry Division and the 101st Airborne Division, a request the 101st denied. The final chosen flight path moved instead from southwest of Nasiriyah west toward Samawa and then turned north, risking taking the helicopters past urban areas. The attack went awry from the outset. The preparatory suppression of enemy air defense fires took place on time, but the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment's departure was delayed 2 hours as its aircraft refueled, desynchronizing the attack from its preparatory fires. While the suppressive fires were able to destroy some enemy air defense systems, they also unintentionally provided early warning of the helicopter attack. Iraqi spotters who were now primed to look for approaching aircraft notified awaiting forces via cell phone of the impending attack, exactly as General Lewis Wallace had once predicted during his 1990s experiences at the National Training Center. Intercepted signals of Iraqi early warning, although received by higher coalition headquarters, did not reach the regiment before their departure. Finally, the bright moonlight that evening perfectly silhouetted the aircraft against the clouds and made them prime targets for the Iraqis. As the regiment's aircraft approached the built-up areas along their flight path, lights in the cities of Haswa and Iskandariya were switched off, signaling to Iraqi forces on rooftops to launch barrages of anti-aircraft and small arms fire that inflicted significant damage on the American helicopters. The 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment was forced to abort the mission long before reaching the Medina Division, and the damaged aircraft returned to their staging point. Of the 30 AH-64 Apaches that had left that evening, one was shot down, and all 29 that returned were damaged by enemy fire. The capture of the 507th Maintenance Company personnel and the fierce fighting in Zubair, Nasiriyah, and Samawa convinced McKiernan and Wallace that CFLCC and 5th Corps could no longer bypass urban areas en route to Baghdad. In order to protect the force's vulnerable lines of communications, CFLCC would have to allocate forces to clear the towns and villages along and near Highways 1 and 8. In addition, 1st MEF determined that parts of Task Force Tarawa would need to remain in Nasiriyah and continue clearing operations until all of the bridges crossing the Euphrates and the Saddam Canal were secure. The failed helicopter attack against the Medina Division also illustrated the peril of not clearing urban areas along the lines of communications and discouraged the further use of attack aviation in that manner. Quote, "From that point on, I was not at all confident we could execute a successful deep operation with helicopters, and we didn't need to," Wallace later recalled. Over-the-shoulder direct ground fires was the best tactic given the uncertainty of the enemy situation, and General McKiernan agreed. End quote. The Sandstorm and Operational Pause. Page 91. As the expected sandstorm blew in on March 24th, bringing with it violent rain and limited visibility that halted coalition units' advance, McKiernan and Wallace made significant adjustments to how they planned to use their forces before maneuvering through the Karbala Gap. The two commanders welcomed the operational pause as an opportunity to posture their forces properly before the final attacks on Baghdad. Contrary to media reports, a temporary cessation of maneuver operations was already planned in Cobra II to allow sufficient time and space for logistics units to arrive, to refuel, and to refit the maneuver units for operations to first isolate Baghdad and then conduct armored raids into the city. The pause was also necessary for forces to prepare properly for Saddam's expected chemical weapons attack once coalition forces neared Baghdad. Neither McKiernan nor Wallace was willing to cross the Iraqi regime's supposed trigger line for chemical weapons attacks without the logistics and the security along the lines of communications necessary to complete operations to Baghdad. Franks did not share McKiernan and Wallace's view that a pause was necessary and urged the two commanders to keep going. At CENTCOM's level, the sophisticated battle tracking technology that showed the locations of friendly and enemy units seemed to show no real resistance that merited slowing the 5th Corps advance. In Franks's mind, the Fedayeen and other irregulars were merely a harassing force that should not distract from the main effort to destroy the Republican Guard. Nevertheless, McKiernan persuaded Franks that adjustments were in order as he remained fixed on clearing the cities that threatened CFLCC's lines of communications. If the Fedayeen could cause that much damage to one transportation convoy, they could wreak similar havoc on other logistics and support convoys moving north to assist the other CFLCC maneuver forces. In addition, even though the 5th Corps forces had halted temporarily on the west side of the Euphrates to refit and refuel, other CENTCOM units continued to pressure the enemy. At CENTCOM, Franks and Central Air Force, or CENTAF, now AFCENT or Air Force Central, Commander Lieutenant General Ted Michael Mosley used the cover provided by the storm to fly additional sorties to destroy enemy military positions and regime strongholds, including the Nida, Baghdad, and Hammurabi Republican Guard divisions around Baghdad. Wallace used the temporary halt in major operations to evaluate how he would secure his lines of communications. Looking at a map of friendly forces, he observed that 5th Corps was operating west of the Euphrates, and 1st MEF was largely operating to the east of the Euphrates toward the Tigris River, leaving a huge salient between the Euphrates and Highways 1 and 8 running from Samawa north to Najaf and Karbala. In addition to the threat posed by Iraq's paramilitary forces operating in the urban areas, Wallace was also concerned that if the Iraqis chose to put artillery into that salient, they could fire laterally into the 5th Corps and 1st MEF formations. Wallace, therefore, tasked the 101st Airborne Division and the remaining elements of the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment to isolate and clear Najaf and Karbala, and he requested that the 82nd Airborne Division be allocated to him to secure Samawa. The sandstorm also provided McKiernan the opportunity to make his final decision about which units he would use to seize Saddam International Airport, or SIAP, and which he would allocate to secure CFLCC's lines of communications. In January 2003, CFLCC and 5th Corps discussed a branch plan tasking Special Operations Forces or a brigade from the 82nd Airborne Division to seize the airport in the event of early regime collapse, but that scenario had not occurred. Both the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions also had been ordered to be prepared to seize SIAP, but the failed deep attacks and intelligence about the substantial Iraqi air defense preparations on the airfield gave McKiernan pause about air insertions. Because the 3rd Infantry Division had advanced far more quickly to Baghdad than the plan envisioned, its units were best positioned to reach the airport, where a brigade-sized unit of the Special Republican Guard was preparing to defend the airfield. Accordingly, on March 26th, McKiernan decided to use a brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division to seize the airfield and the brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division in Kuwait, CFLCC's operational reserve, along with a portion of the 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment to clear the urban areas along CFLCC's lines of communication in the south. CFLCC would not reconstitute an operational reserve until the 4th Infantry Division arrived in theater in April. Franks had reservations about McKiernan's changes. Franks preferred that the 101st Airborne Division take SIAP, a dramatic move that would immediately put forces in Baghdad. Based on his experiences in Afghanistan, where Special Operations Forces and air power had defeated the irregular Taliban forces, he believed the operators and other units with A-10 close air support could dispose of the Iraqi paramilitary forces in the southern cities. What Franks failed to account for, McKiernan pointed out, was that the Special Operations Forces in Afghanistan had worked with organized resistance groups who were familiar with the terrain and could provide pinpoint targets and assessments, but there were no such linkages between coalition special operations and Iraqi resistance groups. McKiernan's argument carried the debate. Meanwhile, the Iraqi military was temporarily emboldened by its early perceived successes against U.S. and British forces near Samawa, Nasiriyah, and Qasr, particularly after news reports spread about the American prisoners of war from the 507th Maintenance Company. These supposed successes led Iraqi military leaders to believe that the coalition forces would enter Iraqi cities, including Baghdad, only reluctantly, and reaffirmed their misplaced faith in the abilities of the Iraqi military. However, this Iraqi optimism was short-lived. Although the Fedayeen were fierce fighters, their recent arrival into the southern cities meant that they were unfamiliar with the terrain, and they also were at a distinct disadvantage in terms of firepower and skill. As a result, their casualties tended to be severe. As the mother of all sandstorms, as media reports dubbed it, descended on Iraq, Saddam, his son Qusay, and other senior military leaders were in the process of guessing wrong about the coalition's advance, having convinced themselves they were being attacked from 3 directions. The presence of coalition special operations forces in Anbar led the Iraqi leadership to conclude that a conventional military force was moving on Baghdad from Jordan, while the marine operations near Kut encouraged the belief that the coalition's main effort was maneuvering east of the Euphrates River. While it was clear coalition units were also moving north along the west bank of the Euphrates, the Iraqi senior defense leadership considered that approach only a tertiary effort, and consequently, Qusay denied Republican Guard requests to destroy a main Euphrates bridge leading into the Karbala Gap, a move that might have slowed the advance on Baghdad considerably. While 5th Corps moved toward the Karbala Gap, the Republican Guard divisions prepared to defend as far forward of Baghdad as possible. The Medina Division remained in place near Karbala and Suwaira and became the primary conventional force defending the east side of the Karbala Gap. The Baghdad Division of the Republican Guard was near Numaniya and Kut, guarding the Tigris approach to Baghdad, while the Nebuchadnezzar Division near Hilla covered the central approach to Baghdad. One regiment of Iraqi Special Operations Forces remained in Baghdad, while another moved south to patrol the area around Diwaniyah, and the Iraqi 26th Division prepared to raid the coalition troops securing lines of communications between Najaf and Hilla. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021.